of all, with my good friend and colleague and partner in business and in crime, in good crime, Mr. Daniel Baldwin.
Thank you, thank you.
Second, we are here with my other good friend, a very good friend of mine, a person who, honestly, every time I text him, always responds. I can't say that for a lot of others, but Mr. Adam Susnick from Valuetainment, partner and podcaster.
Yes.
Changing,
and dear friend.
Definitely. And we have our good guest here today, Mrs. Ludmila Mirirova, CEO and founder All About Kindness, if I said it right, correct? So we are here with this panel. We appreciate everybody here. It took us a struggle to make this thing happen, and I'm happy it's happening. So the initiative that we're here today is we're trying to start with a 5-year plan to a 10-year plan to really sustain a healthy and wellness community within our Jewish community and all communities within Queens and the tri-state area. The first step that we initiated is BJ Post chat app, which allows individuals and young individuals to create an account and communicate anonymously by FaceTime, by video, and by audio with any resource that they need. We can proudly say today, before even fundraising, that we already have a Google Play app approved. We already have the Apple app approved just today by Apple. And we are proud to say that I believe that this is a good initiative to start. The stats do show about 2 million people are saved from drugs and overdose and suicide just from a call center, directly or indirectly. And this is one of the key elements that we need in our community. Without that, we will not be able to survive or communicate, especially in today's digital age. We're trying to get the call centers to a digital format, and we've done it without no further ado. So we want to ask Mrs. Ludmila a few questions in her experience in her organization and what she does, and we'll take it from there.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. The purpose All About Kindness exists is to help the struggling families in our community to transition from crisis to stability. And what we've done was we filled in the gaps of what the larger organizations weren't able to do on the ground. And while we're transitioning them from crisis to stability, we're providing them with the basic necessities, such as grocery shopping, supplies for the kids, whatever they need, household goods, clothing, shoes, whatever, toys they need, whatever really is the call from the family. We try to understand where they're coming from. They have an application to fill out, the families are vetted, and then we reach out to the community for the support that they need.
Wow. Daniel.
That's really exciting. I do a lot of work myself in helping people with addiction. How does addiction fall under your umbrella in any way?
Whenever every single thing that we've taken on within the organization was something that was missing in our community, unfortunately. And a few years ago, we had a huge pandemic with the children and the youth passing away because of the addiction issue. So what we've done was, without waiting for anyone else to start, we started a youth outreach program where we have the children come and learn a life skill while they're engaged in a healthy environment and provided with the resources just to build that connection and know that they're not alone. They have a place to be safe, and they build the friendships with the same people that they see on the street that they are not friends with, and then they have a healthier relationship within the community.
Wow, that's great. Great.
Adam, any?
Yeah. Well, Benny has informed me of sort of the situation that's happening. I want to understand a couple of things. I want to see how prevalent was this situation prior to COVID? How much did COVID exacerbate the problem? You know, part of the things we learned with COVID is that on one hand, when you're social distancing, there's going to have ramifications of that. Part B is this prevalent in the Bulgarian community, in the Jewish community, in the community at large? What do you see out there?
It's not just the Baharian community, it's not just the American community, it affects everyone, religious household, not religious household. It doesn't discriminate. It's everywhere, unfortunately. Did COVID help the situation? No, it worsened, because Now people were living under the same roof. People were not sure how, like, mental health is a real thing, and families that are dealing with mental health and are not getting the proper guidance and resources, we found that the problems have exacerbated and became worse, unfortunately, and more families were reaching out after COVID, unfortunately, because of the issues that they were facing.
Is it mostly teenagers, 20-somethings? Is it married people? Is it male? Is it female? Like, give us a little data on really what's happening overall in your mind.
With the drug overdose, it was mainly youth. It was really the younger adults. Mental health is across the board, and primarily single moms who didn't have the proper support from the husbands that were coming with, unfortunately, domestic abuse.
Wow.
So you started this organization?
I did not start the organization in this direction. I actually had a story of my own. I was going through unexplained secondary infertility with my husband, and we had a child. Our first child was born in 2009, and we couldn't have children for 9 years after. It was unexplained. We didn't know what the reason was, but we were given a blessing by a big gadol, a rabbi. By feeding Hashem's children, he's going to bless you with children to feed.
Wow.
We started with one family that he gave us the support. Community helped us support that family. We started with a sewing class with a purpose. I'm a speech and language pathologist by profession. I actually used to provide services at his mother's daycare. Love her tremendously. And I just collected funds from my clients, from my friends, from my family, not knowing, how else to help this other family. But the families within the community started reaching out and saying, we're helping this family that you're helping. Is it possible to put another family on the list? I know this mom, she has 5 kids, she has 4 kids, she's really struggling. This is her situation, so we adopted that mom, and then someone else came and needed an adoption, so they were kind of sponsoring that family, but couldn't do it directly, so they asked us to step in. When we were blessed, thankfully, with our 3rd child, which was right after, during COVID, actually, the amount of families that were reaching out and the amount of resources that were not available within the community, the same rabbi told us to go ahead and start a nonprofit organization, and really, because it is, whatever the call is, it was all about kindness. There was no other word to pick for that organization. That Baruch Hashem today has helped and transitioned thousands of families.
Right, so if everybody knows, Daniel runs a breast cancer research foundation under his mother, late mother. And we want to ask, how do you handle the trauma in your organization, those who are either breast cancer survivors or any cancer survivors? What funds are available for them? Like, what does your organization do? We're going to get to Daniel, but how does she handle it? And then we'll get to Daniel explaining his organization, and then hit back with Adam on that.
Sure. The first thing we do after getting all the necessary information, we provide them with the resources of the organizations that are already stable and sustained, that provide specifically the help that the family's reaching out for. So Baruch Hashem, we have many families that have success stories because it was caught early on. They knew that they could reach out, and they were able to, thank God, go through the organizations that are available to be able to provide them with whatever they needed, while we took care of the family needs and stepped in for the basic necessities.
No doubt. So as everything people should know, my whole goal is in the community is less, we have so many synagogues, without, may God bless, right? But we don't have enough programs. And that's where I brought Daniel and Adam, and we have many other resources that we want to bring in for next year as well, or throughout the year. So please, Daniel, can you tell us more about the foundation you're running, how, the synergy that we have, the resources that you can provide us, and the availability?
My mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in the late 80s, early 90s. She received a double mastectomy and her lymph nodes removed. 2 years later, she contacted for the first and only time and said, I want everyone at my house for Christmas. So of course we're all playing telephone saying, she has it again, something's wrong, why would she tell us all to come? And she stood at the end of the table and she said, I think I did a good job raising you kids, and I want to use the 4 boys' celebrity status to try to find a cure for breast cancer. And we all looked at each other and went, Mom's going to go find a cure for breast cancer? Okay, Mom, whatever you want to do. What's Mom really going to do? Well, 2 years later, a friend of mine calls me and goes, your mom's on Oprah. She's on TV right now. My mother's foundation in upstate New York and on Long Island has raised over $80 million, second to Susan Komen, as the most money raised, as just the seed money. See, so the way it goes when you try to find a cure in research is, we have a 9-oncologist board, and you submit your findings. And the 9 oncologists look at which ones seem to have the most promise, and we fund it with a $50,000 or $100,000 grant to get it going further. The second round, they go to DuPont, they go to one of the big pharmaceutical companies who could put millions of dollars into it, provided they showed some more gain over the course of how we seeded it. If you were to add up all the money that has gone in second and third round to places we've seeded, it's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So, who knew my mom in the last third of her life would go from, raising us idiots to, kind of being a mom and a housewife, and then becoming a maverick in breast cancer research. And right now, on the genetic level, it is our fund that funded one of the greatest advancements in genetics at Upstate Medical Center at Syracuse University. So we're close. We're very close. And that's the hard work of actually the women. My sister Jane will be here, and my sister Beth, who runs Upstate. Jane runs the Stony Brook, Long Island portion of our foundation. But we're all about trying to find a cure.
Well, shout out to Mama Baldwin in the house. Are you kidding me?
Right?
That's amazing. So give us a quick rundown. How many Baldwins are there? Because the way that maybe you don't fully grasp it, the way that you're just like, my mom raised these idiots. You're talking about Hollywood royalty, whether you like it or not, sir. Okay, I won't look at you, I promise.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
I won't. I'm just looking straight. But for your brothers, I didn't even know about the sisters. So you have how many siblings? Mom raised all these kids. On top of that, her legacy and what she's doing with breast cancer. Give us a little understanding of the Baldwin household.
Well, I like to make this analogy. We were like the Kennedys with no money. We were Irish Catholic overachievers. Competition was, burned into us. My father was a Marine high school teacher and coach at the other high school in our town. So we played my father last game of the season for bragging rights for the whole year. You could lose 7 games in a row until you played the burner Massapequa game. And we had to play my dad. So, we were...
And what sport was it? Football?
Football.
Oh, wow.
So we were very competitive, educated.
What was Mom rooting for?
It didn't. I don't think my mom even knew what was going on. My mother, Billy and I we wrestled too. We were on the same wrestling team. And my mother came to one match. We only allowed her one time. And because I was the heavyweight and Billy was one of the lightest weights, Billy wrestled like 116. I wrestled 250. And so Billy goes out on the mat, and my mother's there with my father, and she's going, no, trying to run out onto the mat to grab the kid that's throwing Billy around. And I'm at the end of the thing, look at my father going, get her out, let's go. Yeah. So Mom was Switzerland in the football game. Don't hurt anyone. She just didn't want anyone to get hurt. We were very competitive. When Alec and I were in high school, we were in plays, and we were in the theater program. I didn't know, because I didn't think my father really wanted us to do it. I think he was like, look, at least go to college first. Go to college and have something to fall back on, because this acting thing is stupid, and you're never really going to make it. And then Alec started right out of George Washington University, and he started working in soap operas. And Billy and Stephen showed a little interest. He went to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts for about half a second, and Billy was a very successful model. I remember driving down Broadway, heading towards to that big jumbotron at 42nd Street, and I looked up at it and I go, is that Billy? And Billy was the first Calvin Klein underwear model. The first one that they ever came out with.
Before Mark Wahlberg?
Before Wahlberg, yeah, way before
That's
Wahlberg.
a big deal.
So I get out of the car and go to, this is back when there were payphones, and I drop the quarter and I call Alec up and I go, you got to get down to Times Square. He goes, what do you mean? I go, just get down here. There's Billy, a little wisp of hair in his eye, and we tortured him for that. Tortured him.
But to kind of put the ribbon on this, Hollywood royalty, legacy, the football player, the Kennedys, no money, possibly, if they find the cure for breast cancer, Mama Baldwin might have the greatest impact, greatest legacy of all.
Yeah, you know, there's a, it's interesting. I kept all of the contacts. If you're going to play an astronaut in a Hollywood movie and it has a decent budget, they fly you to NASA. I mean, I've seen open heart surgery at Hopkins with some of the most talented cardiac surgeons in the world in preparation for playing a heart surgeon. And so, you know, I've seen military things and been up on, you know, stealth fighters and had them right in front of me and looked at them and went through it with Air Force guys. I mean, some really amazing things that I've seen over my career. I kept every phone number to every person ever, wondering when it would be that I would be calling on kings, queens, princes, presidents. Well, I mean, I've met several presidents of different countries and know many of them, and I can still write to someone that gets to them. And then I got introduced a year ago to a new CAT scan machine. It's a CAT scan machine that's 64,000 times the resolution of the biggest GE, the biggest Siemens. It's portable. It's 36 inches wide. It rolls down the hallway with a 90-pound nurse. It has 75% less radiation. It plugs into the wall and runs on 220. I mean, the number of things that they have available. But in this world that we live in now, sadly, the big guys that have the big contracts are trying to squash the development of a machine that could save so many people's lives. We could put this thing on a truck and take it in anywhere to give access to elderly who can't get to a hospital or can't afford it. But it's just amazing. This one, I'm banking my reputation on. I'm all in on the company. I'm on the board. It's called the C Factor 3. And I promise you this, if you watch this podcast, I want you to remember that I made this statement. 10 years from now, there'll be one of these machines in every hospital in the world will have this machine. That's how influential it is. If my legacy is that I got behind and made this available to extend the longevity of people's lives and the quality of their lives, no movie or anything I'll ever do will ever match that. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Any closing?
Mic drop? Anyone just want?
No, don't throw it. I'm not paying for that.
He's gonna pay. Where's it?
Yeah, so just to finalize, Ms. Ludmila, what do you think will be the future of the organization and how we can impact the community for betterment? What is lacking that we can present now for tonight's evening?
Our mission right now is to actually have a youth center that we can have these events happening and keep the children off the street and actually have a center, like you said, we have plenty of shuls, Baruch Hashem, we have plenty of different things, but we don't have an outreach center where children can come and feel connected. An outreach center that focuses not just on children from public school settings, but children that come from a yeshiva background.
Agreed.
That is something that is definitely lacking in our community, and our purpose is to make sure that all the children are included and nobody's left behind.
No doubt, I agree with that. I think people don't understand private school kids have more difficulty, there's more pressure on them, because not only do they have to do the regional educational studies, regents or finals, they also are pressure to know and, you know, actually excel in Judaica studies. And Judaica studies are not easy. They're very difficult. I mean, it's not difficult in a sense if you put your time and mind to it, but difficult because you're expected a lot to know in a young age, at the age of 13, 14, the impact of learning Talmud, Gemara, it's very heavy. And then today in the Sephardic community, we implore them to learn halachot, you know, Judaic law. So it does become difficult. And I know this from my own kids, you know, I see there is a pressure that they feel and they want to kind of get out of that pressure. And I think with a youth center for the religious community as well will definitely help, no doubt. And we will support that as well in our programs. I think we're going to go to break. And yeah, guys, DK, go to break.
And we'll be right back.
And we'll be right. If we could go to break. as we're going to break, just to say, I appreciate Ludmila for coming. I know it took a lot of, no doubt. And listen, this is our first time doing this, right? Our goal is to do this many times in the coming future, and our goal is to really help and create a synergy with all communities to make things happen. Amen.
You should be successful, and we should be witnessing that exact thing.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
We're good for break? All right, cool.
You gotta run and get the kids?
I'm going to be back.
Oh, you'll come back? Okay.
Look. I'll go get the kids.
Are we on
Just
break?
kidding.
Do we break?
Yeah, we're on break, okay.
We're on
They're
break.
playing the
I'm
movie.
gonna use the bathroom. Have some food. Oh.
All through my 30s and 40s, I was sort of waiting for that phone call. There's no question that the entire family, we were completely waiting for that phone call. And quite honestly, I was hoping that that phone call was, this is so really weird, I was hoping that the phone call, if anybody was going to go, I was hoping it would be you and not like you took out a family, a mother and a young father with like 6 kids in the car because you were high driving down the Taconic and you were like veered into the wrong, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, please God, if it's going to be anybody, let it be him and let it not be, you know, your own family or somebody else's family. But I wasn't thoroughly convinced. I was fearful that I was going to get that phone call. I was very scared. I was waiting for it. I was like, I was sort of prepared for it.
Daniel, can we get a single first here?
I made a promise. It would be dangerous. There would be pain. There would be sacrifice. Every day I get a call from a mom, from a dad, from the person that's actually suffering, and I walk them through it. And PJ was, he was exactly the same. His mom called me and he was in terrible straits. And they wanted my help. This happened to be somebody that I knew the mother. I knew Barbara Jean is PJ's mom, and Patrick Raynor Sr., PJ's father. Ironically, Patrick dated my sister Beth when she was like a freshman in high school. And Barbara Jean was best friends, I think even dated Alec when they were in junior high school. So we all knew the Constantino family, that was her maiden name. And when Facebook came out, the surge of people that suddenly you hadn't talked to in 20, 25 years. Now there was class of 1979 and all these people were hobnobbing and talking on Facebook. And I look at their profile when I joined, I go, wow, that's Barbara Jean Constantino. Wow, I wonder how they're doing. And little by little, as it became known that I helped people get sober, Barbara Jean reached out to me and she said, my son, PJ, is suffering. He's a heroin addict. And slowly but surely, I started interacting with PJ via telephone, and I really, really fell in love with this kid.
I'm Barbara Jean Raynor. I'm PJ's mom.
What was PJ like as a kid?
Well, when PJ was a kid, he was our firstborn. So excited, just beautiful, blue-eyed little baby, really interactive. He walked young. He walked when he was 9 months old. He was very, not very careful. So when he was about 9, 10 months old, it really looked like we put him in a dryer. He had bruises from falling. He was never afraid. He just went out and he was wide open.
Day one today, we're going to weigh in. My arch rival and nemesis, the scale, is right here. So here comes the weigh-in. 285 pounds even. 285. I'm 15 pounds short of 300 right now. Wow, I can't believe that. I really had no idea how far I'd let my body go. I've run just 10 of these up and down the field, 100 yards there, 100 yards back, really slow, and so many things in my body hurt, and I feel so heavy. So it's beginning to dawn on me just how much work I have to do. But I made a promise to my friend PJ. I promised him that I would take him to run with the bulls if he got 2 years sober. And he did that. And then he overdosed and died. I've had a really hard time getting through this, so I'm going to keep my promise to PJ. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to fly to Spain. And I'm going to take his ashes with me. And I'm going to run with the bulls. Keep my promise to him. God is my witness, I'm going to do this.
My name is Patrick Rayner, Sr. I was never a senior until my son was born. We remained very, very close. And I had to be a dad first, then be his buddy. And that was challenging at times.
What are you doing, big boy? Come see me. Come see me, big bear. Come see me, big bear. Whoa, this big boy. What are you doing? Go out and find a spot. Go out and find a spot, bud. Come on. Where's Roof going? Where's Roof? Come on, Roof. Come on, Roof. Come on, big boy. There's another big boy coming to see me? This big giant? You boys go find a spot. Go on. Go find a spot. Go on. Down. Good boys. Good. That's the roof. This is the machine that they put me in for my MRI, and it is so badass, futuristic looking. So I'm here in Dr. Newman's office about to get the results of my my MRI that I took yesterday. Find out if I have a tear in my rotator cuff or what exactly the injury is that I sustained and what the prognosis is for my being able to work out, train, and continue for my run.
Hey, Danny.
Dr. Newman!
How are you?
I'm ready for you to, I'm ready to hear the bad news.
So the tendon that typically is involved is this supraspinatus tendon. That's the tendon.
Right.
It moves in a narrow space between the acromion bone and the humerus, and when you fell, this got pinched. So,
Great. Now it looks like we're going to go with this gigantic needle. This is a big ass needle. It's going to numb me up. That's a lot of stuff. And then this secondary needle, after I'm numb, is the cortisone. It's going to go in my shoulder and hopefully lower the inflammation and help heal my shoulder.
I'll tell you before I stick you. I'm going to mark you with the barrel of my pen where I'm going to stick you.
Okay. And so it's pain med first? Because the injection is...
It just can be irritating over time. So it also helps too, because it's long-acting numbing medicine. It takes about an hour to work, but it lasts 6 to 8 hours. So hopefully in a few hours you'll feel better.
So it takes an hour to work.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do this. We're not going to do. Oh, it's for after.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not because the injection you're going to give me the cortisone is so
painful. Correct.
Right. I got it.
I always remember. I have dinner with those guys, the football guys, and we're talking about you. And we go, and they're like, and I go, my brother Daniel, we would watch the JV game before the varsity game. And Forensic goes, I remember, because I was there. And I go, and Daniel's the quarterback. He's like the second string or the third string quarterback because the quarterbacks got hurt or whatever, and they put Daniel. Daniel can throw. He's the quarterback. Whether he was playing other roles for them, he was playing other positions. And Daniel comes in and they're on like the 16-yard line. Daniel carries 4 guys on his back into the end zone, 16 yards. Mm-hmm. And my whole thing about you was the that you were a strong guy. You were a very strong guy. You were a very tough guy. You were a very capable guy. You were a guy who there was no stopping you in one sense. And then you met the one thing you couldn't beat.
Mm-hmm. Let it hang, okay? It makes the space bigger. There you go. It's my thumb. Here comes the stick. You all right?
Yep.
Feel pressure, right?
Yeah, I feel that.
They say jail's institutions and death. Well, I did jail quite a few times, been through many institutions, and the next thing was going to be death for me. I mean, that's just how I feel.
You know what? I feel bad for a little baby that would be buried. Tiny little baby.
Once a needle's involved, it goes to level 10. I said to her, you know, there's so many things I can say to him, but there's as much as I can say to you. And and I can be of some help to you as much as him. You know, he has to do this on his own. Mm-hmm. I said the notion that you're going to be able to spend whatever amount of money and pray and exhort him and appeal to him to do this and that. I said if he doesn't want it, he's not going to get it.
You just always were waiting for that phone call. That did come. So.
Yeah. That call came from me. I called and spoke with Howie. Mm-hmm. I'm glad it was Howie that answered and not you.
Me too.
If PJ were here in this room right now, what would you say to him?
I'd say you're a selfish son of a bitch. That's what I'd say to him.
Do you want to elaborate any more on that? Or?
I mean, I can tell you the reason I'd say that.
Yeah, tell me why you'd say that.
I'd say that because, Daniel, it's like this. At what point do you say, you got to accept responsibility for your action? At what point do you say, it's a disease, but you've been clean for 3 years. You've been clean for 3 years, and you're surrounded by a community of support. You have a roadmap to success. You have a roadmap to sobriety for the rest of your life. And it's right there. It's right there. And you choose to take a different road and put yourself in peril. You're not putting just yourself in peril. You're putting everybody that touched you or you touched and loves you or you love. Chances are if you love them, they're going to love you back. You're destroying their lives. Mm. And that's selfish. Man, that is so selfish. I'm angry about it. No question.
So that would be an x-ray view of the front of your left shoulder.
Okay.
Right? So basically, if we took an x-ray shot in like that from the front, that's what you would see. Okay? Got it? So, arm comes up, gets in the socket, forms this little humeral header ball. Okay? And that sits underneath this guy. That's called your acromion. That's the top edge of the shoulder blade. In all likelihood, when you fell, whether you went down on your hand or your elbow or the side of your arm, you kind of jam that ball up underneath that bone. Mm-hmm. And again, most of us, by the time you're in your 40s or 50s, this probably doesn't look nice and smooth. It's probably a little beat up and roughed up from working out and playing sports and doing different things our whole lives. And sometimes genetically, people have a little bit of a hook there, okay? Mm-hmm. You see that space? That's called your subacromial space. It's left for part of your rotator cuff. So all your rotator cuff is the first layer of muscle that surrounds that ball, all that red tissue. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just brought you up a couple layers. That guy right there is called your supraspinatus. So it runs right through that tight space. Mm-hmm. So that's the guy that always gets irritated, partially torn, fully torn first in most people because of its proximity between the two bones. So what he's saying on MRI is you have some chew up in that. You have a little bit of a partial tear. Okay, does that necessarily mean you need surgery? No, not necessarily. What's going to determine it is whether we can gap you enough space in this area right here to take the symptoms and relieve that tendon, take your symptoms away.
Because you're my older brother. I've always looked up to you. I've always, you were my hero as a kid. And then, you skyrocketed in your career, and so there was much for all of us to look up to. And then your sobriety, and you stayed sober, and I never equated the fact that my relationship suffered with you until the day you said to me, well, of course I'm not going to spend time with you. You're using cocaine. I don't spend time with anybody. And it never dawned on me that you were able to put your sobriety above your relationship with your own brother. And I remember walking away from you telling me that day, and I thought, my God, this has been, my inability to stay sober is why I don't have a relationship with my older brother anymore.
And a lot of people.
Well, yeah, not just you, of course, but they didn't mean as much to me as my relationship with you.
All right, so hang out for 10 minutes. All right, warm me up a couple minutes, and we'll get you on the table and check out. Okay, all right, so just hang tight here, okay?
Appreciate it, man. As was the case with you, something happens and you feel guilty about it. The situation evolves and you feel guilty about it, and that is you begin to disengage and care less. And you feel bad. Like all of a sudden, it's like the boy who cried wolf. The person you're dealing with, the person you're trying to help, the person you're trying to stay engaged with in whatever way, that's a whole other conversation, whether it was right or wrong, or what you did was best for everybody. But eventually, in a kind of codependency way, the laws of codependency take over. And the laws of Al-Anon take over. And what you wind up doing is sitting there and going, I don't know what else to do. Then you find out the person's dead.
So I'm gonna check your right side first, just so I have a sense of what your norm is, okay? And then we know what we're looking for on that side.
The tear in my shoulder was worse than I had originally thought. I could barely train at all, and I wasn't sleeping for more than 2 hours at a time. It was beginning to take a terrible toll on me.
I'll go slow.
Whoa. I can't lift my arm up.
So in my addiction, and we've talked before, you and I, about my addiction and how, emotionally and psychologically, there was a period of, 20 years, on and off that I wreaked havoc on this family. Tell me about that for you.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, it seems like something I've tried to put to rest because you've been around in a more normal capacity, however you want to word it. So I try not, it's not something I think about hardly ever anymore. But I want to say the hardest part was watching Mom. She's my mother too, and seeing her heartache of, worrying and that if you weren't there and I'm younger than you, so we were there in the house, Stephen, Billy, and I, mostly Stephen and I. And, Mom was fraught with worry that you were going to die or, go to jail or whatever the case may be. It was sad, because I always say this, that you on a good day, on one of your great is great. And so we used to think, why can't you just be like the good day all the time? When you're sober, in between having problems. I don't understand addiction. That's not my field. But I used to see you like that and think, why can't you just be like this all the time?
You're making it harder by pushing it out.
I'm getting in better point.
No, that's harder.
Good job. I didn't say easier. I said better. Good job. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. So I'm going to give you a roll for that wrist.
Whoa!
Give me that wrist. Give me that wrist.
With you, and this is not putting you down or a judgment, with you, my recollection was always that it was messy. Everything was so messy. Then you got married, then you had a kid, and I thought, well, surely this is, and it just kept going and going. Mm-hmm. And I thought of you as the toughest guy, one of the toughest guys I've ever known in my life. And then here you go, brings you right to your knees. It was that's the insidious nature of it. These cards epitomize who he was. Even in his addiction, he was that guy who was always helpful. He always cared. It's rare to find that in someone in early addiction. Usually it's all about them, all about them, all about them.
There was one story that really touched me from a friend of his. And this is what he wrote. When I first got to sober, I didn't have anything. I had no money, no job, and didn't know anyone. I would go in the van to go to meetings and to outings, but I only had a broken pair of flip-flops. Every time I would get on or off the van, I would stumble because of my shoes. One day, PJ saw that and came over to me. He said, "Kid, here, take my shoes. I'm getting paid, and I have another pair at home." He gave me his flip-flops, and I cried. He then told me if I needed anything that he had my back. He got me a job at the cafe, and he always let me work with him, which was great. Everyone wanted to work with PJ because he always got the most tips. That was Tom.
And I used to be pretty good at basketball. For a guy who was a wrestler and a football player, I used to be pretty good at this game. And I suck right now. I just suck. I can't.
Oh, yeah?
We live, guys?
I don't see it live on the. All right, and we're live. Here we're back with our next guest, Mrs. Esti Palti, our great political advocate. And I think she does the Kamala Harris. I don't think I know. She does the Kamala Harris.
Thank you for having me, Benny.
Always a pleasure. And I think she's going to be my new friend. I mean, she's awesome. She's cool and very patient with me. That's, I think, the key element. I think we were supposed to have another guest. I think our good friend, Mr. Billy Baldwin. What happened at 4 o'clock? Daniel, what's up?
He heard Kamala was coming on. He bounced.
I thought Willie would be here.
He's on a set filming right now, and his story is he can't break away from set right now. So.
All right, it's all cool. It's all cool.
You triggered Kamala. She thought you said Willie, as in Willie Brown. You were speaking of
that's why I'm here. I
Billy
was lured
Baldwin.
under false pretenses.
So,
explain that relationship, if you would.
You know, there was a time that me and Willie were very close. We were very close. He had some connections that I needed. I had knee pads, and we made it work. We made it work, but that's the extent of what I can discuss here. There are rabbis around.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, let's just pretend that a rabbi wasn't around, and we're just here on the internet. Nobody will neither the wiser. Define what type of knee pads, what type of favors, because you got to get on your knees to pray, and we all want to get closer to the Lord. And then Kamala was almost somehow Lord of our country, ironically enough. Explain that dynamic.
Almost. I climbed the ladder. Using said knee pads. Use your imagination, Adam. Come on, we're all adults. And, but in the end, it just didn't make the cut. Biden just, he flat out died. We propped him up. We had to take him to the finish line, and, just Trump beat me out. I couldn't do it.
Well, thank goodness.
All right, so I have.
dodged a bullet.
I'm going to bring up a point that I want to mention that I don't think a lot of individuals have thought of it. I think the recent reports show that stopping the illegal immigrants on the border has actually dropped fentanyl in New York, actually, or in other states as well. And, what do you think about it? Am I right? Am I wrong on that position?
I mean, just the comedy aside, on a real front, everything that I created was to really expose this nonsense because of this situation. So I've been doing some drug advocacy since COVID. You guys touched up on it with Ludmila. I did catch that. How the epidemic worsened by far after COVID. Think about it. People are home. They're bored. They're getting into their head. There's not much places to go. You can't run away from your family. Maybe you can't run away from the kids, from your spouse. You can fall into old habits very, very quickly, especially if you're already, white-knuckling it, holding on for dear life. Most people that don't do drugs had a hard time during COVID. So imagine the people that are struggling. During this administration, a whopping, at least that we know of, like 21 million people undocumented come in. From crime to rape to all that stuff. We saw it in New York heavy. We saw it impacting every single neighborhood. And if you go down like in Manhattan today, there is a vast difference to what was going on during the Biden administration and what is going on today. I mean, there was migrants full speed, like as if tackling people in the street. Homelessness everywhere. It was so bad. Needles. And cops are doing nothing. They were afraid. We have bail cash reform in America. In New York, because it's like, a democratic state at the end of the day. And all of these policies mix this in with all these illegal migrants running around getting hordes of money from our taxpayer dollar, okay, from our pockets. And, the drug epidemic, like tripled, quadrupled. These numbers are really scary. We had so many overdoses in the community. And absolutely, you're going to see those numbers almost dissipate down to, I know it's per capita, but you're looking at hundreds of thousands of, overdose deaths over the course of like the last 6 months instead of the tens of millions. And that is a huge difference.
Wow.
That's because all that fentanyl, it's finally, there's border crossings are now documented, illegal. These people are now being punished. They're getting deported. Trump even gifted them a self-deport button on the website. Like, don't make me come get you. Deport yourself, because if I get you, it's going to be bad for you. So we're going to see that big turnaround. And absolutely, she's responsible. And so is Biden. That entire administration is responsible for the epidemic we have. So, we got her out of office, thank God. I say we because I'm partially responsible, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm proud of that, too.
You are.
Just to mention, I think Esty has been in Tucker Carlson, Greg Gutfeld, and Megyn Kelly, right?
Yeah,
So,
I've made,
so we
I've
have-
made some nationwide appearances for the comedy aspect, but I really want to hone this in, even for the viewers, that at the end of the day, the community effort was to get this crime off our streets, get her out of here.
Right.
And we all have our gifts, you do it by praying, I do it with comedy. This is, we all figure it out somehow, and I think this was a team effort, but we have to get together and do more of a team effort and do more for our community to give them the resources that they need, because it's still, unfortunately, something that our community is being plagued with.
No doubt.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So what people may not realize is there's this great body of work. There's acting, there's the voices that you do, there's all the other things you've been doing for quite some time. But this one hits.
Yeah.
And so now, all the time, Kamala, 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 and they're waiting for Kamala. And is that hard for you? That people want to hear the voice all the time? I mean, it's got to be hard sometimes.
First of all, I'm very annoyed with the impression, I'll be honest with you, because it's been 5 years of my life.
Right.
At this point now, she's actually messed up my natural laugh a little bit. I'm a little typecasted too. Like sometimes I attempt other impressions. It's not so easy anymore because I naturally fall into her character. And you know this because you have a lot of experience with acting. I'm pretty much, amateur hour, just doing what I feel is right and just going with what naturally feels right to me. So it's a little frustrating. She does pop her head up. I was telling Adam earlier off air that every time, she pops her head up, does a speech, there is like this wave of requests immediately. My cameos blowing up, the notifications, the tags, the shows, like inviting me out. Like, what do you think about her last speech? I don't even think it's that interesting. She'll say something ridiculous. It's like 2 sentences, and you have this horde need from social media that's like knocking on your door, like, come on, you're the go-to for this, let's get it going. But I do think there's much better characters that, can be exposed or, played with.
I think they got to do a biopic of Kamala Harris, and you should play it.
She might be.
I would love
I'm going to
to.
make a prediction for you, Esty.
Sure.
Because you know how when a band or a group has like a major hit, but they're a one-hit wonder?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, like, remember the group, The Proclaimers? And I would walk 500 miles. I don't know, remember that song? The list goes on and on and on. Right now, as far as the ecosystem of the political spectrum or Hollywood, you're a one-hit wonder, Kamala. But a talented artist like yourself, you're going to come out with different derivatives and different alternatives to Kamala. So I know that you said you were working on a couple others. I don't know if you want to...
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine, some hood
What's
type
going on
stuff.
over here? Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, we can't be doing all that. We can't be having Trump and all that. You gotta remove him.
Okay,
yeah,
there it is.
Yeah,
and then
we can get ratchet. I went to Forest Hills High School.
There we go.
We have to grow up with these people.
All right, now we're talking. You got a little AOC in the repertoire, maybe?
I mean, immediately, Elon Musk, we need to remove him immediately. And I think that I just thought of a recipe for a drink. But anyway,
And now, do you have any Republicans that you can make fun of? You got a little Marjorie Taylor Greene or a little Lauren Boebert or anything?
Maybe I'll attempt.
Maybe a Nancy Pelosi. But my prediction is You're gonna spread your wings. You're gonna spread your seed, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of you because there's a lot of famous male. What do you call it? Lip sync? What would you call yourself? Impressionists? Impersonators?
Yeah.
I remember like on NFL, there was remember the guy Frank Caliendo?
Yeah,
On the
Frank's
NFL,
great.
this guy he was
Frank's awesome.
incredible.
Yeah,
Before
he's
him, the
amazing.
greatest was Rich Little. And so,
Okay.
and what Little did, as a hint for you, was Little would take the ones and he did John Wayne, so he would do him. So you start with Kamala having a conversation with AOC.
With the other ones, yeah.
And then you get your AOC impression out there while you're still giving them what they want. And suddenly it's, she does AOC too.
That's good advice. Thank you.
Then Kamala's talking to the next one that you do. And you do the funny riff conversations that they would have.
Look, that's career advice from a Baldwin. I'll take 10% as the agent, the Jewish agent. Here we go. You got AOC and Kamala Harris here. That's great advice.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely. Listen, the sky is the limit. I want to explore whatever it is that, falls on my table. I'm very picky with what I agree to do. I'm a mom. I have 3 children. And, I'm still a full-time nurse. Content creating is great, but it's very inconsistent.
Where's home?
I'm here. I'm in
You're
Queens,
here?
New York.
So
yeah.
how's that for the kids? How old are the kids, may I ask?
5, 6, and 12.
So 12 probably gets a little bit of, isn't
Yeah.
that your mom?
Yeah.
That's got to be a trip. I remember my kids, my 17-year-old, Avis, and Finley is 15. And Avis went to some function when she was like 9. Like she didn't really she knew Uncle Alec and Uncle Billy were in movies and Uncle Steven, but didn't really. And then someone walked up to her and I was on something. They went, "Hey, I watched your dad last night." And she came home and she went, "People know who you are, Daddy." And I went, "Yeah, sometimes they watch the stuff that you do." But it wasn't until, what was his name? He was from here. He just passed away. Fat Man Scoop. Fat Man Scoop.
The rapper?
Yeah.
Fat Man Scoop.
Fat Man Scoop talked about me on his show, and my daughter came in like she floated in on a cloud. Fat Man Scoop talked about you, Daddy.
It's a big deal.
Holy crap.
No, it's a big deal. I mean, sometimes they react. Like my daughter, someone at school told her, and my mom, she comes home, she goes, "You have TikTok?
Right.
You're famous on TikTok?" And I'm like, "Yeah," but in her head, she's like, "You do dances on TikTok?" I'm like, "No, I don't do dances on TikTok."
Right.
But of course, they hear about it in school. My oldest is old enough to understand, the way it works. But my husband, actually, he's the one that I feel the most bad for because he's had some situations. So he's a barber. And he's had some situations where there was one time, one of the funnier stories is there's a guy in his chair and he's getting the cut and he's looking at a video. And this was like Kamala in the prime. So I was everywhere. I was trending. Amazing numbers. I got to get back there. But trending beyond even my wildest imagination. And this guy's like chuckling in the chair and he turns to my husband and he goes, "Have you seen this chick? She's awesome." And my husband chuckles and he's like, "Yeah, it's my wife."
Well, Esty, I have one more question for you in this capacity.
What?
So there's an alternative universe
Is there?
that Kamala wins.
Yes.
And you become one of the most famous women in the world because you're now playing her everywhere we look.
Right.
That could have been you. Just think about it. I mean, I know another person
I've been
that's
told this
very
many
close
times.
to someone here on stage.
That's right.
That became he was already Hollywood A-lister famous, but then he started playing President Donald Trump between 2016 and 2019, 2020. You could have been Kamala Harris on SNL.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what was, there's an alternative. I mean, your brother played Trump. What was that situation
I
like?
laughed at him. I said to him, you keep giving him a hard time and saying all these terrible things about him. I go, but he just locked you in 4 more years of employment, pal. I mean, think about it.
100%.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, listen. In retrospect, yeah, it would have been a great experience the 4 years, and I don't think she's out of office yet, so good for me. But I had this vision of myself on a stage at some point, and just the world is burning around me.
What do you mean you
so.
think she's out of office yet? You don't think she's out of office?
She's out of office like as VP, but she's going to still run. She's like,
Gotcha.
she's
You
gonna
don't
be
think she's
around
done
still.
with politics?
Yeah, she's not going to just disappear,
Yeah.
or
You
else
think
she
she's
would have
gonna win?
already. If she does, that's okay. Like
she
I
could
said,
run in governor.
she
could
might
run
run
in
for
California.
governor.
She's never going to be president. Never.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
So
Well, there's a part of you.
There's
a part of you that's
I'm
like
Jewish.
you should have
I
been
am
wishing she
Jewish.
won. No one here wanted her to win, and I know there was 99% of you that didn't want her to win.
I know.
But that 1%,
Yes.
You know?
I feel it now. I'm not gonna lie. Before I was like, no way, you know. But if I'm being completely transparent with the audience, of course, there's that 1%.
You're a great American.
This kind of sucks.
You're an American hero.
Yes, I think
You
so.
sacrificed your well-being,
Took
your
the bullet.
livelihood. Exactly.
I did
Trump
take
took
that
a bullet.
that's
You took
right.
a bullet as well.
No.
Proverbially.
Trump was grazed. She took it.
In the chest.
That's right. She took it. She fell in the sword.
Yeah. Can I? Your brother. I mean, we've done the whole, Baldwin thing.
Yeah.
Trump went after him. I mean, attacked him because he was doing an impression. We forget how ugly it got. I mean, we all remember January 6th, but what led up to all that. Your brother was in the.
We've always made it a rule. Hey, what do you think about there'll be a photographer gets swung at or whatever the newest one of us did, And we always said, I don't speak for me. If you want to ask him about what happened with him, that happened with him. If you want to find out what happened with me because I did something, don't ask my brothers, ask me. But I will say this. My one criticism of all of it for my family is I never imagined that the outcome or the following of a religion, a politician, whatever, would ever interfere with our relationship as brothers. And it has. It actually has. I've had listen, I love my brothers, don't get me wrong, but I stand as an island who was a former Democrat who no longer liked the way the Democratic Party was going. And I liken it to, because he's much bigger in the Democratic Party, RFK, who everyone says, if the Kennedys were alive today, wait a second, if the Kennedys were alive today, I think they'd be disgusted with what the Democratic Party has done and what they've evolved into. I am, and I didn't have a choice anymore. Now, Alec and Billy, for sure, are staunch head of the, various societies that are reflective of the entertainment world and actors, the Creative Coalition, for one, they're both presidents, so on and so forth. So with knowing that, it was hard for me to go public with my beliefs, but to see the damage that's been done to my relationship with my own siblings is I never would have thought. I never would have thought. But you know what? I pray for them. I love them. I hope that they can see someday that this was about somebody and a way that I felt the country needed to go and a change I felt the country needed versus, I bring up examples and I listen to different things that go on social media and I'll put this out and I'll be quiet for a while. And that is, if I told you that I knew somebody at the bank was stealing and siphoning money out of your account, wouldn't you want to know that? And wouldn't you say, thank God Daniel Baldwin, who works over at the bank, called me because I'm out $400,000 of my million in my 501, whatever. So this Doge whole thing and the enforcement of it and some of the liberties that Trump has taken are because people are stealing money from us. And they're going to end Social Security, and they're going to end Medicaid, and the country's going to go under. And I'm thinking to myself, I would be so appreciative. I don't care what his religion was, what his or her, but for somebody to expose that to me, and then let's make it right, and let's send people to jail. Let's jail them for doing it, like we would anybody else if they weren't a politician. You're not happy about that? And I pose it simply, you're not happy about that. You're not happy that that's going on. No, this guy, because they hate him. Yeah. The problem is, this is different than any other issue, and they hate him.
It's the perspective. You're not, and it goes across so many families and coworkers, and it's sad to see this divide. But I truly had to separate. You know what? It's not that the person has like the wrong values. Their perspective is just altered because emotionally, when you hate someone, everything they do pisses you off. Did you notice that? Like everything that they do, even if your spouse, if you guys are arguing, everything that they're doing during that period of time that you guys aren't speaking, it's the energy. And they hate him. They decided they hate him. And nothing he's going to do. He's going to cure cancer. They're not going to be happy.
Do you know who the Republican Guard are? You're familiar with the term Republican Guard?
Yeah. Republican Guard? No.
The Republican Guard were the Navy SEALs of Iraq when we went in the first confrontation under Schwarzkopf. And they
saying Desert Storm 91.
Right. So they carpet bombed Like they dropped more in 2 weeks than they dropped in all of Vietnam. They absolutely just bombed the crap back into the Stone Age. They bombed. And these men, who were the equivalent of their greatest, toughest soldiers, climbed out of foxholes and kissed the feet of the American soldiers because they were so overwhelmed by it. I have never seen media-wise, I liken it to that. They absolutely just carpet bomb. It wouldn't matter if he walked on water and saved a boat of 4-month-old babies. They'd find something about what he did to pollute the water, what he did to, they're never going to say, wow, what a great idea, what a great job. They hate him. And that system is set up media-wise that all the people that are out there believe every single thing that they read and hear if they're on the side. And Fox is affiliated with the Republicans, CNN and CSNBC with the Democrats, blah, blah, blah. But all of it, it's a brilliant campaign of stuff that they can put out there and carpet bomb you every day. When I look to do my podcast, I open up the news to see what's going on. And I look, it's so interesting to see that they even make up stories just so you don't know what's really going on, to take the light off of what's really happening. It's so crazy how the media goes here. There should be, and I would vote for, a governing agency that if they can prove that you did something on the news to inform the people that was an agenda-driven thing, it wasn't true, you get arrested. They did that, watch how fast the news would change.
To
Are
interject.
there libel laws or anything like that?
Try to take that to court.
Well, can I just reaffirm everything that you're talking about if we're going to go a political conversation here? Because I'm a living, breathing example of exactly what you're talking about. Because I've been a Democrat de facto my entire life. My dad was a JFK guy. He was a Clinton guy. I started following politics because of SNL in the 90s. Phil Hartman was playing, I think, Bill Clinton, and Chris Farley was playing Newt Gingrich. You know, you're a comedian, you get this. And politics was a different, and I think Dana Carvey was playing Ross Perot. Yeah. Oh, then it turned to George Bush. But then it got so ugly. And if you were just a normal citizen, you're not for or against Trump. In 2016, 2015, 2016, when he came down that escalator, and if you just watch CNN, just sort of unwittingly, just watch it, it's on TV, you don't know the job the media did to you. You're not fully understanding, because one time on the Peabody podcast, we had Ari Fleischer, who was the former press secretary of George W. Bush, if you remember him.
Right.
And he talked about the importance of having a mixed media diet. All right, so you watch CNN, you get Fox, you watch Bloomberg, you watch CNBC, you get the Wall Street Journal. You mix it up, you see what's going out there. Most people, because we're in this sort of world, we have the luxury of, most people are mixed media diet. They're trying to put food on the table and have a diet, then take care of their kids.
And also, social media is designed in a way where your algorithm is showing you what you're interacting with. So most people are in this echo chamber that they have no clue that they're even in.
100%. You're absolutely right. The media and this was prior to social media. So me, because I'm on a very, very prominent podcast that definitely skews right, and I'm just thinking that I know exactly what's going on. They're like, dude, you've been lied to and you don't even know it. What are you talking about, Patrick Bet-David? You're trying to tell me that CNN or Morning Joe would lie to me about Trump being a Russian asset? Go on, get out of here, buddy. He's like, no, that's exactly what happened to you. And I had to basically devolve.
So you red-pilled, basically.
So I got red-pilled in real time. And people to this day are like, I'm so proud of you, Adam. Look at you using common sense. And the entire time I'm thinking, I thought I did have common sense. What's the point of my story? In certain segments of society, people are like, bro, you used to be a complete leftist, socialist, Marxist. I'm like, no, I didn't. And now there's certain people I go, they're like, you're complete right-winger, psychopath, MAGA these days. Yeah. So when you're getting it from both sides, it's actually a good thing. Because at the end of the day, I'm still a centrist, I'm still a moderate, I'm still a common sense, compassionate, conservative, whatever you want to call it. But there's so many people on the left that have been hijacked by exactly what you're saying. You call it carpet bomb. I remember one poignant story. I'll tell you this, and I'm going to turn it over to Rabbi Benny. Do you remember when Trump here in New York was doing the rally in Madison Square Garden?
Yeah.
The quote-unquote Nazi rally.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
Okay, the Adolf Hitler second coming of 1936, whatever it was. So people are talking about that. My friends are talking about that. I was in New York during that time, not for the rally. PBD was doing Pierce Morgan. So we were doing that, we're seeing this. The next day, we're at Mar-a-Lago. This is right in the thick of the throes of the election season. We're making the rounds, you know, PBD and I and our crew are kind of in the thick of things. And the next day at Mar-a-Lago, when I tell you, it was the most unbelievably like pro-Israel, pro-Jewish, like, it was like a room like this, very pro-Israel. To the extent that I was going to Jews, I was like, take it down a notch, guys. We're in America, not Israel. Like, why are you singing like Hatikva here at Mar-a-Lago? And the juxtaposition of he's a Nazi to singing Hatikva at Mar-a-Lago was so profound to me that it was just like, that is now like the perfect metaphor for showing you what the media portrays
They
versus
project
actually what's
everything
going
that
on.
they're guilty of. That's exactly what they do. They themselves are project every single thing they have accused him of, even criminally. Like Letitia, she's for mortgage fraud. Letitia, like the Attorney General in New York. Every single thing they have accused this man of, they are guilty of themselves.
Projecting their own disgraces and their own crimes.
The denial of the hate and the wall between us. I remember I was at a function in Florida, and Jeb Bush was there. And I looked at him and I said, "Hey, cousin, how are you?" And he looked at me and he said, "I'm sorry." And I said, "You know we're cousins."
The Baldwins and the Bushes are cousins?
But listen to this.
What?
So again, this is news. We're breaking news, right?
Breaking news.
Let me read this to you. John Howland, a passenger on the Mayflower, had 10 children and over 80 grandchildren. Now approximately 2 million Americans can trace their lineage back to him. Now this guy fell off the Mayflower and they rescued him at sea. Now imagine how hard it was to rescue someone at sea at that time. 2 million Americans can trace their lineage back to him. Notable descendants include 3 U.S. presidents, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, George H. Bush, and George W. Bush, as well as Sarah Palin, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Alec Baldwin, Humphrey Bogart, Christopher Lloyd, and Joseph Smith, who
the Mormons.
So I am cousins to the Bushes. And here I am watching Alec and Ali Besh, and I went, "You do know they're our cousins, right? They're our cousins." And Jeb looked at me and went, "Yeah, no, we're not related." I went, "No, actually we are." But the wall between his receiving, when I'm reading him off the internet, that we are actually blood relatives, and he would not accept it because of Alec's impression of Trump, because of Alec's deep-seated relationship with the Democratic Party. So
because Bush,
I believe that when you even just to approach that and show you, no, actually, even if you didn't know it, we actually wouldn't have it. I don't want to be related to you.
it's the same Bush who asked people to please clap.
Yeah, same Bush. Please clap, everyone.
Please clap, audience, right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you know, I have something very unique to say here. As much as they think that Trump is the devil and the worst of all times, when you reveal your hand and play your hand, I remember when George Bush was the devil. And if we look back at what happened in the world between 2001, when 9/11 started, and it bookended with the Great Recession, is there a worse president in our lifetime than George W. Bush? I know he's your cousin, and I know I'm offending you as a family member.
No, you're not. And
but horrible.
Well, he killed.
Have you ever seen anyone? Have you ever seen anyone to be
like, oops.
that quiet after their presidency? I mean, you never hear from him because the stuff he knows, and the stuff about those towers and the dust that they found.
I'm going to throw a question at you guys. What's the underlying reason why people can't stand Donald Trump? I have a theory.
What's an underlying reason why people can't stand him?
Yeah. Why can't you stand a person who has record, let's say, record actions?
Well, they all loved him before he ran.
Right. But why all of a
Because he's
sudden?
not part of the system.
Yeah.
He's not a player.
They
in the
didn't
game.
like that he wasn't a politician.
Yeah.
He was going to rattle things up. They liked the way it was. They had a control.
Right.
They
So
had an
it's
order.
something along the lines. But I'm going to tell you what I personally feel and think of. When change comes, real change, not Obama change, right? When real change comes,
Change.
right? People cannot stand that their ideology is in check. And
It's being challenged.
exactly. And that's what I think is the underlining reason that psychologically they cannot comprehend that issue. That's my theory behind the reason of why Trump is
The
not
media
liked.
also poisoned them to hate him.
Well, that's for
and-
sure, because the media doesn't want to change their power, right? It's a shift of powers. What I think, PBD, in your podcast, you guys did a study one time, how the shift of legacy media is going to podcasting and YouTubing and all that
100%, yeah.
streaming services. So legacy media is losing, and that's what's happening here. And that's why we're here on the panel, right? Because this is something that we could have never done 5 years ago.
I don't know if there's one particular component that is why people dislike Donald Trump, because this is going to be sort of counterintuitive to what I just said, because this was the first time that I voted for Republican, voted for Trump, and, you know, Patrick sort of humorlessly but also truthfully says Adam is the biggest MAGA guy now, because I understand what it's like on the other side.
Yeah.
But I didn't dislike Trump for any other reason other than I thought he was kind of a douchebag. Yeah. You know, the gold toilets thing and like you're fired and like, but the one thing that I will say that is the biggest epiphany that they tried to pollute our minds more than anything was that he was anti-American, was that he didn't actually love America, that he was doing this to enrich himself, that he was a Putin puppet, that he was looking to defraud the American people. And what I've realized that it's anything but the case.
But one second, he didn't enrich himself with cryptocurrency?
There is a case to be made from that.
$78.
I have, excuse me,
You're
hold on.
absolutely right
To
with that.
Trump
come to
token,
Daddy
and now it's
Trump's defense for a
$15.
second. Hold
Okay.
on.
Say it again?
To come to his defense for a second.
Okay.
All right. All that crap that they put him through for the past 4 years while the Biden-Harris administration was in there, the amount of money that they lost, his family, what they did to Giuliani. I was 4 years old when I came to this country. Okay, I came to New York, haven't left since. It's been 32 years. And when Giuliani cleaned up the streets, I mean, I was like pretty much a preteen. He really cleaned up the streets. What they did to this man in his age, to disbar him just for having that association with Donald Trump, I don't think people understand or realize that. That's why they were so afraid, the Democrats, that he was going to go on a rampage after.
Yeah,
And
but
he
to
is
cut you
going
off,
on a
to cut you
somewhat
off a
of
little bit
rampage.
on this, the SEC, just for you to know, has sued and put to jail countless of cryptocurrency creators and memers, right?
Yeah.
Into jail, bankrupted them. But for some reason, because the president's
As long
kids
as
are
Nancy
doing
Pelosi
it,
is still
it's all
walking
kosher,
around,
right?
excuse me, as long as Nancy Pelosi is still walking around and she's insider trading openly and nobody's even
Yeah,
questioning.
but we're not talking about insider trading right now. We're talking about cryptocurrency right
It doesn't
now.
matter. It doesn't
Insider
matter.
trading is everybody's
It
doing
has to be
insider trading.
listen, what he did or what he didn't do, I don't think that he rug pulled personally. I think that he had his closest friends and family probably in on the Trump coin. But I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not even. It's not like he made
well,
it's not money that made or broke him. Do you understand?
I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm just trying to say because we are in the crypto space. Daniel knows this. Adam knows this.
I'm in the crypto space. I don't think there's anything
No,
wrong
we
with
actually
what it is.
created our own token, right? So we're in the crypto space, and we have to walk on eggshells for an SEC regulatory not to come against us. Maybe now they're going to come against me because I'm on a podcast saying this. But, you know, the reality is, you know, we have to protect ourselves. And, you know, we could have done the $1 million scheme also. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but one time I did a podcast and we had a person named Sam Lee. We actually went to China to meet Sam Lee. Guess what? Sam Lee's not there. Another debacle of a nonsense, right? This guy, Sam Lee, was a crypto billionaire from Australia, connected to 30 exchanges, all this nonsensical thing. He sits down with us. He says, oh, listen, it's going to cost $100K. We don't even see the guy. I'm like, no, we're not going to put the $100K. We put in $30K. All of a sudden, it comes in, COVID disappears. We don't get our money back, and I lose the tokens, about 2 million tokens. What ends up happening, Sam Lee, 7 years later, gets arrested by the SEC and indicted for a $1 billion Ponzi scheme. Now, how is it that the Trump token is not a meme token? By the way, there's another girl, I'm not going to mention her name. I forgot her name physically, but she became viral, right? And she created her own meme coin. Went up to 10, 20 million, right? And what ends up happening? She's indicted by the SEC.
Wasn't that a little bit different? Didn't she rug pull, like have a pre-sale and rug pull before the sale even hit?
No, she didn't do it. Her
team
agencies did it, meaning her messengers did. But again, what, Trump's token didn't do the same thing?
I guess
$78,
my
he made
logic
like
is like
20
this.
billion.
When I saw that he released the coin, I'll be honest with you, I looked at it, said total investors, 92%. 92%, so 10 people basically were holding 92% of the holdings. That's what it said on the exchange.
No, but then they dumped it. It went at $78. It was dumped pre-election, and then now it's at $15.
You're basically
My
making the
logic
case.
was, I realized that there's only about 10
I'm
to
just
15
trying to say,
people
listen,
holding it. I wouldn't invest because even one of those people, they pull it. There's a huge substantial dip.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to say is that, you know,
A lot of people do this, Benny.
we have this other issue. And listen, I was never a fully Republican. When I grew up in high school, in yeshiva even, we were moderate Democrat. That's how I was educated by my teachers, right? Like, for example, in Judaism, we're against abortion, but there's thousands of reasons why you can get an abortion, depending on the there's exceptions. Not like these other states that go no exceptions, no nothing, and then you have girls having to go because of incest issues or other issues over state, right? But what I'm trying to say is that in reality, we cannot make Trump absolute. He's not the most
100%.
righteous
I agree
person
on
in the
that.
world.
I agree. I was just
Like,
talking on
you
the
know,
crypto front. I agree.
No, that's fine. What I'm trying to say is that we're talking so much about Trump that he's such an absolutist righteous man. He's not. Listen, he's a man with flaws. He has the right direction. Right now, I think he has a better team than he had in 2016 because now he has J.D. Vance. Pence, I don't think was too good for him. I think Pence was more extreme. I think J.D. Vance is much cooler, younger, right? Am I voting for J.D. Vance? I don't know. If the Democratic Party brings a person who can do better, maybe I bring a person who does better. What is it?
Is that someone pulling the puppet strings? What is
You
that
got
right
it,
there?
my friend. That's
Yeah.
the famous puppet strings. We're talking about a man, we're talking about these different politicians, and it has little or nothing to do with them, with the exception of Trump isn't part of that system. Do you know the story of the Sachem chief and George Washington?
No, but I'm here for that story.
So there was a chief of an Ohio Sachem tribe, and Sachem, S-A-C-H-E-M,
Okay.
Indian tribe.
Okay.
Sachem,
not
Sachem Indians.
Okay. Not Kamala Harris.
He was on his
Sachem.
deathbed, and they're negotiating a deal with him and with his tribe, and he says he wants to meet the ghost. I want to meet the ghost before I go, which is what the Sachem Indians referred to George Washington as, because this chief himself had shot and hit George Washington multiple times with rifle fire through the battles and knew that his snipers had also hit Washington at least 3 more times. So 5 different occasions, George Washington, the general, was shot by Sachem Indians and witnessed by this man. And he said, you know, I got to ask you, how are you still alive? And Washington looked right at him and said, God. That's why I'm alive. Didn't go into how bad the shots were. He was shot 5 times on different occasions by Sachem Indians and lived in the 1770s. So Washington, and that story was in every history book and taught to all kids for 100 years until the whole God thing was a threat.
And then they started
slowly
wiping the books.
You'll find that nowhere in the history books now, talking to the kids. So you can look it up, and it'll tell you the story, but you don't find it in the history book. They have that kind of control. My pediatrician took my 2-year-old, my son is coming up on his 2-year birthday, June 1st, and he goes in.
Happy birthday, Bat.
Bat. So she turned around, she said, oh, actually, that's not true anymore about rubella, and that's not true. I said, you know what? No offense, doctor, but I got to ask you something. So why? Because the New England Journal of Medicine tells you it's not? I said, do you realize that the people that we're talking about, there's an app you can get on your phone called Yucca. Have you ever seen it? I think it's Y-U-C-A. You take it on the bar on any item in the store.
It tells you what's inside.
And it tells you, rates it from. I could do it on a water right now on my phone. I'll do it in a second. So let's take this water. So go ahead. Hold that water from. Yeah, hold that water from. show you this. Really important that you understand.
Here we
this.
go.
Okay, so this is what exactly, in a nutshell. Here's yucca. Take a look.
I prefer to do it with this.
Y-U-K-A.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, and then you hit scan.
Here we go.
And then we put the barcode.
Celsius, listen to me.
Celsius
Here we go.
scores a 39 out of 100. It's
Pour.
It's poor. Now we can go on to tapping it and talking about it's why it's poor,
Wow.
saturated fats, positives, additives.
Because the additives.
9 additives in that water.
And guess what? We're still gonna
Wow.
drink it.
So,
That's
so
how it works.
here's my point.
Can we do it with actual water real quick? Try this one more time.
The essential, yeah, pH
Yeah,
water.
because this is yucca. Great shout out on the podcast right now for yucca.
Yeah, yucca.
And Esty knew about this.
You can send us a donation, no problem.
Yes.
That's a very interesting story, by
Bottled
the way,
water
about George
essential,
Washington.
41 out of 100.
The bottled water is
So
now
poor.
poor.
Right, bottled water is poor.
Most of this is filtered.
Filtered or has
tap,
solids
yeah.
in it.
All right, do one more.
All right, let's bring another one up.
This is just
Oh, I don't
Fiji
like the odds.
water.
I don't like the odds for Fiji. I'm not liking the odds. Let's
Fiji,
go
I think, is
scan.
gonna
It
fail.
says Earth's finest water.
Okay, let's go. Earth's finest water. Natural Fiji, 100 out of 100.
Let's go, baby, 100%.
100%.
I think PBD
I only
used
drink
it.
the best, ladies
I
and
think
gentlemen.
he used it. I think he used
I only
it.
drink
I
the
think you got
best.
a Fiji
Excuse me, Daniel Baldwin. You're a lightweight. You're a lightweight, buddy.
I'm knowing. I'm knowing. Of course, he didn't know what yucca was. But anyway,
I see that for a second?
so let me tie this up for
Can I
you.
see the Fiji bottle?
What I mean by this. So this lovely doctor
Yes,
is
yucca.
telling me about what shots my son is going to get, and I said, because they told you at medical school, and because societies or journals, whatever, are telling you this is what you want. Do you realize who funds those journals? Do you realize
It goes
who
all the way
pays
back
them?
to Rockefeller.
Goes
It
all the way back to
back
Rockefeller.
yeah.
And these guys
They
have had.
he rewrote
so
all the
so I want you to
books.
remember something. The additives in that bagged popcorn or potato chip that you're about to eat are owned by the same company that after you get the cancer gives you the treatment. They complete the circle. They all own it. So they set you up for a 40-year run to eat stuff that is terrible and carcinogenic. And then finally, when you succumb, the average person that has some form of breast cancer, this cancer, that cancer, they treat you for that also.
All the stuff that, you know.
That's the game.
All the stuff that you have at home. It has endocrine disruptors. This is why
My
we have
mother-in-law
this huge...
took the yucca app and went through her refrigerator, and she said, I threw 3/4 of this stuff out in my refrigerator. I threw it out. She got every additive, this color dye, that color. Now, this poor woman is about to tell me that I have to have my son inoculated, and I'm going to say, no, I'm not. I'm not getting him shot. He's not going to school yet. I'll make that judgment when it's time, but I'm going to let his own immune system grow for some time before I'm letting you put a needle of anything more in him. He's not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't
This
care.
is why Bobby Kennedy and the
Yeah,
Maha
but you know what?
movement is so
Respectfully, what
important.
he's doing, it should have been done. There's things that are banned in our food, in Europe's food supply, in the European Union's food supply. Like
Yeah.
they're not allowed to eat our chicken, Adam, because it's soaked in chlorine, and that's banned over there. You're not allowed to soak your chickens in chlorine. Who knew? Not Americans. I mean, I eat kosher. We keep kosher for the most part, our community. But I will say that even in that sense, the kosher snacks for kids, disgusting. Red dyes,
But you
yellow
gotta-
dyes. They cause cancer,
You've
testicular
got to
cancer.
ask yourself, why would they, in every country, all Europe and Canada and Mexico, Fruit Loops, they stain it with carcinogenic dyes, but they make a special blend for Canada,
and
Europe,
it spikes
everywhere,
your blood
where they
sugar in the
don't use
morning,
those.
and your sugar's gonna crash.
But in
and
the
it's gonna-
U.S.,
it's-
eat it.
Yep, exactly.
All right,
Feed
guys.
that to our kids.
Sorry to cut it off. Let's go to a break, and we're gonna bring 2 more guests on. Please, can we get to the break?
Is this Big Pharma pulling the plug on what's going on
No,
right
no,
now?
no, 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 no. We're
What's
gonna talk-
happening
I knew it.
right now?
No.
You start talking about red dye number
listen,
3.
I'm
We
gonna
gotta
tell
go
you
to
something.
we gotta go to break.
When he doesn't,
I've seen this before.
We're gonna bring Big Pharma
I'm
in
not
right
gonna
now.
let you
I'm
do
gonna
this.
tell you what
I'm
it
gonna
is.
tell you something, Benny. I grew
Cut it
up
off,
in
cut
a
it off.
middle-class family. All right.
Can I tell you what it is? Can
Yes.
I teach you something else?
Yes.
Okay. So my wife is watching as we speak.
Gorgeous, by the way.
Big attorney in Atlanta. And while you dropped the ball just now, we just signed a deal with Fiji Water. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Timing.
I
All
want
right,
5
let's get to
minutes.
break. Let's get to break. Let's bring our 2 new guests.
We'll be
in
right
also.
back.
Are we on break?
Stay tuned.
They always take time.
Shoot, I can't move. My shoulder won't lift up. I was now going to have to rely much more on my diet than I was my ability to work out. But I had a secret weapon. Finn, what do you think?
Beautiful.
Pretty nice. All right, Avis, you ready to try this? This is Papa Baldwini's salmon on a bed of lettuce with broccoli and peas and a slice of beautiful onion bread. So let me explain something to you, what this is. This is a fat-burning meal. The salmon is our protein. This is our fast carb, the bread, and our slow carb are the peas and the broccoli and the lettuce. That is a fat-burning meal.
Fat-burning meal. Fat-burning meal so bad.
Do it. Did you enable PJ's addiction?
Absolutely.
You did? How so?
Absolutely. Well, I know that was not my kid. My kid would never do that. He would never do that. So you find pills, and he says, well, those weren't mine. And I say, oh, okay, well, whose were they? Well, I'm not going to tell whose they were. And it went on like that, just the lies and the looking you in the eye and just not being honest.
We don't want to believe those things about
No,
yourself.
I don't want to believe those. Right. And anything that would make me believe that that didn't happen, I would grab onto.
PJ, how you feeling there, buddy?
Good.
I thought you had a cold.
That's bad.
Oh, that's bad, but otherwise you're good. Okay.
When PJ died, I was, of course, left with this huge void in my life, and we also had started receiving some gifts from other people, memorial-type gifts, permanent gifts that are kind of made to be displayed outside. So I, as part of my grieving process and the healing, and also a place to put these items, was I created this garden, and I call it PJ's Memorial Garden. And it engaged me physically and mentally so that it was very, very helpful those first couple of months to not think about them all the time. That I had something else to think about and to physically labor at. And it was critical because you feel like when I lost my son, I felt like I was kind of going crazy, kind of losing it. And I needed something to bring me back to a sense of purpose, to a sense of purpose that overrode my own feelings of loss and grief. So we got little gifts. The first thing we got was this bench, and what it says on the bench is, in memory of PJ, loved by all. And we got that from our neighbor, and you know, we were so moved by it that we wanted to give it a fitting place in our home. So it's here in this garden that I created. And we had gotten, over the years, we had gifts of outdoor statuary. We got the wind chime from another dear friend. It says, PJ, I carry you in my heart always. So when that rings, of course I think of my son. Here's a birdhouse, and this has a quotation. We got this from another dear friend, but it has a quotation that says, say it loud and let it ring. We are all a part of everything. The future, present, and the past. Fly on, proud bird, you're free at last. Another appropriate lyric in memory of PJ. And my grandkids, PJ's niece and nephew, made these stepping stones, and you could see they signed them. We have painted stones, we have some change, we have a plastic harmonica, and these are shoes, these are PJ's shoes that I filled with soil and put moss in it, and they've been alive ever since. And I've planted other things in here. And I'll be adding more stuff to it because I keep acquiring things that I think are appropriate in memory of him. This plaque was given to us by my brother and his wife. They live in Florida. And It was one of the first things we put up. It reads, "They whom we love and lose are no longer where they were before. They are now wherever we are." So he's here. If we're here, he's here.
I think one of the biggest things that I remember about him is how much Rufus loved him.
Who's here, Rufus? Who's here? Who's here?
You gotta go see him again, Hey, buddy. You gotta go see him again.
Hey.
Yes.
He loved him, and Rufus was a real deep spiritual, well, he still is a real deep spiritual dog, and he went crazy for PJ. And you knew that deep down inside, they loved each other. When we would go away and PJ would babysit Rufus and take him places, and found out that he was kind of a chick magnet.
There was a moment when I gave PJ a set of keys to the house so he could come and go with the dog. I don't know if you remember that moment.
I do.
He was...
It was a very poignant moment.
It was.
For PJ, a big moment for him, that he was trusted with the keys to our house, and we didn't really get it right away until he said something about how you're just going to give me the keys to your house. And
Yeah, it was a next level for him in his sobriety, in his journey. You know, I mean, we felt comfortable enough and loved him already to give him the keys to our home with all our stuff and everything else. And he wasn't a very trustworthy person, you know, prior to this. He didn't feel that in himself. I think it was a graduation of some kind for him, you know?
he had a sense of self. He had a sense of accomplishment. He had a sense of that he finally was who he really wanted to be.
Off to the gym, going to the Y, driving in the rain. You know, when I started doing this, I thought it was such a great idea, and I thought it was going to help me exercise the demons of losing PJ. But at 58 years old and losing this much weight and trying to train and get into not better shape, but really good shape, and get hard again. And, I underestimated the toll it would take on me, especially physically. My shoulder injury is more substantial than I had imagined, and it has really limited what I'm able to do, range of motion wise and pain wise, and what it's done to my sleep. So, you know, it's cast some doubt on whether I'm going to be able to do this. Get on my knees and I pray to God to give me the strength to continue to do this. I know that you and I grew up very similar in the Catholic Church and so on. I have a different, I've gone to being a born-again Christian, and we haven't talked about where God is in this.
My faith is very strong. And if it wasn't for my faith in God, there's no way I could have even gotten past the first week. I feel like part of my journey is that I know he's with God, and I know that God is protecting him. And where is the best place you would want to be? And that would be right next to Jesus. That's a great comfort to me. And also, it's taught me not to be afraid of death. I used to think you die and you're gone, and you miss the people. But then I realized that when you die, your spirit is still here. Your energy is still here. That never goes away. That's a comfort to me. But also, when you die, you're leaving these people behind, and they're grieving, and they're sad, and they're, rocked to the core. But then, you see the people that have left already with their arms stretched out, saying, come on, you're here with us now. And that's a great comfort to me. And I feel like all the, when you're in heaven, this is hell. This life is hell. I mean, look at what we're going through, look at the grief. And until the day that I can have PJ say, come on, Mom, that's the day that I'm gonna be at peace.
Alrighty, getting ready to go to Spain. I thought I would check. $228 on the nose. 228 pounds. I cracked into the 220s, which was one of my goals, so I'm very happy about that. I'm heading to the airport to go to Spain to run with the bulls. And I want to do a last weigh-in, see what I weighed. From 285 pounds February 7th to 228 pounds now. Anyone want to do the math? I lost 57 pounds in 5 months. This is the lake road by my house. To get anywhere, you have to drive down it. I'm on my way to the airport to leave for Spain so I can run with the bulls and keep my promise to PJ. It's still dark out. The sun's just coming up. I have to admit I'm more contemplative, apprehensive, a little scared as I watched the footage last night of the first day of the bull run in Pamplona. 3 people were gored very badly, 2 Americans. And I watched the footage pretty carefully. You know, it's exactly what I said. You don't know what the people in front of you are going to do. And a couple of guys slowed down and fell, and it slowed this one American guy up quite a bit, and the bull just came charging up behind him and nailed him. It's like an obstacle course, a shuttle course. You know, you just have to be really light on your feet and willing to adapt to what happens and make quick adjustments. But that was a reality check to see that one guy get hit so hard by that bull. Very big, fierce animals. I got a lot on my mind. Gonna be a long trip, but we're on our way. You probably don't realize how many times you open your wallet when you're traveling. But you open your wallet when you travel a lot. I mean, you gotta go through security, you make a stop at the bank, you grab some cash, you come up and you have a little breakfast, and then you gotta change airplanes, and so you're gonna buy some snacks. You might try Wi-Fi while you're on the plane, whip out your credit card to do that. So you're in your wallet a lot. So here's what I did. Bang. I got a cutout of PJ in my wallet so I can keep looking at him while I'm traveling. PJ cutout, come on. Just took off from Boston, heading to Lisbon, Portugal, and then I connect to Barcelona. Leg number 2 of the Odyssey continues. Stay tuned. We're in the plaza, in the square, here in Pamplona, where it's gearing up to be a big day. A lot of people getting out. It's a beautiful day. The sun's out. They've already done their run for the day. So it's going to be an action-packed night, I can tell. Big buzz around the city. They must all know I'm running on Friday. It's Wednesday. 3 days until I run.
The anger was on behalf of your children. With you, I would play that card to you, not often, but I did flip that card over from time to time and say, you have a lot of wreckage in your past. You've done a lot of damage to these kids. And I'm like, let's just stop that. So where you're at now, where everything is pretty good. I mean, I think it's pretty good. You got a beautiful house.
Yeah.
Your kids are happy. They're smiling all the time.
That's exactly what fuels where I am now. That's exactly what fuels why I would stay in isolated upstate New York, because I have a tab to pay. I have a tab to pay in my life of what I did and how I was ineffective and how I was negligent in raising my first three children. That now I have with these two kids, and I go, I'll be damned if I'm going to screw this opportunity up. I'm not going
That's how I feel. With my kids, I'm like, I'll be damned if this is a chance for me to replay things with not just you and I, but my wife, my parents.
All of it.
I'm Carolyn Witkowski. I'm PJ's Aunt Kat and Barbara Rayner's sister.
How did PJ's addiction make itself known to you initially?
That's a great question. We lived in the same neighborhood, so I was riding my bike around the block and stopped over at Barbara's. PJ was probably 15, no, not even, maybe 13. And there was a babysitter over there watching Leanna, who was quite a bit younger than him, and I went over to say hello, and he looked stoned to me, and I got really upset, and I left, and I went to my sister Rosie's house and told her about it, and I was in tears, and he was so smart. He was like, really knew that I was going to say something to his mom, and with that, the next morning, she called me, and she was like, Cav, PJ thought you thought he was stoned last night, and you know, he has really bad allergies, and he told me that he took a Benadryl, and you know, and from then it was just like I knew what I saw, and it was heartbreaking because he was so young, but he kind of smoothed it over with his mom, and yeah, that's when I kind of knew there was initially.
4 a.m. here in Pamplona. There's nobody here. Nobody's awake yet. It's the day before I run with the Bulls. I'm going to run down. I've got an apartment over what's called Dead Man's Curve, or the Curve, in the Bull Course. And I'm going to observe the Bulls from up there. Get an advanced look at what I'm up against when these bad boys come flying around. I'll tell you what, I need a coffee. So it starts from down here and comes towards us like this. This is the famous curve. So I'm taking the path the Bulls are going to take right now. So they come charging down here. Turn. And charge up the street. So this is the curve. Do you see the guy on the corner take the horn right in his face? Right in his face. Yeah, it's no joke. No joke in the curve.
We lived with full-blown addiction where it affected our lives, probably for 20 years with him. But my relationship with him was strong enough that when he became sober out in California, he would drop subtle hints to me. He would drop little breadcrumbs, because at the time I was still drinking every day, drinking vodka. I mean, I had progressed over the years, and full-blown alcoholic. And by him dropping subtle hints to me, not saying, Dad, you should stop drinking or you should do it. No, it was, well, today we went down to Santa Monica Pier. We gave out food to the homeless. So I went to 3 meetings today, and he says, you should hear how these people explain their addiction. And he says, Dad, maybe you should just listen to a meeting sometime. And it got to a point where I did. And I've been sober ever since. And it was because, in large part, because of him. If he could do it, I could do it. And I did.
Before I was asked to be involved in PJ's life, there was a small window of time that Barbara Jean had expressed to you that her son was struggling with opioids and that he was, I believe even by then, using heroin. And you had some interaction, I think, with her or even him about that.
Well, I had a very brief exchange with her, very brief, as is almost always the case with me with anything that smacks of sponsorship or mentoring somebody, I deflect. Sponsorship is very intimate. My sponsorship of people, I've been very hesitant because I think you need to lay eyes on the person. It's very intimate. You need to see them. You need to be able to go to meetings with them. You need to be able to go have a cup of coffee with them and lay eyes on them and interact with them and see how they're doing and see how they're behaving. But with PJ, I said to her, I said, let me help pass him on to somebody, help you find somebody who can sponsor him and mentor him, because I'm out there, I'm not in North Carolina. I have a codependent nature. So I'd be calling him once a week, going, hey man, how's it going?
Do you have recollections of the conversations at all about PJ?
I think I had one conversation with him. And it was the typical young guy who knows, and by that point, you could tell he was deep into the shit. And he was like, yeah, well, my mom told me, yeah, I guess I better, oh, wow, yeah. Like, it really was in it deep, and it was bad.
As part of the tradition, you can go see the bulls you will run with the day before. They were beautiful animals, tranquil and majestic.
So if you could speak to family members out there that have someone that's going through an addiction problem, what would you say to them? What would you advise them?
Boy. I always have lots of answers and lots of good answers and sort of insightful wisdom. I'm not, there's so much more understanding now. Clearly we have a long way to go, but there's so much more understanding now. There's so many more, there's so much more ways in which you can get support. There's so much more knowledge that they have now. I mean, I don't think anybody that has like a hardcore drug problem can, my personal opinion, you know way more about this than I do, but my opinion is like 30 days doesn't really help anybody anymore,
No.
They do like a 72-hour detox in a prison or something like that. They should do a 30-day detox just to start. And with alcohol, probably, I'm making these numbers up, with alcohol alone, it should probably be 3 months. And with anything involving any hardcore drug, heroin, cocaine, crack, anything, meth, should maybe be a minimum of 6 months, There's a lot more awareness, there's a lot more knowledge. There's a lot more ways in which you can get support. I'm not exactly sure how to answer, because I think now, had I gone through again what we went through, because I've had some real crisis in my life with mental health and with addiction. You got to remember, we had Chana's brother Tamerlane, where we had to do a conservatorship against him, and John Phillips, Chana's father, died from heroin addiction. Your situation, we're just ongoing. And one of the great regrets that I have is that I didn't go back and do something sooner. That's one of the things that I would say is that if you care, I mean, if you don't care and like you don't really have a relationship with this person, if this person is your brother or sister and you have no relationship with them and you don't care, it's a different story. But the days of sort of waiting, I mean, I really think you have to come in and you have to come in hard and you have to come in immediately and you have to come in very intensely with the support that they're going to get. I mean, I think there's no monkeying around anymore. If rehab is going to work, you have to do an intervention. You have to get the person the help, and the help could mean a therapist, it could mean a psychologist, it could mean a psychiatrist, it could mean prescriptions, it could mean you're not with your wife, it means you're not with your children, it means you don't have a job anymore, it means you have to go away somewhere, possibly for 6 months to a year. Very, very hard to do, super expensive, but I think the awareness is forcing politicians to write legislation that are forcing insurance companies to become much more open-minded about this stuff. And I would say if I could do it all over again with you, I would have done something that might have salvaged the situation so that your 30s, 40s, and 50s could have been great and healthy rather than your 50s. You could have had a really healthy. You could have had. You would have. I agree. You would have burned through 25, and then you would have come out the other side and said, "Okay, that's part of my past. I'm done with that," and never looked back.
What was almost a perfect journey. I think you can imagine why we're here. Yes.
And the tow truck.
My vehículos got tototitoed. And now I go to pay the finito. I'm gonna keep up my training while I'm here. So I'm gonna go to the gym at the hotel and work out now. That's one stimulus. And now we're on the pull. Oh, shit.
All right. You okay, dude?
I've done something to my stomach. I don't know what it is, but I think I've herniated my stomach. It's sticking out pretty bad. I'm coming into the hospital right now here in Pamplona. I think I should probably have it looked at. It's pretty painful and it's sticking out. My stomach is sticking out. I had an injury to my stomach once before and had it surgically repaired, a hernia, and then I re-injured it, and now I had it repaired. Now it's the third time, and this one's really, really big. So I don't know, man. If there's a complication to happen, my shoulder, now my stomach, just anyway, I'm gonna get it checked out. I asked myself when I hurt my shoulder, and I tore it. First it wasn't a tear, then they went back and looked at the MRI again. They said it was a tear, and I couldn't even lift my arm up. And I went through all that rehab and everything, and I just kept thinking to myself, God wants me to really want this really bad and have to do extra work to get it. And whenever these things in life happen, I ask myself, what is my path? What is the reason for it? Can I run on Friday?
It's a question. Yeah. It's a pain. We have to see the ecography, and we can talk with the other doctors so that they can tell something, because it's a very big effort to run with the.
So it's
with the
dangerous
bull.
to run with the bulls with
Yes,
this.
yeah.
Okay.
Not only for the race, but also for the dangers of the having the bulls next to you, and they can do anything more.
Let us recommend you not to run with real bulls. I mean, you run with real bulls, the best thing that can happen is that you come back home in the same situation
right.
as you left home.
Right.
I mean, bulls are really dangerous animals.
Yeah.
Why are you laying down?
I'm in the hospital.
What happened? What happened?
I have a full-blown hernia in my stomach. I blew my stomach out working out.
Are you kidding me?
No.
What are you gonna do?
I'm in the emergency room and I want to ask you a question, and I want you to just say the truth. You gonna hear my question now? Okay. If PJ went this far and came to do this run for me, would he still run? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
No.
You liar. You are a liar. You are such a liar.
I know, he definitely would run, but you can't.
If PJ came this far and he went this far with all this, he would have definitely still run.
Yes, but you can't do it.
Okay, I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up on you both.
Daniel, wait a minute.
What?
That is a very dangerous thing. You're constricting your intestines. That could be life-threatening. You've got to have the surgery on that.
I'm gonna get the surgery when I get home. I'm gonna run. I just wanted to hear you say what I knew from his mother. I knew he would never have not run. I'm gonna run. I love you. Bye. I knew he would run. He would never not run. PJ. I'm just gonna have to bind it. I'm gonna have to get. I know I have that rubber belt. So if I put the tibia on and I use the rubber belt, I cannot run now. Cannot run.
So for the running, I don't think it will be possible, but we will confirm with the sonogram. Okay?
Okay. So I shouldn't run.
No.
No. Hey, I'm in the hospital.
Why?
I tore my stomach working out. Remember I had the hernia? No. So I had a sonogram done.
How did you do that? Wait, how did you do that?
I was doing a stomach workout, and it just was too much for it and ripped it. So I called Barbara Jean because they're. I called her.
So you can't run, right?
They're saying I shouldn't run. No.
They can barely hear you. We're taking Sangria at a festival and you're in the hospital.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you about it when I get home. I just don't want. Don't talk to Barbara Jean about this. Let her. She's already freaked out about it.
She's gonna flip out. Don't. Daniel.
All right. I'm going to listen to the doctors and figure it out. I just wanted you to know why I'm not back there. I'm not back there because I'm here.
So are they saying you have to have surgery? What are they saying? You think you tore your stomach?
I have to have it. I have to have it repaired. Yeah, but I can do it when I get home. I'll get it fixed when I get home.
I know you. This is going to be interesting. This doesn't mean you wrap up your stomach and you run.
Well, that's a great idea. I could wrap it up. Good idea, honey. I'll call you back.
I'm Nicholas Paul Rayner. I am Patrick's brother, younger brother, second born in the family.
Tell me about your relationship with PJ.
Well, PJ was my older brother in every sense of the term. Helped me at a young age develop some thick skin with tough love. and we became a lot closer, older we got. He was my best friend, we were very close. Also, I got, being the middle one, I didn't get in a lot of trouble. It was always, PJ set the bar pretty high at home, so he would take all the, get in a lot of trouble, and I would kind of come off as the good one.
Ha! God. You should have been raised in my house. That's not the way it went down. PJ struggled for years with his addiction. Tell me how that played out for you.
Well, PJ got started at a young age, I think maybe 7th grade, 13, 14 years old. We saw him smoking pot and drinking a little bit, but I always compared it, his addiction was just so strong, and it was so encompassing that I looked at my big brother. He's so strong. I always looked up to him, and he was like a dam. He's so strong. He would hold all the water back, but the moment a little crack in the dam with his addiction, it just it's very overwhelming, and it took out everything in its path. So his addiction was something that I remember from a young age, but it always caused terror everywhere he went. And I felt like that actually, there was always a reminder when he had a rough week. There was always a reminder for him of the damage that he did, which was in a good way and a bad way, I think.
Dr. Thomas Murphy. Tom is a drug and alcohol specialist, a genius in addictionology, has helped me immensely with my problems, and my friend and therapist.
What do you think he'd say about you taking this wild leap to Pamplona to do something that's, obviously was something you had talked about? What do you think he'd say to you now?
PJ was a very selfless person. He would have said, hey man, you don't have to do this. I mean, I know he'd try to let me off the hook, but that would be the first thing he would do, for sure. Then I think once he realizes how pig-headed I am, and he knows that about me, he'd go, dude, you gotta do it, then do it. But I told him, I said, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? We're smoking butts out in my backyard on the Pacific Ocean. And I said, do you remember when Desmond Howard scored the touchdown before they announced the Heisman Trophy? And he was a Heisman Trophy finalist.
Tim Williams in the punt, averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it. And it runs Howard back up, but it's a little look at that. Oh my goodness. One man. Goodbye. Hello, Heisman.
I remember watching that, and PJ immediately goes, that was crazy. I go, imagine the balls it took to strike the Heisman before they told you if you won the Heisman and they voted. I mean, that could have backfired terribly on him, for people thinking it was too cocky. And of course, he won the Heisman Trophy. And I'll forever remember that. I went, I'm gonna Heisman pose a bull. I'm gonna run next to the bull, and I'm gonna go like this and Heisman pose a bull. He almost fell on the ground laughing. He goes, dude, that would be the sickest thing if you did that. So now I gotta spew his ashes, and I gotta strike a Heisman pose.
This is my favorite place to be. I shoot sunsets here all the time. I wanted to do something, to have something that I could go to. Not, just a memorial, something that I could go to, and I wanted to share it with other people. So I inquired about this bench, and I went through some hoops, and I got in touch with a woman, and she got this bench here, and she had a plaque made on the back of it. It's really special to me, because when I come here, I do what I love to do. I mean, even looking at those rays of sun. Thank you, PJ. And we, it means a lot to me to be here. And he loved the beach, loved the water. So this was a good thing.
Up.
me tell you what he said. He said,
I was always a happy drunk. So the problems that a lot of alcoholics had over the years, I didn't have. I was a lucky alcoholic. I was happy. I wasn't belligerent. I had a good time. I was a good time Charlie. So I persisted, and she just started filming me. And I finally went out to the couch and passed out. But the next day, she showed me this video of me. And there I was with my...
It's like all tiled up here.
I loved it. Hello, everybody. We're back in our segment here with our great friends, Daniel Baldwin and Adam Susnick. Finally, the action has started because we have our good friend, and I'm going to go from end to front, our good friend Meyer Davidoff, who basked us in his glory and attendance in our Wall Street event. We appreciate Meyer and his great company,
Invictus Pharmacy.
Pharmacy. I apologize, it's just a tongue twister for me a little bit.
He's also, I think, formally nominated as best-looking Bukharian guy out there. I don't know how he did it. He might have paid the judges.
Well, he's in
He might have paid the judges off. I don't know, but he won.
He's in negotiation with Calvin Klein.
That's true.
You know?
That's true.
We're trying to negotiate
Welcome,
a deal.
Meyer.
And then we have our great friend, Michael Vostok, who has founded BTP, Bukharian Group Chat, of over 30,000 active individuals, and we appreciate his availability for us to use his chat, use his platform to promote our projects and our goals. He never said, by the way, not Meyer, not Michael, not Adam, and not even Daniel has ever said no to me. They always say, Rabbi, what's the right word? Let's go.
he sent me a bill while you were turning the other way.
Oh.
Whatever you need, Rabbi.
I appreciate you guys. And this is all for a good cause. The BJP Post Digital Call Center. We are here to promote it, to establish it, to make it happen. $18 doesn't go far. Just go to makorim.com. Donate $18 or whatever you can donate to our cause. It will help it. This event is not the end of our fundraiser. Our goal is to have an ability to support the cause of helping people in a better, healthy wellness, mental health, physical health. And as Daniel already mentioned before, with his great organization to cure cancer, and they have done great endeavors in getting us closer to that cure and that treatment that we all need for our families and friends. In the last segment, I just wanted to say, I don't want to make it political, but if you remember, Michael Jordan said, Republicans buy sneakers too. So I want to say, whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican, whether you're independent, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Gentile, whatever you are, right? Whether you're Christian, whether you're Catholic, whatever denomination you are, we all have cancer within our family members. We all suffer the pains of that demon that we all call cancer, and we all suffer from that issue where we have with drug overdose and fentanyl overdose. So without further ado, I just want to throw it out there, and I'm going to throw first question to Meyer. You're in the drug business. We're talking about drugs, and you're in the drug business.
Legal.
We're legal, yes.
We're
legal
right,
since
the legal
2017.
drug business, right?
Prior to that, it's questionable, but since
Right.
2017, we've been legal, yes.
So as an advocate for the drug industry, what do you think are the benefits of drugs in general? What are the, obviously you need to take drugs to cure yourself. We have the legal drugs, the things that are prescribed drugs that are available.
Yeah.
What is your take on the whole fentanyl case? How do we prevent people who are taking medication not to get overdosed with that medication?
I mean, there's a lot of topics there to discuss, but I want to say, by starting off with the following, that, we see a lot of, on social media nowadays, a lot of fake news, a lot of propaganda news, a lot of, just ill-advised news regarding drugs, regarding developments, regarding conspiracy theories on drugs, how Big Pharma is this big boogeyman that's trying to kill all of us. And if we go by that logic, if Big Pharma is trying to kill us all, they're not going to have any clients to deal with. So we have to sort of take it back a step a little bit and really understand the history of drugs, history of medicine, developments that were made in the last, I would say, 100 years alone that really took our society, at least Western society, to that next level. Why we're living longer today as opposed to 200 years ago. So I want to say that even though I'm not being paid by Big Pharma, but there are we should be skeptic, absolutely, of certain drugs, certain regimens, but we shouldn't necessarily be just blatantly labeling everything as harmful for us. That's prescribed by our doctors, prescribed by our health system. So, I mean, if we look back 100 years ago, average lifespan was, I think, up to 55, 60 years old, tops. And with progression, I mean, Alexander Fleming was given the Nobel Peace Prize for penicillin. That's Big Pharma. It was Big Pharma at some point until it became generic and widely available globally. And we have to understand that the intent of Big Pharma is a overall net positive intent. There's definitely a lot of bad players within the pharmaceutical industry that sometimes push on the wrong buttons, that try to do things for very selfish gains, such as, you see pharma sales reps disclosing a lot of things where they want to juice up their sales, they want to juice up their numbers. But I think that being in the industry, I went to pharmacy school for 7 years. I studied bio. I love chemistry. I did a great amount of studying in those years. And I understood that it's not necessarily that Big Pharma is the culprit. I think we're living in a very broken system where we could definitely improve it, along with with other types of other divisions or other industries as well. But healthcare, specifically in the United States, could definitely be improved. And we should be, the more knowledge that we gain and the more we sort of arm ourselves with facts regarding medicine, I think the better it does for us and for the greater society.
Wow.
I gotta say, I'm so sorry. I gotta say something.
Yeah, go. I mean,
Yeah,
I was going to ask you a question, but go ahead.
I was holding myself.
I won discourse.
I mean, you're a great spokesperson for, let's say, Pfizer. But when these big guys, when they collab, when they literally collab, there's no point, there's no break. They don't give you, they're not going to give you medicine for, let's say, for cancer, for any type of cancer, to suppress, like suppressants. There's a lot of suppressants now, right? Everybody is not in the cure business. Everybody is in the therapy business because therapy brings money. It's all therapy.
Right, but
they're not going to fix you. They're going to make you feel better until the end.
So let me add to that. I'll sort of push back on that. I think that Big Pharma, just like anything else in our society, in the capitalistic society, they're there for profits. There are companies that are basically non-for-profit. I think Roche is a non-for-profit organization. There's other pharmaceutical companies, but I'll give you a good example. This is when I was in school. In 2010, I believe Gilead discovered a treatment for hepatitis C, and this was a treatment to cure Hep C.
Right.
Prior to Gilead, people were going for PEG and interferon therapy, very painful therapy. They were throwing up. Some people wouldn't tolerate it, and it wouldn't treat Hep C. So people that would be, let's say, abusing needles, or they would be in a third world country, you would have high rates of hepatitis C prevailing up until 2010. And so a lot of commotion was around Gilead's price tag for the drug, which was usually, I believe it was a 4-week to 6-week therapy. It costed probably over 6 figures, I would say $120,000 per treatment, but you got treated, and what ended up happening is the pushback that Gilead said, hey, we're treating you guys, we're saving a lot of money for health insurance companies, for payers, to sort of provide better quality of living for the patient once you treat hepatitis C, because you're now reducing the amount of comorbidities, you're reducing the amount of complex illnesses that could occur later on in a person's life by sort of removing that illness out of the equation overall. So I think if you would look at it as a whole, they did the right thing. But simultaneously, their stock after, I think 2016, 2017 plummeted because the sales, they just sort of treated, they did their thing, and they pretty much lost out.
Mismanagement.
I mean, you could sort of echo and say that, yeah, that's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right. But
what's your point, Mayor? I'm just kidding, Adam.
Get to the point, Adam. Get to the point, Adam.
Adam, you guys, didn't you have a podcast on that? But David, didn't you guys have a podcast on that?
On what exactly?
on pharma,
We've talked about this many
especially
times.
after the shooting.
Of course, well, whether it's called Luigi Mangini, whether it's
Yeah.
called whether we discussed what's going on with Big Pharma. We've had conversations with RFK. You know, the United States is.
How is he? You met him
Yeah,
personally.
we gotta, let's stay on topic. We'll get to RFK. Yeah, RFK is transforming what we eat and how we live in America today. But my question is for Maya here, because you know I want you to explain what you do to the audience that's watching. But here's my question. So I think I've learned United States and New Zealand are one of two countries that pharmaceuticals are allowed to advertise on TV.
Direct
you
to
know,
consumer, yeah.
Trump, last week, he gave a press conference. What you got to love about Trump, he goes, so I'm talking to a friend, he's in Europe, and he was going to get the fat shot. And he goes, it's not working. You know this guy. He's a great guy. He's a fat loser, but he's a billionaire. He's amazing. You know him. I love him. He's disgusting. He's sloppy. He's super successful. Like the way that he's able to just like neg you, but also compliment you. And he goes, in America, it costs me $1,800, but here in Europe, it's $18. Some ridiculous disparity in the numbers. Why? You know, the whole conversation in the United States is healthcare a right? Is it a privilege? Should you pay for it? Is it a one-party system, one payer, single payer? What should we do with that? Healthcare for all, universal healthcare. This is a whole conversation that's happening in America. As someone who's obviously become very successful in the pharma business, you said there's some bad actors here. You also said there's ways to fix it. If you were doing for the greatest benefit, for the greatest good of society, forget about being a capitalist and just making America healthy, what are the one or two things that you would implement for sure to make America healthy again?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of things, but what comes to mind, and we hear this a lot on at least the hot topics around healthcare, is the universal healthcare, that we should all have, that healthcare is it's a right, it's not a privilege. And you start to compare the healthcare systems in other countries. And if you see what's happening in other countries, yes, they have free healthcare, it's accessible to everybody, but the quality of care is not there. And what ends up happening, our neighbors to the north in Canada, they wait in line for 6 months to get an imaging scan. Trump said that, let's say that fat pill in London costs about $90, it costs over $1,000 here. And the argument that a lot of people make is, well, pharma spends a lot of money on R&D, on research, and that they sort of bake that into the price of in the United States market in order to basically justify the means for the R&D. So I personally think that you could, hey, if Pfizer moves their headquarters to Ireland and wants to sort of be headquartered in Ireland, they could do their R&D in Ireland. They could do their R&D globally if they wanted to. I sort of push back on the fact that it shouldn't be such a huge price tag that the American customer should pay to sort of subsidize the rest of the world. I think that we should definitely have at least a 30-40% reduction in the cost of spending when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs. And a lot of people don't realize this, but there's this sort of a shady middleman, specifically in the pharmaceutical industry, that not a lot of people know about, and it's called the pharmacy benefit manager. It consists of 3 companies today that pretty much have a hold, a monopoly on the drug reimbursement, and that's CVS Caremark, it's Express Scripts, it's Optum, which actually is a subsidiary of United Healthcare, the company where that CEO was shot.
There we go.
So there's definitely a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of bad players in the system that don't need to be there. And why we're different, my company's different, is that we sort of cut out that middleman. We don't necessarily deal with PBMs, so we go directly to the consumer. We buy directly from the manufacturer. We leverage our negotiating practices and just by buying directly from manufacturers, and therefore we cut out a lot of the sort of unnecessary middlemen that are involved in the supply chain. And by doing that, you're guaranteeing a reduction in costs for your patients. So Americans could pay, on average, anywhere between, I would say, 40 to 60% off on drugs just by going directly through our pharmacy. And we don't have a special motive of any sort. I think that if the industry wakes up and sort of realizes that these PBMs are pretty much inflating drugs for the last 30, 40 years since their inception, you could pretty much see a drastic reduction in pharmaceutical spending across the board. And that would be my message to Trump. I would say that, focus more on the middlemen rather than the innovators. Let pharma innovate, let pharma do what they want to do. If they're a business, let them earn their money, but also sort of rein in the PBMs and the sort of unnecessary players that are in the game.
So, quick follow-up, because I remember that when we had dinner, you were telling me about the PBM, and I've saw CVS, Walgreens, Duane Reade. What in Atlanta? What do you guys use as a pharmacy?
Publix.
Okay.
Publix is very big.
Gotcha. So I learned about this, but what we've learned of the last decade or so is the concept of disruption. We're doing YouTube right now. We don't need legacy media to get our voice out there. Whether it's in the financial markets, Bitcoin, crypto, you don't need to go through the typical banks anymore. Politicians, they don't necessarily need to go play the typical game. They can speak directly to the public. How can disruption actually be implemented in the healthcare or sick care world? Because it still seems that as much as there's ranting and raving and the United Healthcare and disruption, Luigi Mangione, people don't fully understand how this all works. If you try and go and get health insurance and well, what is your premiums and what is your deductible and what is the benefits? Dude, you got to go take a calculus class just to figure out what the hell it is.
Right.
And the average person's like, dude, I just don't want to get sick. And if I do get sick, I just want to have the benefits. How would you alleviate and disrupt what's going on in the industry?
I mean, the most important thing is to educate your consumer. You got to always, what we do in our pharmacies, and we've done this from day one, I started off working as a stock boy in a pharmacy since 16 years old, so I definitely see the confusion that goes on among the population. People don't know the difference between a copay and a co-insurance. They don't know what's a deductible. They don't know if they even have insurance at times. So a lot of times it requires us as healthcare providers to inform, to empower the patient, to let them know that you have rights, you have certain protocols in place that you can sort of demand certain things from your insurance, and in a way, even though we all hate a Karen, you have to be a Karen in order to get the care that you want in healthcare. I think that's important because these huge healthcare companies put you through, especially insurance companies, they put you through these endless labyrinths of just from one administrative help desk to another just to basically get coverage, and that what sort of really limits your healthcare because you're dependent on these health insurances to get coverage, whether it's for drugs or for a procedure, and they make it very hard for you purposely to make sure that you don't get covered or you're forced to pay out of pocket. So a lot of it is just informing, educating the public. I think this is a great sort of platform to do that. There's several different other podcasts where, educating the listeners, letting them know what are their options in whatever situation that life sort of throws at them.
Do you think Obamacare, looking back at it, it's been what?
Obamacare was a disaster.
Okay, do you think it's been a net positive, net benefit?
I think Obamacare was a disaster. The only thing that I would sort of applaud Obamacare for doing was for insurance companies to not basically kick you out for pre-existing conditions. I think that was something that was a very humane thing to do. But I think as a whole, both for healthcare providers, for doctors, for pharmacies, the only thing you have to look at who sort of was empowered from Obamacare, and it's pretty much managed care groups. So it's all the health insurances, all the lobbyists that pretty much lobbied for this is the ones that won in Obamacare.
I don't know enough about Obamacare to say it's great or bad or horrible or amazing, but here's what I do know. In 2016, when Trump got elected, people were telling him, don't go after Obamacare. Start with infrastructure, start with anything. And Trump, you notice this time, he ain't even talking about Obamacare.
Right.
It's not even a conversation. It's tariffs, it's China, whatever it is. He learned, do you remember John McCain put his thumb down, they tried to go after Obamacare, and it failed miserably, and it almost torpedoed his administration.
Biden said it was a big effing deal also, so.
What's that?
Biden said, I think he whispered to Obama, it's a big effing deal.
So exactly. So the Trump administration, what are they doing differently? Because they've come up with nothing unique.
I think
in the healthcare situation.
He dropped the what's it called? He dropped the price tax.
For certain drugs,
he did an executive order to basically mandate, I think it's the favored country policy, where basically everything or at least the top 20 drugs that are covered under Medicare and Medicaid that the government pays for, you're going to see a big deduction in spending, and it's going to sort of mirror what the next country is spending on the same drug. So what Trump is doing is, I think, what they're doing best. It's basically they have this, I guess, universal approach right now towards tariffs, towards basically creating this America First environment. So he's just sort of, I think he's mirroring, he's in a way mirroring what he's doing on a global scale and sort of putting it now in every industry. So when it comes to drugs and tariffs, I think what he's doing is basically just saying, hey, if London or if England or France is paying $60 for Eliquis, we want to pay the same exact amount of money here in the United States, which I do welcome. But we have to understand also that drug pricing, even though it's a very hot topic in healthcare, and everyone always complains that drug costs only make up about, I think, 20% of overall healthcare spending in America. I think the majority of spending comes from hospitals, from procedures, and that's usually the lion's share of the spending that occurs. So 20% is just for pharmaceuticals, for drugs. It's not even the main thing that's costing us a lot of money in healthcare.
Okay.
Danny's on stage.
So many things to contribute, but I will start with this. If you want to fix a football game, do you fix it with the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver, or the coach?
The referees.
The referees, my friend. That's who you get.
You know how many football games I've fixed?
You need one referee, and every time they score a touchdown, he goes, holding, number 42, and they bring the thing back in 10 more yards, and it changes the game. Here are the two biggest problems. Forget about healthcare, that's all sideshow compared to, we treat the symptoms as a society. We do not treat the disease. There is far more value to have you, for a company, have to pay them for 40 years for the stuff that gets them through the night, the painkillers, the diabetes, insulin, whatever it is, cancer treatment. It's all a business.
You're saying treating the symptoms is bad, actually, correct?
Treating symptoms is awful.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. You have to stabilize.
I agree.
I agree until you treat them for a cure, but we don't treat cures in this country. We don't. Very, very, very little balance-wise. Secondly, all of these drugs are based back to the Rockefeller era when they switched it over and went from holistic sources to find cures and find treatments to petroleum-based. And so while they made, so here's a great example. My lovely pediatrician sits with me and tells me, we need to give your son this inoculation. And I said, why? He spends 98% of his time in our home by his mother and father. He's not going to be exposed to measles anywhere. Why would I give him that shot at 7 months or whatever the hell he was? And so well, you have to understand, the New England Journal of Medicine, those people and those sources are all funded by the same pharmaceutical companies that are selling you the inoculation. The journals that the doctors are making their decisions by, the research that's being done, that's being absolutely shifted to tell you a message that's not true. That's what Kennedy is going after right now. He's going after, hang on a second, who says? They said, and they're paid by the guy who owns the company. Same as what I just brought out, this app called Yucca that shows you what's in the colors and the dyes and stuff that are in the products you're buying in the store. The same company that owns or is an arm of Kraft cheese that you're putting cancer in your mouth and eating. Anything in a bag pretty much is crap. Most of it. I mean, 90% of it is awful for you. So let's feed them the same crap for 40 years and wonder why that kid is going to have cancer. And guess what? The company that made all the money feeding you all that crap owns the insulin too. They not only, they complete the circle. They take you and go sickest, dying. And then they turn around and they pick up the tab on this and going, hey, you need this shot? We own that too.
So Danny, I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I just think that it's not as planned as we think it is. Because even though I agree with you regarding the food and the vaccines and all that, I think that it's not as master planned as we tend to think it is. Because if you really think about it, I think that you mentioned the referee, and I think that's a great analogy there, because I think we need to definitely change the referee. Hopefully it's Maha, hopefully it's our Bobby Kennedy Jr., but I think that something has to come into play and say, someone has to come into play and say, hey, this is wrong, get this out. instead, they're sort of trying to compromise with all sides, with all stakeholders, and what ends up happening, we're just pushing the can down the road. That's all we're pretty much doing at this point. We're just pushing it down the road. We're saying, okay, we don't want to offend Big Pharma. We don't want to offend the food industry. We want to have everybody to be happy with what they have, but someone has to sort of pull the pants and say, hey, you can't do this anymore in the United States. You mentioned Kraft cheese. I mean, you go to Italy, you go to anywhere in Europe, you have a fraction of ingredients in your food compared to the United States. We don't have, I mean, the red dye, all that stuff, we don't have that in Europe the way it's permitted here. So someone has to sort of step up to the plate and say, hey, this is bad, and change up the rules a little bit. And let them continue to play based on your rules.
Look at what we're working on here. Look at what we're doing for the Baharian community. The secret is over. The secret of, does my kid shoot heroin? Let's talk about it. Does my kid use heroin? Does my kid use fentanyl and shoot it in their veins? How does it start? Now, I've done over 500 interventions in my career, 500. And I will tell you that the stereotypical story, and we're talking about it knows no social boundaries, it has nothing to do with black, white, Jewish, Christian.
No.
It's everywhere
It's
now.
everywhere.
And so I'll tell you, the quarterback, B+ A student, injures his knee, and they throw 30 Percocet at this kid at 16. And he doesn't know every 6 hours, and it starts to feel good, and he feels a little funky, and he drinks with a couple of his friends. Or the girl gets the boyfriend and goes, what did your father do? He's a fireman? Go in the thing and see if any of it says Oxy anything in his cabinet. Grab me a couple of those, crunch them up, they snort them. She swore to God she would never use a needle, and guess what? I had a girl who was second in her class in upstate New York. I flew in to do the intervention from my sister. The girl was on back page or whatever the magazine is, meeting guys in parking lots, doing whatever she had to do to make more money to buy the drugs. Well, she was #1 in her class 2 years before that. Graduated #1 in her class, valedictorian. So it is happening. It's happening right here in Queens. It's our kids. So we finally hurdled maybe we're not advertising it out there, but we're talking about it. So if that kid, because the advertising campaign done for the Oxy program was the greatest amount of money ever spent in marketing in prescription drug history. Now, I don't believe, I want to believe this, I don't believe they sat there and went, a lot of people are going to become drug addicts because of this. I think they probably didn't realize, they didn't test it long enough to realize how addictive it was, but they're paying out the ass for it now.
That's a great book, by the way, you should read. It's about the Sackler family, and those are the masterminds. It's about 3 brothers. It's called House of Pain. I think I read that book in 3 days because it was just so engaging, and it tells you. And I mean, you're definitely on it. I think that they were doing it from a business perspective. And by the way, the Sackler family is also responsible for Valium marketing, as well as for OxyContin. Had a big play in this whole entire thing. And I think to an extent, just if you understand the family background and where they're sort of from, I think there was a little bit of a greed going on there, and they definitely did not care as much as, they did not care as much as we think they did.
Well, but my point, Meyer, is this. If we were to turn around and look at that and look at the outcome and deal with the reality of where it is now, why wouldn't we say you can't have this for more than 30 days? Or you can't have, you really shouldn't have it. Pain is necessary in life. Fear is necessary in life. When you get a surgery on your knee and you start walking and suddenly you go, you've done too much. Stop doing what you're doing. Your body's telling you you're going too far now. The surgery's you're not healed enough, whatever it is. Pain is something that's necessary to send that message, to bring to your attention that, particularly when we're talking about what you need painkillers for post-surgical and that kind of thing. But not putting limitations on them, not governing them more, and having people that do it for a living, that have the kind of information that you have, that step in and go, yeah, you shouldn't be able to get more than X amount over the first 10 days. And after that, wean them off, and they're done. And if they're not healed by then, they need something else done.
Absolutely. And I mean, we put a protocol in our pharmacies, actually, that we don't dispense OxyContin or oxycodone for more than 3 days. That's sort of our company policy. I think we're more stricter than any pharmacy that is out there because we understand, we exactly echo your sentiment. If there's maybe, if you're going through a procedure, I understand first 2-3 days, the pain might be very unbearable. So you want to have maybe something in case of a serious emergency, but to have something that is highly addicting for longer than a 3-day period, I think it doesn't make any sense. You should follow your doctor. There's other remedies involved. Plus your body, I think it's the ultimate healer. I think if we think about what our body is, our body creates an inflammatory response in order to heal whatever scar tissue or whatever issues are wrong with it. So allowing your body to do what it's supposed to do and heal it, I think that's the ultimate way. Just time heals everything. And if you apply the same thing here, I think we would have less of a problem nationwide, global
Yeah, I'm
scale.
going to have to interject. We're going to take a break and bring another guest in. Can we take a break for a few minutes? Thank you.
Play that movie.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. It's like...
that movie.
Are we on break?
We're getting on break right now.
Shit, that was an hour.
Eyes closing, spitting and talking. I thought I sounded intelligent the night before, but what I looked like, well, I looked at the picture and I said, I don't even like that guy. And it reminded me of when my father, God rest his soul, he would drink to excess and he would get drunk and he looked just like that, except, he would sometimes get very abusive with my mother. And I hated him for that thing that he did. I loved my dad, but I hated the way he acted when he drank to excess and would sit in the kitchen by himself, muttering and cursing. So when she took that video of me and showed it to me the next day, I looked exactly like my father. And I didn't like my father when he did that, and I didn't like myself. So the very next morning was a Sunday morning, and I went to a meeting. I would have never have gone to an AA meeting if it wasn't for PJ dropping these little breadcrumbs and hinting that something that might be fun for me. Fun for me, fun for me, fun for me.
You're PJ's mom, and it's easy to look back and second guess yourself. And I think we all do that. I don't think anyone does it more than you and Patrick, obviously, being the parents. It's a very unnatural thing to have to bury your child. What are your regrets?
My regrets are many. For myself, I feel like I didn't do him right. Wasn't hard enough. I gave him the benefit of the doubt way too much. I gave my relationship, even with Pat, many, many chances. And I think had I come down harder or sought help with AA, Al-Anon, then I would have been more aware of what to do.
It's important, cool.
Stay cool in the head.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Because the body in the other part. One part, the head, and other part, the body. Important, the body. So important,
The head.
The head is very, very important.
What about the spirit?
Yes.
The tragedy of addiction, and again, this is a cliche, is we can do everything right. Within reason, we can do everything right. And the kid still has a problem. They still, and sometimes a severe problem. And sometimes they die. And you look back and think, what could I have done? You haunt yourself and torment yourself. And you realize that it's just extraordinarily difficult, almost impossible to prevent.
So I'm having my morning coffee, and I'm thinking about my journey here, thinking about PJ, and I can actually recall really clearly the morning that I told him, we're gonna do it, P. We're gonna go run with the bulls one day, you and me. I'm gonna take you there. I remember specifically saying, I'm gonna take you there. I told him that. I remember the night before we sat at that wooden table in my backyard on the canals in Oxnard, California. And I said, write me that list.
And he looked at me and he went, "You mean like a bucket list?" And I said, "Yes, P. Yes. I want you to write a list of all the things that if you overdose or end up in prison, you're not going to ever get a chance to do." I didn't tell him I had written a list. I told him I wanted to see his list. And then I went and I got my list. And I compared the two with only one match: to run with the Bulls in Pamplona, Spain. Now I'm in the lobby of this hotel. It's a big lobby. There's several rooms to go into, and couches and chairs, and or tables with just small chairs like I'm at right here. But it's big. It goes around the corner. There's another room back there, a big room. For some reason, I sat in this spot. I've been here now for days. I've never come over in this corner, and that's there. Bucket list events. Run with the Bulls. MyBucketListEvents.com. I'm sitting next to that poster. PJ's here. He's here with God and I and Robin and Bowles and Faith. Take a look at that. Take a look at that again. It's coming. What did you love about Pete?
I loved his humor and his heart, you know. No matter what, he was the first one. I had breast cancer and you know all that, but the day after my surgery, I went outside and I wanted to build a fire. It was in January, but he was the first one that came. And we just sat. And I look at pictures now and I'm like, shit, I think he was messed up. So I don't like looking at the picture, but just, I remember that day, him just coming and being there.
Somehow I was going to figure out a way to feel better about this so that I would keep my promise to him and go. Am I crazy to think that my going to run with the Bulls is going to make this any better?
I think whatever you do, you are a casualty of what happened to PJ. You cared about him, you invested in him, you got children of your own, you have a career of your own. You're living up here in the gulag, you know, far off the grid. You know, I'm saying it's not like you're living in Beverly Hills and you jump in a car. It's like everything's easy peasy. You know, your life is a little complicated. You have your girls now that you're raising, your youngest children, and you invest that time, and that blows up on the launch pad. It doesn't go all the way, and you get really. It's very emotional. It's very damaging. It's very painful.
There's a guy that works at the hotel here, and he's from Cuba, and he goes, "Your brother's really running with the Bulls." He goes, "You know, they really do get stabbed. It's not a joke."
Oh no, it's real.
I said, I know. I know.
Don't worry, I got it. But by the way, if anything happens, you take the girls.
Kids?
Yeah, you take the girls?
Yeah.
You'll take them for me? All right, good. I got it all covered.
Got that whole set.
Each night, the festival puts on an amazing fireworks show. For me, it was a time to think of PJ as I watched the rockets hurtling towards heaven. See how shiny the street is. They come in and
they take a street sweeper and they sweep up all the debris from the day before and all the dirt that's on the street and the sangria and the sodas and the crap that's been spewed all over the road. The problem with that is that it makes it very slick, and although this will probably dry up pretty well before we get to the actual running of the bulls, it makes certain spots that where it collects very slippery, and there's really nothing you can do about that. So as we get to what's called the curve, I'm walking in reverse right now. The bulls would be coming towards us, and I'm walking towards where we make the big turn. There are these metal plates, and I tested yesterday when I walked, and those metal plates are so slick already. And I noticed when I got to the curve that there's one right in the route that I want to run. I'm going to take the chance of going inside, and that the bulls will logically, the momentum of coming around the corner will take them outside. And I'm going to show you that I found this plate. So the bulls will be coming from here around the corner and come this way towards us. So I looked right here, and there's one plate here coming out of the turn, and this is super slippery. I mean, I can ice skate on this. It's really slippery. And this one is coming into the curve. I think that's going to be very, very dangerous.
So he died about 2 o'clock in the morning, California time, and he called me at 11 o'clock, and he was talking to me, and I said, he just was talking about his car, and he was talking about what happened in the day, and I immediately got this feeling. I hung up with him, and I said to Pat, something's not right. And I texted him, and I said, are you okay? I said, remember, one mistake can cost you everything that you have ever worked this hard for and that you're so proud of.
Wow. The night he passed.
The night he passed. And then he texted me back. He said, I'm great.
Do you think he was high at that time, or do you think he got high after that?
He didn't sound high.
Right, and you know that sound.
And I know, but something, I got that.
Yeah.
The first time in 3 years, got that.
Wow. You know, when people make this mistake, when people make these terrible choices, I know they don't sit there in the moment when they're shooting the drug or doing whatever they're doing and think about the potential lives that they leave behind. I look at Barbara Jean, his mom, and she's broken. She's broken over losing this boy. I haven't talked as much with Patrick Sr., PJ's dad, but
how do they feel about this?
You know, I haven't talked to Pat much. Barbara Jean is for it. I wouldn't care what they thought. I was going to go do it. You know, I think people, you know, a lot of times people look at what I do in putting people into recovery and they say, wow, you know, that you're so wonderful, or wow, you're so this, and they don't really understand the program. Do I think it's kind of other people to help people get sober? Yes, of course it is. But it's part of my program. My helping another alcoholic or addict helps keep my disease right in front of me. And in the 12th step, when they talk about having had a spiritual awakening, we now reach out to the addict or alcoholic who still suffers. I'm doing my 12th step. I'm working on my sobriety by taking that extra hour a day that I'd be watching TV or doing something stupid or silly. You know, I'm returning emails, or I'm calling an insurance company, or I'm calling some mom or wife or daughter or whatever, you know, and being of service.
Being of service can be exhausting. And I always say to people, how do you take care of yourself? Because you're a doer, you know, and I sometimes worry about you because you're so busy helping everybody else that I wonder how you take care of yourself.
Well, a big reason why I'm doing this for me. I really am. I've tried prayer, I've tried meditation, I've read things, I've talked to PJ. I've yelled at him and told him how angry I was. I've had this terrible falling out with his sister Leanna, and you know, okay, you know, that's just another casualty of this situation.
So it sounds like, in a certain way, this is your self-care.
Yeah, I don't say this about many things, Tom. I have to go do this. I've exhausted everything I can think of to exercise myself of this pain.
Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, a California man talking from his hospital bed after he was gored by a bull during the running of the bulls in Pamplona, Spain.
The wounds were so grave that he arrived at the hospital in cardiac arrest. We kept trying to revive him when he arrived and he was taken to surgery immediately. We kept working on him, but you know the result.
3 other runners, including a Briton, were injured. It's left the people of Pamplona stunned.
We've had no deaths since 1995. The running today was extremely dangerous. He was hit extremely hard. The impact punctured his lung and great artery.
Now Pamplona is enjoying even more attention than this time of year normally commands, but for all the wrong reasons.
Like I said, my biggest fear is that I'm going to do all of this and I'll be better physically, and I'll probably be better in a lot of other ways, health-wise and so on and so forth. But my biggest fear is I'm going to do this and I just want it to go away. I just want how I feel to go away.
What to go away?
The pain, the sadness.
For as far as you can see, the bull run is littered with white and red. These are the people that will run with the bulls today. It's 6:10 in the morning, and you must be behind the barricade by 7 o'clock. Then a large boom goes off at 8 on the nose, letting everyone know on the run that the bulls have been released. I'm on my way right now down to La Curva, or as the Americans call it, Dead Man's Curve, where I'll be running. Crazy. There's a lot of young kids that have been out all night that are gonna, you know, make their attempt to run. They make the course more dangerous, something to consider. A group of people that you're near when you run, because it takes one kid to fall and create a pileup, which is, you know, really, really bad. The bulls don't care. And the Brahma black bulls will sweep the pile with their horns and throw people up in the air. It's really bad. So when you're selecting that spot that you want to take off from, check people's breath for alcohol. Here we go, baby. Running with the bulls.
The streets are totally cleared 1 hour before the run.
If I could walk PJ to sit down on this bench right now and you could speak to him, what would you say?
I would have to say, you know, because of the lifestyle he was born into, that I was sorry. I don't think, maybe PJ never had a chance because of the situation he was born into with my lifestyle. Now, mind you, he saw me go to work every day, and he saw me sacrifice, and he saw me cook dinners and laugh with the family. Those were all precious things. But he also saw me get together with my brothers and friends and get wasted. And I'd have to say I'm sorry that he was exposed to that, because he didn't have the tools, not the tools, he didn't have the brain stamina to do those things without it affecting his lifestyle totally. Because he started out maybe drinking, but he quickly progressed from step to step to step and was hooked for life, became an addict. And I'd have to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for him, and I loved him more than that.
So I met two guys from Jersey that are sober. Running for PJ, baby. We're running for P.
10 minutes before the run, we are released from the barricade to pick our starting point.
So, brother, let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we just lift up Daniel Baldwin to you right now. And this whole mission that he's on, to be a blessing, to tell his very dear friend's good story, and to let that echo out, to be a testimony for your glory. So, Father, we ask that you please let the coffee kick in precisely at the right time, preferably right around that dead man's curve. And we will just pray that your angels will be all around Daniel, and that we pray, Lord, that he will use wisdom and discernment and better judgment in split seconds, so that he is safe and there for his family and his children in the future. And we just ask that your will be done, Lord. Protection and safety. And right out of Psalm 91, we're just going to read verse 11. It says, God will put his angels in charge of you to protect you wherever you go. They will hold you up with their hands to keep you from hurting your feet on the stones. We pray amen to that, Lord, that your angels will be encamped all around Daniel, and that all of this will come to fruition according to his vision that he has and what he believes and we believe you are calling him to do with this opportunity. So thank you, Lord. Daniel, be careful. I love you.
They say jails, institutions, and death. Well, I did jail quite a few times. Been through many institutions. The next thing was going to be death for me. Death.
If I could get PJ to come sit down right now, he walked out from those dunes and sat down with us, what would you tell him?
I would tell him that his actions ruined a lot of lives. And what happened changed our lives. Never going to get him back again. Never going to have our life back again. And that I myself am in a hole. And every day, I don't know if I could get out. Every day I try to get up out of bed and get up and do what I'm supposed to do. But I can't, because I have that empty spot that's never going to go away. It's never going to go away. And it changed every aspect of my family. It changed every aspect of my trust. I worry about every single thing. If the phone rings, I worry that Leanna's going to die, or that Nick's going to die, or that one of the kids are going to die. I worry about that. And that's what he did. That's what he did. That's what this addiction did to me. And not only to me, but to his brother, to his sister, to his dad. I mean, we don't trust our own feelings or our own judgment, because it could be taken away at any second. And when you're lied to, and when you're told, I would never do that, and you have some hope in that, and then it happens, what the hell do you have hope in? What makes, what's it gonna do when someone says, I'm gonna be fine, I'm just gonna do this? No, you running with the bulls. That put me in bed for a week. And I knew that you were gonna be okay. But that's the type of thing that this has done to me. And I would tell him that. And if he knew that every aspect of our lives has changed because of the choice that he made, he has betrayed his friends, his family, his sister, you, Greg, everybody who he cared about and that he loved, he betrayed because of the drug. And I don't want anybody else to have to go through that.
You miss Pete, don't you? Yeah, I miss him too.
And we're back here with a very good friend of mine. His name is Moshe Chaimov, co-founder, right? Or founder? Co-founder? Either one. The Watch King of New York City. He's a person who I grew up with. I want to say how impactful his father is throughout the 80s and 90s in our community. He basically, him and Rabbi Yoshua basically brought Bukharians to Queens in the sense that they are the founders of our settlement here in Queens, migrating from, not the Mayflower, but from American Airlines probably. All right, so I want to mention, first of all, thank you for Moshe for doing this. I was harassing him every day, no, are you coming? No, are you coming? But he said off the bat, Rabbi, I'm coming months ago. And I just want to say a little story about how impactful one gesture is that his father did, and I want to present it. When I was 7 years old, in the shul, they gave out prayer books. And I was so excited to get this small title. It's called Sukkot David. And I was praying from that siddur my whole childhood and close to my teens, till I got Odeh Simchai siddur. And I will never forget that. That one gift you give a child, how it can be impactful for the rest of his life. And I always say, when I see your father, by the way, I say, Kol Rav, you should know, I am here because of you. You made me who I am. And honestly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You're such a good person who's very impactful, very giving. I see it in your videos, and I see it in your eyes, how you want to help young kids grow in the business, in the watch industry, in any industry. And I'm so glad that you're here, besides all the great players that are here as well. Our roster here is, I think, important to get this Bukharian Jewish Post, the Bukharian Post chat app in order. And again, Apple approved, Google Play approved. I'm going to post it on Facebook when we have the next break. And it's going to be a digital call center. And that's what I think we need. We need that ability to communicate, because it's not anymore you go to shul and you have that big rabbi giving you a gift that impacts your life anymore, because right now, go try to get a kid to come to the synagogue, right? Or to any other religious, house of worship. It's near impossible right now, because it's like you're competing with society and the world out there. So I'm going to throw the first big question.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to throw something out first.
I can't stop that. Go ahead.
So of course, I know Adam. He's big on his show and the things that he does, and he's in my business. Okay. So, and a lot of these other people I've met, and I feel very blessed to have an opportunity to meet you as part of the Bukharian community, and as a friend of Rabbi Benny's, who's a partner and friend of mine. But I got to tell you, when I turned over and I saw Moshe walk in, I went, "Wow, that's the watch guy." Like, we know in Hollywood who you are, and in New York, the actors. That's Moshe, the watch guy. And I kept cool, because I was waiting for a rabbi to see. He goes, "Oh yeah, no, this is Moshe, the watch guy." I was like, I knew that was him. I knew that. So we follow you a lot, bro. You're very famous.
They almost recruited me to Hollywood. You know that?
What's that?
I was really close to being
To making that move?
Yeah. I mean,
well, you look Hollywood, bro. So don't worry about it. You're dressing the part.
You kind of did, though, too, in a way, with like how you do your thing. And
Danny starstruck.
Oh,
I knew who he was right away.
I know. I watch their podcast all the time. For me, it's like an honor to be here, especially when Benny was telling me that you guys are gonna come. I said, for sure. My grandma's 100th birthday is today. I didn't even go for you, Rabbi Benny.
Well, I did, actually. I didn't know it was today, but I knew it was 100 years old.
That's right. You'll make it to 200. Don't worry about it.
I want to say, so happy birthday to, what's her name? Happy birthday to?
My grandma?
Yeah.
Yael.
Happy birthday to Yael Chaimov, right?
So she's 100. My parents
100 years
right
old.
now.
Ben Porat
Moshe,
Yosef, Ben
we
Porat
kind of got
Alayan.
off track. Moshe, do everyone that does not know who you are exactly, introduce yourself to the family out there.
Sure.
Okay, my name is Moshe Chaimov, born and raised in Queens, New York. I'll be 39 in 3 weeks. I buy and sell high-end watches for a living, and we make interesting videos doing it. We started social media 2 years ago, full-time. Main purpose is to give back to the younger generation who are lost in life. Because when I was younger, when I left, unfortunately, the tradition, I was lost. And what happened was, my way out and feeling accepted is I started gambling. And I got addicted to it really bad. And it got so bad that I lost everything in 2013. And what saved me was, of course, rehab and therapy, which is very, very important. I know people are embarrassed. People don't want to talk about it. People think it's a stigma. We all suffer from certain type of addiction, all of us. Every human being has. Just some people know how to control it, some people don't. You know, when you go to the doctor, correct me if I'm wrong, right? You're sick, you have a throat ache. You're going to take medicine, right? Because your throat hurts. You're not embarrassed of it. Same thing, when you have an addiction, you're sick. You're sick. And it's okay, it's normal. There's help. Rehab is like going to a doctor. A therapist is like a doctor who helps you get better. But when it says take the medicine twice a day, you go to the therapist and he tells you read this and do this. You have to follow the rules. You understand?
Was it challenging?
I'm sorry?
Was it challenging?
Oh yeah, I lost 100 pounds in 6 months.
Wow.
They took everything from me. I ended up living in my dad's house. You know how that is. My dad is
100 pounds.
Yeah, I was 240 when I started gambling. I was 148 when I was done.
Wow. And you're a big guy. I mean, you're not a small dude. To lose 100 pounds.
Yeah, but it wasn't healthy.
Go down to 148.
It wasn't healthy. I looked sick. I was sick. Mentally, emotionally, physically, I was sick. I mean, whoever never battled addiction doesn't know the feeling. Once I got out of therapy and I did outpatient rehab and I read the AA book and my goal is, I said, when I'm going to reach a platform, I'm try to help the younger generation who are lost to feel accepted without doing these drugs or alcohol or gambling, or whatever the hell it is, the fast life. But we make an honest living and it's exciting, and I try to teach them that take your addictive personality and try to put it into something positive.
Would that be your drive for what you do on social media? Is that your drive?
That's my drive, is to help the younger generation. So these kids come in every single day. Listen, I can't go to a restaurant without, I'm sure these guys know, without being stopped for a picture. And I don't do nothing special, bro. I buy a watch, I sell it, I just put it on social media and we make content out of it.
Right.
But we make it exciting. Oh, let's flip $2,000 for the profit, up or down. Also, people are like, oh, but you flip coins for a living. That's gambling. It's not gambling because I'm flipping my profit. I'm not flipping 0 to 100,000 where I have the chance to have 0. I flip 1,000, 2,000 of my profit, which I'm willing to lose. But it helped a lot. Once a week, I give the kids an opportunity to come to my store. I give them watches. I tell them how much I paid for it, what I want to make, what they can make, and I call it Squid Games. They can go around 47th Street and sell it. They can make $300. They feel good. Okay, now I have.
It's an accomplishment.
Listen, we're not all made
Builds
for college,
confidence.
right? What?
It builds confidence.
It builds confidence. That's what I'm trying to do. Listen, not all of us went to college. I didn't go to college. I didn't finish high school. Okay, I didn't. So you don't have to have the college. I mean, I preach, go to college, but some people are not meant for school. So I try to teach them that there's a way to make money and feel good about yourself without turning to the bad side, to the side of, yeah, it's cool for 5 minutes when you guys doing drugs or going out, partying, drinking, binge drinking, and gambling. Yeah, it's fun. You fit in. But when shit hits the fan, you can't control yourself. That's when it becomes horrible.
Wow.
You know? I mean,
and how many years has it been that you've been
I realized
sober? I mean, what's the
I'll tell you what happened. What I was doing, I was borrowing money from people and gambling it away. And then it came to a point where there was bookies knocking on my father's house, looking for me. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? I know the whole world, man. And for my dad as a rabbi, he was embarrassed. He's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, go seek help. And I would cry, like, I can't. I remember the story that stuck with me the most. I was in Atlantic City. I was playing Baccarat, lost $28,000. This is 2012. Okay, $28,000 then was not like today where each kid does crypto and all this. Back then, I was, you know. I came, so as a gambler, what do? Before you go in Atlantic City, you fill up gas, right? At least if you're broke, you have gas to get home for 2 hours. Fill up gas, go play, lose money. I come to pay for the parking. He's like, you're short 30 cents. I said, okay, I lost my money. They said, too bad. Go out and collect the money. I went, asked like a beggar, like a schnorr. I asked for 30 cents. They gave it to me. The whole way home, I'm crying. I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
30 cents.
30 cents, I had to beg. I had my Rolex on my wrist, though, and I had the X5 then. I thought I was the shit, but I had no money. Next day I turned around and came back. That's when I knew I had a problem.
Wow. So
Wow.
it's been how long since
10 years, 11 years. I relapsed in 2018. I was in Vegas. I was waiting for my plane ride. I had $22,000 in 20s. I was like, let me play roulette for an hour. I lost it all. I cried the whole flight home like, dude, you just did it. But you know what? They teach you how not to have self-pity. It happens. Listen, everybody falls. It's how you get up. And I never...
Wow.
I go to Vegas 5 times a year, every year. I don't even smell the table. And I pay for my room. I don't get a free limo. I don't get a free Rolls Royce coming. I pay. I take an Uber. Toyota carry me in the back, and it's fine. I'm happy that way.
Just to purge a little bit?
What?
Just to purge a little bit?
No, I don't. I gamble with my business. I'll buy a watch. You don't know tomorrow if the price is going to go up or down. That's my addiction. I'm addicted to work. I work all day, every day.
That's a healthy addiction.
Are you familiar with Daniel's story? I don't know.
No, I'm not. I mean, I heard it. He was talking about it briefly.
This movie that they're playing in the background is a documentary I did about a kid, because since getting sober November 22nd, 2006, and I was, when people say to me, I can't buy you a drink, and I go, trust me, I earned my right to be sober. If you knew me back then, you'd understand. But I'm going to tell you 2 quick stories. One was about a lead singer of a very, very, very famous rock band, like as big as they get. And I remember he got busted in the Bronx, and I flew in to sit with him, and I said to him, why would the kind of money you have, you're staying at the Plaza, the Waldorf Astoria, wherever the hell you are right now, and would you go up at 3 o'clock in the morning to the Bronx to go cop? And he went, I don't think you understand. It's the subway, it's the danger, and I know you know that buzz, all of it. It's a culture, that you're living in when you're under that addiction thing. But my favorite sobriety story, I was in Ireland. I was in Dublin, on the outskirts of Dublin, and I had to go home for Christmas and come back right away. And I was going to spend, the 27th through the 20th of January or whatever. And I've got this AA book, and I'm looking for the meeting. And I'm walking down this kind of dank, it's very cold, and there's a cul-de-sac at the end with a fountain and a little park in the middle of it, very small, size of this stage. And this old man sitting there, and I'm like this, I'm looking, and I hear, you're looking for the AA meeting, are you, laddie? And I turned around, I looked at him, and I said, yeah, I am. He says, hits the flask, puts it back in, and he goes, we shut them down a couple days before Christmas. Gives everybody a reason to come back after New Year's. I said, I'm home. I am home. That's a brilliant theory. Let's drink all those 2 weeks and then just start it over again, and nobody ever gets a year's sobriety. But in my mentality, I was ready to move to Ireland. I mean, I thought that was the greatest idea ever. Let me have 2 weeks so I can just tear it up. And I mean, how many times you're looking at the Knicks, you're looking at the Yankees, you look at whatever, a game, and you're like, well, it's not like going to a casino. It's not like I'm going to blow 22. I'll just put a couple grand down, make a little side money, make it nice. It's the same thing, man. I can't tell you how many times I was in the car, and I felt the car turning. Like my hand, I was going towards the spot, and I thought, if I go there, I'm not going to come out. I was the guy that dug it in the hotel room for a week. Like I didn't come out, turned my phone off. It was awful. It was awful, awful. So I'm proud of you, bro. Proud of you.
Awesome.
You're about to have 20 years sobriety?
This will be 19 this year coming up.
Camera.
Jane's right there. Jane, how bad was it? My addiction.
We're going to bring her in.
We're going to bring Jane up.
We'll
bring Jane up.
We have one of the Baldwin sisters, the infamous.
That's
That's
next
right.
segment
Baldwin
she's going to be
family
on. She's gonna
sister.
be
On the next episode of Rabbi Benny.
You know what? You had to go through that to become who you are today, and to know how to help people. Only you know what that person in your rehab center is going through.
Yeah.
No rabbi, no priest, nobody can help. They can spiritually guide him, but you know the darkness, you know the demons he's battling, you know the depression he's going through, you know how his brain works, you know how to get to him.
Listen, this kid in this movie, his name was PJ. His mother was my brother Alex's first girlfriend in like 7th grade. That's how long I knew the family. She calls me up. I understand you help kids. I see it on Facebook. She said, PJ's in bad shape. I took him to the first rehab, took him to the second rehab, put him in a 2-year program, put him in a 4-year. He graduated from a 4-year program sober. I mean, I was on an odyssey with this kid for like 12 years. Last one, I got to fly into North Carolina to Wilmington, meet the judge, and I went, he's just going to come back. I mean,
let me take him again. If you put him in jail, he's facing 10 years. And the judge goes, go ahead, I'm going to make a deal with him. If he fails this time, he does the next sentence and the back 10. If he so he had to stand in front of the judge and say whether he's willing to go for 2 years in treatment, 2 years. He goes in treatment 2 years, and the night I brought him in, I said, I want you to write a list of the 10 things you always wanted to do. He goes, you mean like a bucket list? I said, a bucket list. If you OD or you go to prison, you're never going to get to see it. So write the list. And his number 7 or 8 matched one of the ones I wrote in 2006, to run with the Bulls in Pamplona, Spain. So I told him, you get 2 years sober, and the old fat man will take you to run with the Bulls. And he was like, I'm in. He gets 2 years sober. He's working on his 3rd year sober, meets a girl online. She pulls out the kit. He hits the needle, OD's first shot, and dies. I lost him. 10 years with this kid. Put him in 4 rehabs. It wasn't my plan. It wasn't what I thought. I thought I was going to use him to help me with the younger guys, and he's gone. Gone, 1 shot. So I went on a keto diet, lost 58 pounds, took his ashes, went to Pamplona, ran with the Bulls, and spewed his ashes in the arena. And I documented the whole thing, interviewing his family. And
Yeah, we're going to play that part. Actually,
you get to play the end, which is the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I did everything. And the addict sicko in myself, I thought, I let him down. What should I have done? But you know what? You know this has to come from you. You and God. You know what I mean? You have to have that relationship, and you have to do something. And in this community, when I talked more about it with Rabbi Benny, he said, you know, I get, as the rabbi, you know, one of the rabbis in this community, I get a lot of people telling me, I'm not going to name names, but that this is a problem here. And so we thought, we'll start it this year. We'll start moving it around, you know, and with people we know, Michael, one of our partners, you know, and the other things that we do, and other members of this great community. We're going to do this every year. You know, we're going to build this now. We're going to grow this. But our services to come in and counsel these kids, your nephews, your grandkids, you know, and maybe we should hook up, you know. I mean, it's something we could do, you know, fly in once or twice a year to have talks or have people have access to calling us. I'm willing to help in any way I can, because I just said tonight, the thing that was missing most for me was being of service. Serving God, whatever you believe, I don't care what you believe. Serving God and being helpful to others, the service model was the part that was missing for me. I thought because I was an actor, I thought because I was a Baldwin, all other nonsense, well, I don't have to go clean up in an AA meeting. I don't have to do coffee service or pull chairs out of it. Like, don't these people know who I am? Guess what? I kept relapsing and relapsing and relapsing until I got humble and realized I'm no different than anybody in that room. No different. Because I can't get sober. I can't stop it. And then I finally got it.
And
I gotta
Rabbi
ask.
Benny, just to mention, I think what we're doing tonight, it's a great, like you said yourself, Rabbi Benny, it's a case study. So doing this case study, if it's successful, we could replicate it, and we could then sort of extrapolate it to other communities, to, you know, nationwide. And if it works, then
Definitely.
the proof's
I think the future is the digital market.
Absolutely.
And the digital call center is what I think no one has done that.
Don't be embarrassed to talk to call.
Yeah, once you're outside, they know you.
No, it's not about that. It's about kids are not calling, they're texting all the time.
People are scared.
Yeah, well, that's why we have anonymous. You can create an anonymous account, create your username, and just start talking without releasing your phone number, who you are per se, and then you can actually talk to someone who's available.
I think you have something going on. I mean, trust me, I know something about being anonymous. So people
Right.
that go
Right. So I wanted
BTB,
to
they
ask
already
Michael.
know.
Michael, 1 second. Let me ask Michael the question, because I want to ask him this before. So just to reintroduce what Michael does, he runs the 30,000 Bukharian group chat. It's an amazing chat,
I go to
and
sleep.
he always lets me, you know, do whatever I want there. Not whatever I want, but I always call him, and I think he gets upset that I call him all the time, because he says, "Just do it already." You know, you could like you already have the right to do it. But my question is, because you do the anonymous, and I think you're like the wailing wall of the Bukharian community, where everybody is calling you. And I don't think it's just the Bukharian community. I think it's the Russian community. I think it's all communities are just contacting you and asking you anonymously certain resources or help. Like, what is your experience?
Rabbi, if you want someone to tell the truth, put a mask on him.
Oh, wow.
And he will. You want to know the real person, put a mask on him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. I think it's just the human psyche. And with the anonymous questions and people trying to come out anonymously, most of it is coming out, the real person is coming out anonymously. And what I think, what you have, I think is going to succeed is because you allow them to be anonymous.
Right.
It's because you're letting them do it, and I think they'll follow you.
But I don't think that's the only thing. I think it's actually, with all due respect, it's the fact that all you guys said that you're going to come and help. I think that was the big push. And I'll be honest with you, I never had that experience where I called so many and everybody said yes. Literally everybody said yes, we're there. From their busy schedules.
It's
like
a noble cause.
Daniel, like, he's shooting movies every other day, right?
Yeah.
Adam is doing, like, he was in VT and he still came, right, today. He was on a podcast and he, like, they went up to 12 o'clock. PBD, shout out to you, brother. Moshe was probably crazy busy, right, today, and he still came out. Like, he can be selling another 10 watches today. That's how big he is. And by the way, almost every watch person now starts doing content, I think because of Moshe. I think he's leading the watch content industry, by the way. Side point.
He says
Not
the
to
president.
raise you. You are for sure, like, you're busy. Meyer's busy. Everyone's busy. All the individuals that we had in this podcast are extremely busy. And the fact that you guys put your hands into this, you know, I thank you very much. And
you're playing on the strong chord. We're all affiliated with somebody we all know who relapsed or who went through an ordeal.
Right.
Some of us can personally relate.
Right.
Would you
Well, I want to give you a quick shout out, Benny, because I'm here because of you.
I
And I
appreciate
met a bunch of your partners. I met a bunch of your friends. But when Benny calls and says, I want to do something, I say, how can I help you? And, you know, relationships are a big thing in this business. You know how it is in Hollywood. You know how it is in the jewelry business, in the Bukharian community and business. Relationships matter. So what you're building is amazing.
Appreciate it.
But it starts with, hey, how you doing? And when Benny calls and says, hey, how you doing? You know, how can I help that?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Benny? But thank you for having us, Rabbi Benny.
Always,
Would
always.
you do it again if you had to go through your addiction all over again? Do you? Let me ask you a question. Do you regret what you did, or did it help you become what you became?
Yeah,
today?
my journey was my journey, and it was a spiritual journey. You know, I mean, I could tell. You know, it's interesting. I'll give you a parallel. I was approached again. Someone heard a story, and it was, let's call the guy's name Charlie. He likes watches. He's from Hollywood. Okay, so Charlie and I are in Vegas, and so this story got out. Some person that was in the room told the story, and I got approached by this guy who writes books. He said, bro, I'd love to spend like just a day with you and hear the 5 best stories. So I spent the day with him, and I told him my 5 best stories, and he went, do you realize that you would sell 20 million, 30 million copies if you wrote a book? And I went, let me ask you a question. If I told the story and I didn't say who the people's names were, do you think the book would be a great selling book? Or do you think I have to name the Hollywood celebrities that are in that room with me? He goes, no, you'd have to name the Hollywood celebrities. I went, well, that's why I haven't written the book. And so the same thing, why would I want to be responsible for outing somebody for what they did when we already know a lot of them were in trouble anyway? It's not a big surprise. But to go into the details of what it was like in that room and some of the weird stuff I saw that I did not participate in, but I saw, you know, it wouldn't be the same book. Same thing here. I never would have got to God and got to be. I can look right now and I see my sister and she's with her son, one of her 2 sons. I love my sister and I love her husband. I've always been one of the closer siblings to him. But those boys, I missed probably about, 10 to 15 years of their lives while I was out of my addiction. Like, I don't even remember even seeing them from the time they were, 2 till they were 15. They were non-existent in my life. I never went to my sister's house. I didn't see her or talk to her much. It didn't mean I didn't love my sister, but I was out there, just really lost in my addiction.
We love you, Jane.
Yeah, we love Jane. So in order for me to get to the place that I am now and to know that service model and to know, listen, this man sitting to my right,
he's one of the mad scientists in my life. You know what I mean? Like he came after me, telling me he's got this thing he's going to do. It's called iShook, and it's a self-sustaining entertainment platform with this, that. And he was so passionate about it. I said, man, I want to be around guys like that. I want to be around people that love, you know what I mean? I had a guy one time, his name was Pierre Plante. Pierre Plante was a first AD, and the first movie I ever directed was up in French-speaking Canada, in Quebecois. So I'm up in Quebec, and this guy's the last guy, and I haven't found someone. You got to really gel with your first AD when you're directing. You got to be able to look at each other and understand what I'm saying. And this guy, they all speak French, and they act like they don't speak English when they don't want to communicate with Americans, by the way. So he comes in, he's got this giant nose and this bozo hairdo. He's all disheveled, and I said, Pierre, I don't see a resume. He goes, Daniel, at the end of the day, I am the resume, yes? As soon as he said it, I could see he was a poet. He was a poet. And I sat up on my chair a little more, and I looked around. Okay, Pierre, well, tell me a little bit about, what are you up to now? I see you, I'm told that you worked on a number of movies. Well, he goes, oh, yes, Daniel and I have worked on it. But right now I am buying my parents' house, the house that I grew up in. I said, you're buying your parents' house? He said, yes. I said, you must really like that house that you want to get. He's like 50. I go, that you want to go back to? He goes, oh, no, Daniel, I do not care about the house. I buy the house because of the tree. And I said, because of a tree? Yes, Daniel, the oak tree in my backyard is the first place I have a drink of wine, the first place I make love to a woman. I must have the tree. I went, you're hired. Be to work at 9 o'clock in the morning. I walked out of the room. I walked out. Because this guy understood it. He got it. He's going to buy a house because of the tree in his backyard that he'll never be, like there's no other trees in the world? No, he had to have that tree.
Wow.
That's this guy.
Appreciate that.
That's this guy.
That beard.
There's been, I'll tell you now, and this is more to Mike, who is in a way one of our leaders and the most substantial investor in the things that we're doing. I have seen people ask him and offer him ways to cut corners and go out, and I've seen you say no.
Yes.
I've seen you say, no, I can't do that. I've seen him say no to things where it would be really tempting because of the money in it, and I see him go, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm not interested, but thank you. And be very polite about it. And I go, man, he's really going to stick to his guns. He's going to do this straight up, the right way to do it, and grow it right. And you know what? I want to be around people like that. I want to do stuff with people like that have that kind of passion. That's why I'm here.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate much respect.
Yeah, brother.
That's integrity. Benny's the fish that swims against the current.
That's a
Oh,
salmon.
we know it. Oh, definitely against the current. And he gets to where he wants to
Who's
go.
the fisherman trying to fish him? Catch him, though.
Right there.
Danny,
That's the one.
That was a
we
good
spoke a bit off stage about the timetable for rehab. How the sort of the mainstream is 28 days. You're in, you're out, and there's a high chance of you sort of bouncing back. Can you sort of like just elaborate for our viewers, basically like what is the sort of recommended table or time?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that the 28 to 30 days in rehab model was set up around the United States military. The longest they were allowed to get Air Force pilots who were drinking out of off station and away from work as a break from the military was 28 days. So they built the rehab model around those 28 days because that was how they could try to sober them up quick, try to get them sober and put them back in those very expensive jets, those fighter planes. So the 28-day rehab model started because of the military. We've learned that less than 3% of those people who stay in rehab for 30 days stay sober for a year. At 3 months, it goes to 15%. At 6 months, it goes to 45%. Now remember something, only 45% of the people that stay in rehab for 6 months get 1 year. 6 of the months, they're already in rehab. So for only 6 more months, more than half of them fail to stay sober on their own. But at 1 year of continuous care, 95% of those people that go in for 1 year get multiple years of sobriety, 3 years or more. So something happens in the neurons or whatever it is in your body after between 6 months and 12 months that recycles, that allows you to, and I believe it's
the sober living aspect of it. You have to do a year. It's the only way, if you have a really bad addiction problem, you're going to stay sober for the rest of your life. It's the only way. And sometimes it takes, multiple tries to do that. But in less than a year in recovery, I don't give you much of a chance.
Thank you. And I mean,
next day, chances of you keep taking drugs are very high. And I think Daniel knows it more than anybody else.
Well, what you're talking about is we call in the rehab business the behavioral basket. And so if you come in and every week on Monday, Tuesday, each day, on average, you do pretty close to the same thing for a majority of the day if you work, if you whatever you do. For an addict, when you start taking out that behavioral basket, things that they do, you better replace that time with something for them to do that's positive, or they have an empty behavioral basket or partially empty. And when they get time on their own early in sobriety, it's the worst possible thing that could happen.
Devil's playground.
They'll go right back to using again, or right back to whatever they're doing.
That's the scary part. So you got to take that boredom away, but how? But if you tell a kid, hey, this is what you need to do, you think the kid's going to do it?
That's why we do what we do. We show them that there's something to do. Let me ask you a question. When you kept yourself busy, right, you never thought about drinking or whatever. Always when you're bored or what nothing to do, right, your mind started wandering about that amazing feeling you had when you were, right?
But that's that service model I was talking about. Right. So suddenly I put myself on the list to drive guys to meeting. I put myself on the list to help after the meeting. I went into an old folks home. I went into the hospital at Cedars-Sinai, and I was doing puppet shows for the kids that had cancer. And I mean, I just kept myself busy. I went for a good year where I worked. My rule was I wouldn't work more than a couple of days. So my agent would call me up and go, "I got 3 weeks on this movie. No, that's too long." So I also made it my priority. I was actually really scared that I wasn't going to live. I mean, it got that bad, my addiction. Yeah, it was really bad. So I remember, I'll tell you the story. I was in a hotel that was all the way down in Marina Del Rey in LA. And I liked this hotel because it was so far down by the yacht club. There was no cops, there was no people, because I would get really paranoid. I was using cocaine. And so it was one of these clocks that had the pads that flipped over, the little, every minute it looked like a square chip that would flip over with the number on it. So I did some, and suddenly I went, and my chest got really tight, and my arm got very, very painful down my arm, and I realized left arm, chest, cardiac arrest. So I mean, smart enough to know that. So what did I do? I sat there and I laid on the bed and I went, God, please don't let me die. Don't let my kids find out I'm dead in this hotel room. So I sat there, and I watched the clock for 30 minutes, knowing that 30 minutes was long enough so I could do another hit and get high again. And I sat there for hours, and I waited I thought I was being responsible by waiting 30 minutes to do another hit of cocaine and then feel my chest tighten up again. I was wincing like this, and my arm getting really painful, and I did that for 10 hours. And finally I ran out, and instead of calling the guy, I called this rehab, and the guy that owned the rehab answered the phone. His name is Greg Hanley, and he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "Listen, man, I don't even know if my insurance will cover this anymore, and I'm not sure how many." He goes, "Don't worry about that. Just tell me where you are, and I'll come get you." And so he came and picked me up himself. He took me to rehab, and I've been sober since. So, yeah, but it was that bad. I was pre-cardiac arrest and still using. I always wondered what would happen if I had a whole bunch more that night. Would I have made it?
Was that like a suicidal thing? I mean, using it and using it and using it.
I don't know. I'll say this. I
Self-rationalizing.
tried to figure it out, many times back early on, and then what I resolved with was, I don't care. I'm an addict. I can never do it again.
More of this, you'll have a heart attack and die, but you're willing to wait a half hour to string it out just long enough. I mean, that sort of speaks to the heart of what the hell we're even talking about with this addiction.
Yeah. Listen, man, I was in a house down in Compton in a really bad area, and I'm sitting in the living room with a guy that I used to buy the drugs from, and these other guys walked in, and they looked like trouble. They were looking around, and they walked, and they called them into the back, and I heard pop, 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 and people came running out, and I heard the guns going off, and they ran out. All the people were empty. I sat there because he hadn't bring my stuff yet. I gave him the money.
And I sat there on the couch, and people are running out, and I walked back there, and he would have been hit in the arm, and I go, he goes, man, don't call 911, don't call the cops or anything. Call my brother. I go, where's my stuff? I said, give me the stuff first. I didn't run with bullets going off.
Man with a plan, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the sickness of how far you'll go when the drug runs your life.
That's a blessing how far you'll go when you use it for the
sure.
good.
I
Like you
would
do
have
right
ended up
now.
dead one way or another. Was I suicidal?
hope-
No. Did I have a death wish, or was I afraid of death? No, not that much.
And what was your drug of choice?
Cocaine. Yeah.
It's a hell of
I
a
never
drug.
did drugs. I was
Can
scared
we
of
still
drugs.
call it a drug?
Huh?
I was scared of drugs. I was scared to overdose. So I'm a control freak. So I don't do marijuana, nothing, because I would lose control. So I was always scared to do drugs. I was addicted, but it was to gambling and a little bit of alcohol. But drugs, never, because I was scared that if something happened.
Imagine a drug that would allow you to gamble for 36 straight hours.
Abilify.
Thank God, and I think that was
Exactly. Hey,
that
Rabbi.
story is crazy.
Well, how long? Where's the rabbi?
Closing deals as we speak.
Yeah, the rabbi. Michael, I want to go back to what you were mentioning about the Bukhari community and the competition.
Yeah.
Because I asked earlier who are the biggest victims of these overdoses, and it's usually young men, right?
Younger men.
In the Bukharian community.
Yeah.
And what I've learned interviewing some of the most famous, powerful, influential people in the world is that, especially as a man, it's going to take time to have success, to reach your goals, to become who you're inevitably going to become. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen certainly in your 20s. Why don't young men fully grasp that? Why? And you said it's a competition. It's going to, you never see, life's a marathon, you know, they say. Just because you're winning the first sprint doesn't mean that you're winning in life.
Absolutely. But it's that chase. It's that chase that we're all involved in. We're all chasing. Once you become a young adult, it's in your blood. It's this human nature of you to chase. It's in you. It's that human nature that makes you want to, you know, you get stuff. You get it and you bring it. Those kids that already realize, that know what they want early on in life, yes, of course they are. They tend to be more successful than their peers. But then you have other kids that look up to them, thinking they could be as successful as them in a shorter amount of time just because they think they're smarter. It doesn't happen with the first one, with the first try or the second try. And then what happens? They lose interest in it. And then they start to find ways to, to spiral down, exactly. To spiral down. They tell themselves, oh, you know what? I wasn't successful because of this. That didn't happen to me because of that. And it keeps down and down and down until that guy next to him who says, why are you feeling depressed? Yeah, right, here, hit this. Forget about it. Hit it. Snort it. If you're man enough, you're going to have this chill. Just put it in your vein. You're going to love it. It takes 3 times for you to be addicted for the rest of your life. 3, on your 3rd try, you're done with it. And then
What
with
we
this
need
whole
to do,
bad...
what we need to do is teach these kids not to feel the peer pressure.
You can't
from others.
teach them.
You could. That's what I'm trying to do.
You can't teach them. They can't. Look, I'm talking to you
There's
as a
people
father.
richer than me, bigger in the jewelry business than me, but I always stay in my lane. I tell my team, guys, there's going to be somebody better looking than you, richer than you, more successful than you. Doesn't matter. Every day we wake up, we're alive, we're healthy. There's a race to the top, right? It's a marathon, like you said. Today we're behind, tomorrow we'll be ahead. If people understand that, you teach the youth this thing. Like I teach my son all the time. Bro, one day at a time. You can't, Rome wasn't built in one day.
Absolutely.
I understand the competition because one builds a big house, the other one builds a bigger house. Guy has a
All these
car,
kids,
that
they're
car.
looking up to you, Moshe. They want to be as successful as you. They
We're not
look, they
successful.
see, they scroll that Instagram and they see Moshe. They want to be like Moshe.
That's the problem with social media.
But they want to be like
Buy my
Moshe
course.
tomorrow.
It's not
Moshe didn't
tomorrow.
become Moshe within a day, right? But they
16
can't
years
see that.
of hell.
They see you and they want to be you within that second. I want to be like him. I think if I'm going to go to 47th and flip few watches with that coin, I'll be just like him. I'll drive that Rari, I'll have that AP on my wrist in no time. When they don't get it the next week, guess what happens to them? They feel upset. They feel like they didn't do it. They
the way we
suck.
spoil our kids also, right? You spoil your kids, you get them a
Yeah,
nice car
we
at
do
17,
spoil them.
right? And yeah, today kids 18-year-old driving M3s, M4s, M5s. I mean, what else does he have to? What do we look forward to every day, right? To make a living, to make. Once you're ready, like, unfortunately, why that happen a lot in Hollywood? Because they have nothing to look forward to anymore. They're successful, they're famous, they have all the money in the world, they get any girl they want. Excuse the people here, right? So what's now, right? What's next? So they turn to
This
yeah, it's a
is
killer.
worse than any drug,
Absolutely.
any alcohol,
It
any
is a drug.
turn. So much so that entire other countries have launched projects and plots against us on how to capitalize. Do you know that if you go to China and you ask the average kid on TikTok what they want to be, their first two answers are an astronaut
Engineer.
or a doctor?
Doctor.
Do you know what the number one answer in the U.S. is?
Influencer.
An influencer.
Influencing what?
They want to be an influencer.
Yeah.
We were so moved by this thing, the
Way
phone.
out.
I had a parent come up to me and say to me, "Is it true about the phone with your kids?" Early on when they were younger, they're 17, 18, and I said, but when they were younger, I said, "Yep, they get off the bus on Friday and they can go in the drawer in the kitchen and take the phone out. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday at 6 o'clock, the phone goes back in the drawer and they don't see it all week long."
Wow, that's
And
great.
that's the rule. And they went, "How do you?" I went, "Because I turn the phone off, and that's it. And they're not going in a locked drawer."
Until what age?
I let them have freedom on the phone at about 14, which in a way I regret. I really do. But my son now, my wife is much younger than me. We have a young son. He'll probably never see a phone until he's in high school. I mean, it's that bad an influence on them.
For today's
Friends
time,
have it, you
14
got to explain to him.
I don't care.
You got to explain to him, though, right?
Yeah. I have the rapid walkie-talkies.
It's hard.
Everyone has
Guys,
it.
14 is pretty reasonable for today's age. I mean, I see kids that are like they're 7 years old. They're my son's first grade class. They have phones already. So 14 is actually, I give you props. I had my phone, but it was a flip phone at 14. I was begging my dad to get that. But I mean, you're handing a child today a iPhone, a smartphone that has capabilities to do whatever you want at such an early age. I think the further you push it down the line, high school, whatever, the better you're off, and the better. I mean, I can even tell you that I have relatives that he's a doctor, raises kids basically with no phones, no phone policy up until high school. And the kids actually they're social beings. That you speak to them, they actually interact with you. They understand, they listen to you, they're present. Versus some kids I see that are just zombies. They're walking around, all they know is their phone, and they have no social skills. They can't even communicate, and it feels as if you're talking to a wall.
It's their safe space.
Yeah.
They get away with it. They just jump into that phone and they want to stay in it because they have people that listen to them and they could actually talk to. That's the scariest part, is that because they don't talk to you. They talk to that stranger online. And you don't know who it is. With boys, it's one thing. With girls, it's even worse. That's the scary part. But you can't hide them. You can't. It's impossible to hide them from it. What you can do is you show them that, hey, you know what? There is life besides that phone as well. You spend actual time with them.
Right.
Not telling them what
you
to
gotta
do.
be present. Absolutely.
Exactly. You give them, you take that time away from the phone and you just put it on you and you say, hey, come help me with this. I'll show you this. I'll show you that. Come experience something with me, something that you haven't experienced before. But make them interested
Because they'll never call again.
in something else. That's
Absolutely.
it. This is our job as a parent.
Rabbi Benny, I think this would be a perfect segue to do like an advertisement. Say keep Shabbat, whether you're the Saturday people or the Sunday people. You have one day of the week where your phone's off.
By the
Reason
way,
why I don't keep Shabbat. I
Eric
can't
Weinstein
believe
had a
my
podcast. Shout out to Eric Weinstein. And he said the biggest power that we Jews have is Shabbat, where we can invite others to our Sabbath table to understand
right.
what it means to take off a day, sit with the family, whether it's Saturday, Sunday, Friday,
Sunday,
whatever
that's
religion
right.
you are, it doesn't matter. Just close off all contact with socials, with technology, and sit as a family. And maybe by sitting as a family, we won't have so many differences and so many, like tribal warfare with each other. Listen, we're going to have to close it and take a break right now. You know, everybody, thank you. And we're going to have the next segment right away, within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We made it. PJ and I ran with the bulls. I felt him with me the whole way. It's a year after my run, and I've learned a couple of things since then. I've learned that nothing you can do can ever, ever, ever fill the void of losing someone, particularly when they go way before their time, and it happens as suddenly as it did to PJ. But the most important thing that I learned was that I expected doing this run would somehow heal me or somehow make the pain go away. And that's not what did it. It was my faith in the Lord. It was my faith in Jesus Christ, my Savior, that has allowed me to get to where I am today, take me to the finish line. It was the knowledge of knowing that I'm going to see PJ again because he's in heaven waiting right now. And I'm going too. Oh yeah, the Heisman pose. Did you think I forgot?
I'm Billy Baldwin, and I'm here to tell the inconvenient truth. All through my 30s and 40s, I was sort of waiting for that phone call. There's no question that the entire family, we were completely waiting for that phone call. And quite honestly, I was hoping that that phone call was, this is so really weird, I was hoping that the phone call, if anybody was going to go, I was hoping it would be you, and not like you took out a family, a mother and a young father with like 6 kids in the car because you were high driving down the Taconic and you were like veered into the wrong, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, please God, if it's going to be anybody, let it be him, and let it not be, you know, your own family or somebody else's family. But I wasn't thoroughly convinced. I was fearful that I was going to get that phone call. I was very scared. I was waiting for it. I was like, I was sort of prepared for it.
Daniel, can we get a single first here?
I made a promise. It would be dangerous. There would be pain. There would be sacrifice.
Every day I get a call from a mom, from a dad, from the person that's actually suffering, and I walk them through it. And PJ was, he was exactly the same. His mom called me and he was in terrible straits. And they wanted my help. This happened to be somebody that I knew the mother. I knew Barbara Jean is PJ's mom, and Patrick Raynor Sr., PJ's father. Ironically, Patrick dated my sister Beth when she was like a freshman in high school. And Barbara Jean was best friends, I think even dated Alec when they were in junior high school. So we all knew the Constantino family, that was her maiden name. And when Facebook came out, the surge of people that suddenly you hadn't talked to in 20, 25 years. Now there was class of 1979 and all these people were hobnobbing and talking on Facebook. And I look at their profile when I joined, I go, wow, that's Barbara Jean Constantino. Wow, I wonder how they're doing. And little by little, as it became known that I helped people get sober, Barbara Jean reached out to me and she said, my son, PJ, is suffering. He's a heroin addict. And slowly but surely, I started interacting with PJ via telephone, and I really, really fell in love with this kid.
I'm Barbara Jean Raynor. I'm PJ's mom.
What was PJ like as a kid?
Well, when PJ was a kid, he was our firstborn. So excited, just beautiful, blue-eyed little baby, really interactive. He walked young. He walked when he was 9 months old. He was very, not very careful. So when he was about 9, 10 months old, it really looked like we put him in a dryer. He had bruises from falling. He was never afraid. He just went out and he was wide open.
Day one today, we're going to weigh in. My arch rival and nemesis, the scale, is right here. So here comes the weigh-in. £285 even. 285. I'm 15 pounds short of 300 right now. Wow, I can't believe that. I really had no idea how far I'd let my body go. I've run just 10 of these up and down the field. 100 yards there, 100 yards back. Really slow, and
So many things in my body hurt, and I feel so heavy. So it's beginning to dawn on me just how much work I have to do. But I made a promise to my friend PJ. I promised him that I would take him to run with the bulls if he got 2 years sober. And he did that. And then he overdosed and died. I've had a really hard time getting through this, so I'm going to keep my promise to PJ. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to fly to Spain. And I'm going to take his ashes with me. And I'm going to run with the bulls. Keep my promise to him. God is my witness, I'm going to do this.
My name is Patrick Rayner, Sr. I was never a senior until my son was born. We remained very, very close. And I had to be a dad first, then be his buddy, and that was challenging at times.
What are you doing, big boy? Come see me. Come see me, big bear. Come see me, big bear. Whoa, this big boy. What are you doing? Go out and find a spot. Go out and find a spot, bud. Come on. Where's Roof going? Where's Roof? Come on, Roof. Come on, Roof. Come on, big boy. There's another big boy coming to see me? This big giant? You boys go find a spot. Go on. Go find a spot. Go on. Down. Good boys. Good. That's good, Roof. This is the machine that they put me in for my MRI, and it is so badass futuristic looking. So I'm here in Dr. Newman's office about to get the results of my my MRI that I took yesterday. Find out if I have a tear in my rotator cuff or what exactly the injury is that I sustained and what the prognosis is for my being able to work out, train, and continue for my run.
Hey, Danny.
Dr. Newman!
How are you?
I'm ready for you I'm ready to hear the bad news.
So the tendon that typically is involved is this supraspinatus tendon. That's the tendon.
Right.
It moves in a narrow space between the acromion bone and the humerus, and when you fell, this got pinched.
So, great. Now it looks like we're going to go with this gigantic needle. It's a big-ass needle. It's going to numb me up. That's a lot of stuff. And then this secondary needle, after I'm numb, is the cortisone. It's going to go in my shoulder and hopefully lower the inflammation and help heal my shoulder.
I'll tell you before I stick you. I'm going to mark you with the barrel of my pen where I'm going to stick you.
Okay. And so it's pain med first? Because the injection is...
It just can be irritating over time. So it also helps too, because it's long-acting numbing medicine. It takes about an hour to work, but it lasts 6 to 8 hours. So hopefully in a few hours you'll feel better.
So it takes an hour to work.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do this. We're not going to do. Oh, it's for after.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not because the injection you're going to give me the cortisone is so
painful. Correct.
Right. I got it.
I always remember. I have dinner with those guys, the football guys, and we're talking about you. And we go, and they're like, and I go, my brother Daniel, we would watch the JV game before the varsity game. And Fred goes, I remember, because I was there. And I go, and Daniel's the quarterback. He's like the second string or the third string quarterback because the quarterbacks got hurt or whatever. And they put Daniel can throw. He's the quarterback, whether he was playing other roles for them, he was playing other positions. And Daniel comes in and they're on like the 16-yard line. And Daniel carries 4 guys on his back into the end zone, 16 yards. Mm-hmm. And my whole thing about you was the that you were a strong guy. You were a very strong guy. You were a very tough guy. You were a very capable guy. You were a guy who there was no stopping you in one sense. And then you met the one thing you couldn't beat.
Mm-hmm. Let it hang, okay? It makes the space bigger. There you go. That's my thumb. Here comes the stick. You all right?
Yep.
Feel pressure, right?
Yeah, I feel that.
They say jail's institutions and death. Well, I did jail quite a few times, been through many institutions, and the next thing was gonna be death for me. I mean, that's just how I feel.
You know what? I feel bad for a little baby that was buried. Tiny little baby.
Once a needle's involved, it goes to level 10. I said to her, you know, there's so many things I can say to him, but there's as much as I can say to you. And and I can be of some help to you as much as him. You know, he has to do this on his own.
Mm-hmm.
I said the notion that you're going to be able to spend whatever amount of money and pray and exhort him and appeal to him to do this and that. I said, if he doesn't want it, he's not going to get it.
You just always were waiting for that phone call. That to come. So.
Yeah. That call came from me. I called and spoke with Howie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it was Howie that answered and not you.
Me too.
If PJ were here in this room right now, what would you say to him?
I'd say you're a selfish son of a bitch. That's what I'd say to him.
Do you want to elaborate any more on that? Or?
I mean, I can tell you the reason I'd say that.
Yeah, tell me why you'd say that.
I'd say that because, Daniel, it's like this. At what point do you say, you got to accept responsibility for your action? At what point do you say, it's a disease, but you've been clean for 3 years. You've been clean for 3 years, and you're surrounded by a community of support. You have a roadmap to success. You have a roadmap to sobriety for the rest of your life. And it's right there. It's right there. And you choose to take a different road and put yourself in peril. You're not putting just yourself in peril. You're putting everybody that touched you or you touched and loves you or you love. Chances are if you love them, they're going to love you back. You're destroying their lives. And that's selfish. Man, that is so selfish. I'm angry about it. No question.
So that would be an X-ray view of the front of your left shoulder.
Okay.
Right, so basically, if we took an X-ray shot in like that from the front, that's what you would see. Okay. Got it? So, arm comes up, gets in the socket, forms this little humeral header ball. Okay, and that sits underneath this guy. That's called your acromion. That's the top edge of the shoulder blade. In all likelihood, when you fell, whether you went down on your hand or your elbow or side of your arm, you kind of jam that ball up underneath that bone. Mm-hmm. And again, most of us, by the time you're in your 40s or 50s, this probably doesn't look nice and smooth. It's probably a little beat up and roughed up from working out and playing sports and doing different things our whole lives. And sometimes genetically, people have a little bit of a hook there, okay? Mm-hmm. You see that space? That's called your subacromial space. It's left for part of your rotator cuff. So all your rotator cuff is the first layer of muscle that surrounds that ball, all that red tissue. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just brought you up a couple layers. That guy right there is called your supraspinatus. So it runs right through that tight space. Mm-hmm. So that's the guy that always gets irritated, partially torn, fully torn first in most people because of its proximity between the two bones. So what he's saying on MRI is you have some chew up in that. You have a little bit of a partial tear. Okay, does that necessarily mean you need surgery? No, not necessarily. What's going to determine it is whether we can gap you enough space in this area right here to take the symptoms and relieve that tendon, take your symptoms away.
Because you're my older brother. I've always looked up to you. I've always, you were my hero as a kid. And then, you skyrocketed in your career, and so there was much for all of us to look up to. And then your sobriety, and you stayed sober. And I never equated the fact that my relationship suffered with you until the day you said to me, well, of course I'm not going to spend time with you. You're using cocaine. I don't spend time with anybody. And it never dawned on me that you were able to put your sobriety above your relationship with your own brother. And I remember walking away from you telling me that day, and I thought, my God, this has been, my inability to stay sober is why I don't have a relationship with my older brother anymore. And
a lot of people.
Well, yeah, not just you, of course, but they didn't mean as much to me as my relationship with you.
All right, so hang out for 10 minutes. All right, warm you up a couple minutes, then we'll get you on the table and check you out. Okay, all right, so just hang tight here, okay?
Appreciate it, man.
as was the case with you, something happens and you feel guilty about it. The situation evolves and you feel guilty about it, and that is you begin to disengage and care less. And you feel bad. Like all of a sudden, it's like the boy who cried wolf. The person you're dealing with, the person you're trying to help, the person you're trying to stay engaged with in whatever way, that's a whole other conversation, whether it was right or wrong, or what you did was best for everybody. But eventually, in a kind of codependency way, the laws of consistency take over, and the laws of Al-Anon take over. And what you wind up doing is sitting there going, I don't know what else to do. Then you find out the person's dead.
So I'm gonna check your right side first, just so I have a sense of what your norm is, okay? And then we know what we're looking for on that side.
The tear in my shoulder was worse than I had originally thought. I could barely train at all, and I wasn't sleeping for more than 2 hours at a time. It was beginning to take a terrible toll on me.
And I'll go slow.
Whoa.
I can't lift my arm up. So in my addiction, and we've talked before, you and I, about my addiction and how, emotionally and psychologically, there was a period of, 20 years, on and off, that I wreaked havoc on this family. Tell me about that for you.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, it seems like something I've tried to put to rest because you've been around in a more normal capacity, however you want to word it. So I try not, it's not something I think about hardly ever anymore. But I want to say the hardest part was watching Mom. She's my mother too, and seeing her heartache of, worrying, and that if you weren't there, and I'm younger than you, so we were there in the house, Stephen, Billy, and I, mostly Stephen and I, and Mom was fraught with worry that you were going to die or, go to jail or whatever the case may be. It was sad, because I always say this, that you on a good day, on one of your great is great. And so we used to think, why can't you just be like the good day all the time? When you're sober, in between having problems. I don't understand addiction. That's not my field. But I used to see you like that and think, why can't you just be like this all the time?
You're making it harder by pushing it out.
I'm getting in
Ah!
a better point.
No, that's harder.
Good job. I didn't say easier. I said better. Good job. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. I'm going to give you a roll for that wrist.
Whoa!
Give me that wrist. Give me that wrist. Good job.
With you, and this is not putting you down or a judgment, with you, my recollection was always that it was messy. Everything was so messy. Then you got married, then you had a kid, and I thought, well, surely this is, and it just kept going and going. Mm-hmm. And I thought of you as the toughest guy, one of the toughest guys I've ever known in my life. And then here you go, brings you right to your knees. It was that's the insidious nature of it.
These cards epitomize who he was. Even in his addiction, he was that guy who was always helpful. He always cared. It's rare to find that in someone in early addiction. Usually it's all about them, all about them, all about them.
There was one story that really touched me from a friend of his. And this is what he wrote. When I first got to sober, I didn't have anything. I had no money, no job, and didn't know anyone. I would go in the van to go to meetings and to outings, but I only had a broken pair of flip-flops. Every time I would get on or off the van, I would stumble because of my shoes. One day, PJ saw that and came over to me. He said, "Kid, here, take my shoes. I'm getting paid and I have another pair at home." He gave me his flip-flops and I cried. He then told me if I needed anything that he had my back. He got me a job at the cafe and he always let me work with him, which was great. Everyone wanted to work with PJ because he always got the most tips. That was Tom.
And I used to be pretty good at basketball. For a guy who was a wrestler and a football player, I used to be pretty good at this game. And I suck right now. I just suck. I can't shoot. I can't move. My shoulder won't lift up.
I was now going to have to rely much more on my diet than I was my ability to work out. But I had a secret weapon.
Finn, what do you think?
Beautiful.
Pretty nice. All right, Avis, you ready to try this? This is Papa Baldwini's salmon on a bed of lettuce with broccoli and peas and a slice of beautiful onion bread. So let me explain something to you.
Ready? Yeah. And we are here, back with our panel, with our great fellow friends. We have Esti's back, right? Esti's awesome. Real super mom, I'm telling you. It's awesome. Everyone should yod giret, like we say in Bukharian, right? Learn the lessons from Esti.
Thank you for having me back. Yes,
Always.
I had to go pick up the kids, take care of business, came right back.
Awesome. I love that awesomeness. I'm just gonna keep it at that. And then we have our good friend Dr. Falkov, who runs a drug. What's the drug organization called again, or the organization? I'm sorry.
Well, actually, there's two.
Okay,
First
go
of all,
ahead.
thank you for having me.
For sure. Thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure. It's called Foundation for a Drug-Free World, and the other one is called A Time for Truth Foundation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then and I think you also have some integration with the UN. I heard. What's that about?
Well, what happens is I've done many different UN conferences. We work with a lot of the groups at the UN, and to really fulfill the purpose, to bring humanity. Life is a miracle, you know, and Dan was talking about his experiences, and I share the same viewpoint, is we really need to appreciate how much we all have, how much we're given, how much humanity collaborates just in this mere room here with how much we have. We have the TV, we have this wonderful food, the farmers who are out there, and you know, I think it's a lot about appreciating. So to me, the United Nations is really a culmination of a summit that's ongoing where we all can come as humanity and just dialogue, just speak openly. And the world at this point is at that really we're at the precipice. We're either going to, you know, go down, or as Dan said, we're going to fly. And I think really something has been happening, and we're getting ready as a human race for all of us to fly.
Love it. Awesome. Flying is always good, the right way.
It's a good thing.
The right.
When you
And
jump out of the airplane, you want to start flying.
Right. That's for sure. You don't want to stand still. The next guest is my mentor and a person I admire very much, Rabbi Yitzchak Yoshua, the chief Bukharian rabbi of America. He is a pillar, the foundation, one of the foundations of our community. He is maybe one of the biggest players of our presence as a Bukharian Jews in Queens. And I remember him when I was young, maybe like, I don't know, like 9, 10, going into the 71st synagogue. I don't know why they call it 71st. It's really 70th Avenue. My synagogue is actually on 71st, call it out, by the way, side point, right? and there's a huge warehouse. I remember we were all there. Kodrav, how are you feeling? What's your take? Everything good?
First of all, shalom, and thank you for the invitation. It's beautiful environment over here. And first I will start with you, Rabbi Binyamin. I came here to say thank you to you. You're young, energetic, and you're focused, and you're calling all the time to us how to help the community. And may God bless you to continue. It's the biggest mission that we came to this world is to be able to help other people. We have a beautiful technology revolution in the world that brings a lot of access to information. We are so accessible. But of course, there is the outcome and all the other things that come from this, and we have to be able to teach and lead
and guide our young generation. And if we are going to help even one individual, we made something big in the world. So I'd like to thank everybody who came over here. I was a week ago with Dr. Yarkov. I was very inspired with the beautiful environment, the people who came from all over the world, all kinds of races and genders and religion, in one hope and one mission, to make our world safer and better.
Love it. Amen.
He chose the United Nations. I thought to myself, you took all the people together in one building, you wanted to be in peace. But I think it's symbolically, we start in the most vulnerable place in the world, but hopefully we'll make a change. And thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the thanks. And then we have Daniel Baldwin again. I just want to mention to everybody, because Daniel's now dressed up with such a beautiful suit and a beautiful shirt. And many people don't know, Daniel is also a pastor. And he is an ordained pastor. And I think that's very befitting of him, because many times, whenever I would talk to Daniel, he would tell me a few things, Rabbi, but think of it this way. Let's go. And, you know, maybe I'm getting a little bit emotional, but, you know, Daniel many times gives me the right direction to keep on going, both spiritually and physically. And that's what I think we have to learn as a community, to always learn from our friends, our mentors. And Daniel is also a mentor of mine. I do not discriminate on mentors. You know, definitely not, especially a person like Daniel. He's always going to be my rock in many ways. And I appreciate Daniel always, and especially, honestly, from 12 this afternoon, trying to be, you know, set up with us and doing everything with us till now. That man has such stamina. Only, I think, times of old have, and times of new have it, right? And that's awesome, Daniel. I appreciate you. Any remarks? No?
Well, I will tell you, my wife is here now, and she will also reiterate this message. It matters not to me what you believe or who you believe is your God. It matters to me that you have a God in your life. And I say this to Rabbi when we have those moments that are frustrating or that are challenging. And my wife will tell you, I say this to my children, act as if God is standing right next to you with his hand on your shoulder, because he is standing right next to you right now with his hand on your shoulder. So in that faith alone, that the rabbi is a rabbi in the Jewish faith and I'm a pastor in the Christian faith, we both believe that God is standing right next to us with his hand on our shoulder guiding us, and that matters most to me. So for that, I dedicate my time and all that I have to give, because as rabbis just said, it's about service. It's about making the world a better place and contributing what you can, when you can, to be of service to others. And so that's a model of my life.
Amen. I appreciate that. And then we have a new friend of ours, another Baldwin. We try to get a trifecta Baldwin. We apologize. Hopefully next time we'll be able to add more to the roster, because I think the family is extraordinary. No matter what the issues or the political spectrums are. Listen, not everybody, it's not a secret in the community, not everybody agrees to my ideas per se, right? Let's make that frank and clear. But I like to live in the world of reality. And the reality is we're all human, we're all part of a bigger picture, not a fragment of a tapestry. And I have Jane here, Baldwin. And interesting enough, just shout out to my wife, because without a good wife, you cannot really make success stories happen. And my wife always supports me. I don't know if she's around, but she's an occupational therapist running a rehab center. And she graduated Touro College. And we have an alumni from Touro College, Jane Baldwin, who is the opposite of OT, the PT. So welcome, Jane. Give us an intro.
I'm so happy to be here. Yes, I've been a physical therapist. I graduated from Touro College on Long Island. It was located there. The Allied Health program was there in the 90s. So I finished with my master's and I've been practicing as a PT since 1991. I've been doing a variety of adults, geriatrics, pediatrics. Currently, I work with elementary school age children with disabilities such as autism, Down syndrome, paraplegia, things like that. Kids, if you're getting PT in school, you usually are
Wow.
relatively involved, let's put it that way.
So you work for the DOE at the end?
I work right now for a school district in Syracuse right now.
Wow.
Yes, I have a big caseload, and we all do. OTs, PTs, speech, special education teachers, we work as a team.
So to reiterate again, thank you all who have a busy schedule.
Oh, wait a minute, Rabbi. You have to beg my pardon. Jane is not one that's going to flex or toot her horn, but after her long and illustrious career as a physical therapist, which, by the way, I was the guinea pig that she would bring into her college class to show how messed up I was after all the years of playing football. She'd literally bring me and go, look, his neck doesn't move. Jane was just unanimously voted to be the new director, executive director of my mother's breast cancer research clinic out at Stony Brook University. So congratulations to Jane.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a recent development. Yeah, I was excited. It's 34 years of PT. That's going to be officially over on June 30th. And on July 1st, I will be stepping into the shoes of executive director of my mom's Breast Cancer Research Foundation, which was started after my mom's initial bout with breast cancer in 1991. She was diagnosed with a fairly aggressive breast cancer and was treated, and she survived that, thank God, and founded her Daniel Baldwin Breast Cancer Research Fund, which has two separate large divisions, one in upstate New York and one in downstate out of Stony Brook University Hospital. And my mom passed away 3 years ago. Yesterday was the anniversary, and Daniel, myself, and my other brothers and sister have really locked arms and decided that we really have to complete the mission she started and help find a cure for breast cancer. It's everywhere. I'm just talking to a friend at the table over there who's touching her family in such a profound way. Everyone knows somebody who's affected by breast cancer. So it's, my mom's gone, and we saw, that we really have to continue the work she started. So I'm going to be finishing up a long, long career. I love PT, and I love it. I'll miss it, but I really I'm excited to get started with raising funds for local breast cancer research out in Eastern Long Island.
Amen, amen. And we want to support it. We want to promote it. We want to be part of it every day of every. We want to be a champion for your mother, because I can see, by the way, in Judaism, and then I'm going to go to the rabbi, and then we'll go back to Esty, because Esty is also RN, and we have two doctors, one not doctor, one RN, and one spiritual healer, which is Rabbi Yeshua. But I want to just mention, in Judaism, there is a concept that a person, you can tell who the mother or parents are based on their kids. And there's no doubt, now seeing you, I think you're the better half of Daniel.
Every time people meet me, they're like, you're my favorite Baldwin.
That's not a giant compliment, by the way, either.
Yeah.
The better half of me.
And I can see it's not so far off that, and I, listen, this makes one of my missions and what I'm trying to do. That, and I always try to teach this to my sons and other kids in my shul, in my community, whoever's willing to listen, that it's so much more important to learn from your parents, your grandparents, and usher it back into your children and instill it. And the character that I can tell you with Daniel, and then with just hearing from you, is enormous. That you guys are really true to everything you say, everything you do. I feel sometimes I'm not true to what I say sometimes, and I feel like Daniel's better than me in that regard, honestly. It's just how it is. Maybe it's my youth or my youth, right? Maybe it's the youth, or being young, or whatever. People think I'm old. My son comes to me and he says, "You 100 years old, Abba."
Well, that brings me to when I saw you were here, and also I've talked about this with Rabbi Benny before. Besides the fact that I want that coat.
I'll get you.
Besides the fact that I want that, I'm looking at his shoulders thing. I'm probably a little too big for it, but I got to ask you this question. So, with the number of other rabbis and the number of other people in the system, and then all the followers that you in your flock How are you able to separate your own faith and your own journey when you take on so much responsibility and so much of their issues and so many things? Is that hard for you to separate?
I believe it's one.
It's all one.
God is one. It is next to us.
Right.
And the humanity is one. We people love to have these politics, subtitles, artificial, and the alternative reality. But by the end of the day, if a person comes to this world to help any other person, it's worthwhile to being in his life. Our sage is telling us. So by be part of his journey, you basically continue your journey. It's not, somebody asked me if somebody has family with one child or 10 children, do they give more love to one as opposed to 10? So we say, no, it's multiplied. Because this is a spiritual world. But if you say this kind of question, I will go short introduction. When there is a long sermon, you have to tell stories, short stories. People like and remember the stories. Many years ago, I was, there is a student of mine in Israel, and he said, Rabbi Yeshua, there is a very old woman from your community, 90 years old, very poor, live in a very small place next in my house, in our building. Please come speak to her, talk to her. I came to her house, very small studio, no light, no running water, very poor lady. I spoke to her, she was, Rabbi Yeshua, I'm very old and I'm very miserable. She didn't want even to speak, so I blessed her and I left. And then after 1 year, my student called me and said, Rabbi, I want you to come to testify in the court. I said, why? He said, because this lady, she passed away, and I went to her funeral, and there was a lawyer over there, and he took name and addresses. They say, she is a welfare person. He said, no, I represent her. She has $18 million in the account, and whoever come to the funeral will get $100,000 as a check. He said, Rabbi, I sponsored this lady for 10 years. I want now go to get, if there is money, I would like to, and I was wondering a question. When I spoke to her, and she was very miserable and very needy, and she has so much money in the account, why she behave like this? Or did she really believe that she's poor and miserable? And I believe that the alternative reality that we are living in this world, especially with all this beautiful media that create all kind of profiles, which real or not real, and I believe that one of the challenges that I have as a religious leader, a spiritual leader, is to tell them that with all the blessing of this wonderful thing is that it's the alternative reality doesn't make people necessarily happier. And they have to know what is the real thing, as Dr. Piavka said, that beautiful room and food and everything. This is something that you can enjoy now. This is one story. Other story that I will say is that about 2 years ago, 11 o'clock at night, I would like to finish my work in the chamber. Somebody came and said, Rabbi, I want to speak to you. My name is Michael. I was 1 year in your school. I went to the public school. I met the wrong people. I am addicted to drugs. The last 15 years, I'm sitting in the home. I don't learn. I'm taking money from my parents. I'm not doing nothing in my life. I'm depressed, and my parents told me tonight they don't want me to be part of their life anymore. So I came to say, Rabbi, I have nothing to do. What should they do? And we had a friend in Brooklyn that they have a yeshiva for these kind of boys, so we sent him over there. And he promised me what he promised me, but whatever he promised was very question mark. But he came to see me 2 days ago. Thank God he's learning, he's trying to work on his addiction, and he's changing. So I say that if he didn't find me at 11 o'clock at night, what would happen to Michael? And when Rabbi Binyamin told me that he wants to make the forum to use this wonderful media for the purpose of helping other people, it's a win-win situation. And as a short introduction, when I was in the United Nations a week ago with the Honorable Dr. Bernard's Dov Berl, and I see the beautiful gathering over there, And I saw many people from all kinds of races and from all over the world talking about what should be done to give the kids, to use what we have and all the resources to give life, guidance, and direction. And I believe that what every person in this forum and those who are the guests that are coming, we are a part of a huge operation, and for God is a continuous of our journey. So, Dr. Bernard.
Absolutely. You know, it's an honor to be here, and it's important to fulfill the purpose of this conference to those podcasts, to mention a few things. They're vital because what's the future of our world but our kids? What the future of our families? Why do we really work so hard? Why do we get industrious and naches, and such good feeling when our families do things? And so it's important to protect them, but with some alarming facts. And one is that 113,000 Americans died in 2023 from illicit drugs. And to give that some kind of perspective, I was a teenager during the Vietnam War. There were a lot of protests in our country. In that 10-year Vietnam War, we lost 58,000 American boys, men, 58,000, 10 years. So if you were to take 113,000 drug deaths and multiply that by 10, you would get 1,113,000 American deaths to compare to a 58,000 American war in Vietnam. And we go, well, it's interesting. Why is it that we don't have protests? Why is it that we don't see that on national TV? And as a doctor, because I'm actually a doctor, surgeon of 44 years here in New York City, I'll give you a very simple answer. One of the side effects of a drug society or a drug person is that they don't recognize what is actually occurring. So even though the 60s were psychedelic revolution, that Jimi Hendrix, Cheech and Chong with their shows with the marijuana, in reality at that point, the effect of the drugs was much less in our country. And it seems like our country has been dulled down. So now we're losing tremendously higher, 20 times higher, and yet there's no response. So that's what's alarming, but it's important to realize that when we educate our kids before 21 years of age, and we educate them on the scientific truth of drugs, not the philosophy, and I'll give you some facts in a moment, then what happens is we protect them before 21 years of age. Something that's very important to understand as a statistic is that after 21, for the rest of their lives, almost 99% will never touch a drug, will never go through any kind of dependency or problem. And drugs are associated with violence, so the violent rate would drop, the gender violence would drop, and the production of the country would increase, because when we're on drugs or we're utilizing drugs, obviously what are we doing? We're not producing. So it solves a lot of things, but more importantly, what it solves is the future of our families. Because, we talk about numbers, but I always like to point out that when you lose your son, which happened to one of my very good friends, who's actually a very high official in New York City. And this person, I'll keep it neuter so you don't know who it is, lost their son. The son was 25 years of age, and he died of a drug overdose. And the irony is that this person was in charge of a program to decrease that. And the person said to me, Dr. Fialkoff, we need to do much more. We're really not doing anything. We need to do something. I lost my son, and it's too late for me to wake up, but we need to wake other people up. I don't want them to go through that agony. So it's important to realize that, and that we need to do something. It's also important to realize the state of our country, because if people are happy, what are they not going to need? They're probably not going to need psychotropic drugs, psychiatric drugs. But how many Americans in the United States are on psychotropic drugs, psychiatric drugs? 76 million. Wow. 76 million Americans are on some form of psychotropic drug. I said, my Lord, this is horrific. So that shows that we're not happy. And at the end of my few minutes here, I'm going to tell you something that's going to be wonderful from the U.S. Surgeon General, but I want to give you some last facts. Because vaping seems innocuous. Vaping was a supposed solution for cigarette smoking. Vaping actually, just the flavoring, causes what's called popcorn lung. Scientifically, it's called bronchiolitis obliterans. What it means is it obliterates your bronchial passages, you can't breathe, and many teenagers have died across the country. That's just from vaping the flavoring. The flavoring is called diacetyl. It's something that was in butter-flavored popcorn when you used to go to Blockbuster, buy your popcorn with the videos showing my age. We went back. Well, those workers developed popcorn lung, and they were very sick. Now, the flavorings, 99% from the CDC, have nicotine. What is the significance? Well, what happens is the nicotine, when it's inhaled by that young person, goes up to their brain, and it releases dopamine. When you release dopamine, is releasing it through the vape. So now when they don't vape, they become dependent. The body craves the dopamine. The young person doesn't feel well, but the young person thinks, well, I just like the flavoring. I just like the vape, Dad. You know, just chill out, Dad, you know, because I just like the flavoring. In reality, they don't realize that they become addicted to the nicotine. Now, one more fact. From 13 years of age to 25 years of age, our young people, their brain is developing. But if you take nicotine, irreversible damage happens to the brain from 13 years to 25 years of age. So even if they give up vaping when they say, well, Dad, don't worry about it, Mom, I'm going to give it up when I'm 30, they'll never reverse. So we have a whole future population that will never reach the intelligence quotient or ability or achievement that they could have done. I'll give you another fact from the New England Journal of Medicine. Those kids that vape, 50% will go on to take marijuana. You say, well, what's so bad about marijuana? Well, marijuana in a young person, as a nicotine, has the same effect on the developing brain. This is based on the Journal of American Medical Association. I like to give all the scientific basis because otherwise it becomes philosophies. So that's very important to see, because then what happens is those marijuana users actually is a gateway from the CDC and NIH to opioids, which is what we're trying to eliminate. Now, I'll give you a solution at the end here, and then I'm going to give over to the other speakers up here. I don't want to monopolize, but it's important to get this out, and Roman wanted me to get this out. The U.S. Surgeon General came out with an advisory, very important, last year. And what he showed scientifically is a solution to all of this. And you're going to be amazed at it. And Dan will say absolutely, and the rabbi will say absolutely. The Surgeon General showed scientifically, through epidemiological studies, that our social interaction, that means speaking to each other, was responsible for whether or not we became physically ill or stayed healthy. And the effect of a lack of social interaction was the same as smoking 15 cigarettes a day, increasing the death rate, not from taking a drug, but from not having a social interaction, from being on a cell phone and not having a live interaction. And so it's really so important to get this out, because why? Because we don't have to do anything more than what you're doing with your kids. And what you're doing with your kids is actually making them emotionally healthy, mentally stable, but something that we never even realized is they're now physically not going to get sick. They won't have cardiac disease, diabetes, whatever. And what's the significance of that is very simple, that we were going over in the morning, right? And you were going over, and you were right on point, is that if they don't get sick, they'll be healthy, our country will be happier, will be more productive. And in reality, people say, oh my God, well, will that affect the economy? Yes, it will. It'll go straight up and vertical. And we can be the example for the world that we set in America, that we start to communicate. We still use cell phones, but we communicate with each other. So, you know, I don't want to monopolize, but I think that was a very important fact, because if you really look at it, it's really the basis of all religion. And I'll end on this. My friend Lev said to me, I was talking to him one day, and I said, you know, Lev, when I was young, I was going to be a rabbi. I went to the yeshiva. And he goes, yeah. I said, but you know, I decided I would become a doctor. And I like doing my drug education program. He goes, I know. So he says to me, so why do you think that you're not a rabbi? I said, well, because I didn't do the formal training. And he goes to me, no. And this pertains, I think, to all of us out there who are watching this on this show, whether you're a man or a woman. You know, I don't think there's any discrimination or lack of ability to do so. He said, you are a rabbi. Then as Dan said, he's a rabbi. Well, he's a priest. We're all rabbis and priests because we're helping each other. And so I said, wow, my mother's going to be really happy. Though Beryl Bernardo is a rabbi. There you go.
Esty?
So you didn't monopolize at all. It's actually incredibly important that you brought this up. There's only one thing that and you did touch up on it, you said cell phones. There's only one thing really that we didn't dive into, and that's really the implications of social media and how with every scroll, with every single time this kid sees a like or his friend writes a comment, they get that same hit of dopamine because that is a hit of validation. Now, what happens to a society that is hyper-focused on all of their validation on social media? They are set up for failure and disappointment. With this scrolling, with this social media, you also have to worry about what they're being exposed to. You have to now worry about your children being exposed to a hidden agenda by the Chinese Communist Party, and that is a real thing, because guess what happens on TikTok? Everything is algorithm-based, and I'm talking to you from a creator's perspective. I've been a content creator for 5 years, even though I'm a nurse. That's something that I just got into full-time, and what I've noticed is that every single platform, all of their algorithms differ, and with TikTok primarily, they are pushing out actual poison on the youth of America. They are pushing out men should be women and women should be children. They're encouraging a lot of the pro-Hamas propaganda. They're purposely funneling that kind of information to create more and more chaos on US soil. And this is all stemming from our younger generations who are being poisoned by not only propaganda, but this fake world that they're comparing themselves with. And it becomes this vicious cycle. Like Doctor mentioned, there has to be happiness. You know, when we grew up, and the reason why I'm mentioning all of this, it goes back full circle. When I was growing up, I was 4 years old when we came here. We had such a strong community that even though our parents told us, they forced us to assimilate. They said, you speak English now. That's it. No more mama, papa. You know, I want korohan. You speak English now. But what ended up happening is we actually assimilated so quickly to the language and even to some of the customs, to the clothing, that our parents all veered us back, and I know that I'm not the only one thinking this. They said, okay, from now on, there's only Russian at home. Every Friday you come home, you help your mother with Shabbos. Holidays, it's a non-negotiation. You sit with your family, and we had such a strong, powerful community that this was integrated from every corner, even though we did go to public school, some of us, because our parents at the time, maybe they couldn't afford a yeshiva education. But we had the Baharian Teen Lounge. And that is what kept personally me and my friends off the streets. And every single one of us that went to this lounge from the age of 11 years old all the way up to 17 for me personally, when then I went on and started actually even working there for a little while. But all of us, we have all graduated and all become professionals. All of us got married. All of us have good home values. And I really do feel like that's because we didn't have this toxic culture that is, you know, compare and contrast. Look who looks prettier. Everything is filtered. Everything is fake. These poor kids, they have no self-worth at the end of the day. They have no self-worth. What are they going to turn to? They're going to turn to drugs. They're going to turn to stuff that's going to make them feel good. They're going to turn to their friend because mom and dad can't understand the way the world is. There's bullying to consider today. There's kids killing themselves. So not to turn it like a dark corner, but this is very important that community, having community is one of the strongest foundations that a child, for them to succeed, will have. That's all I wanted to say.
I want to, we're going to have to... Rabbi? Yeah, and then I'll conclude.
There is a law that the grass of your neighbor is greener, even though it doesn't have grass to begin with. I remember a month ago, a couple which I married them off a few years ago, they went to the Bahamas, and they sent me a picture to the social networks. They're sitting in a nice restaurant, drinking beer together, and then I get a phone call from the airport that she ran away, and the police over there, and they're fighting, and they came to, but on the social networks, they are celebrating. It's beautiful. And then when they came to me, it took a long time to heal the situation. So as they say beautifully, we created something that should help us, but sometimes it's become, it's controlling us. Thank you. God bless you for this beautiful word.
Definitely. Thank you, Esty, as well. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Rabbi Yeshua, Daniel, and Jane. I want to mention something. I want to conclude first for special thanks to Dammakel Elagio. We're going to continue with the ceremony after this event. with Ilya Zvulunov. Thank you again for everything you've done. You and your team here are impeccable. They do great work. We appreciate letting us host here at the Michele Lagio any events, corporate, dinners, weddings, bar mitzvahs are available here. You see how we set up everything with the back screen. It's all available, guys. It's awesome. In addition, I would like to special thanks with our minimal batter, Roman Kaikov from Kaikov Media and his whole team for doing an excellent job with all adversity. He is be'emet, a new friend. And you know how I know he's a friend? That he takes my crap and he, excuse my language, and still works with me. So that's how I know this guy is a true friend, really a true friend. I want to tell you a small story, and of course, special thanks to everybody again. And this is about what Dr. Falco said, what Daniel said, and we had a podcast with Daniel in December. By the way, it's another gratitude I have to give him. I say, Daniel, can you come for a podcast? Sure, Rabbi, when am I coming? You know, and I have to not just thank Daniel, by the way. I have to thank Deasia, you know, because Deasia can say, no, you're my husband, you're not going nowhere. I want you all for myself. And she has every right to do that. And I have to, no, it's true, it's true. And I have to thank Avis and Finn. I have to thank them. Bat, I can't really thank him. I don't think he really knows what's going on yet, right? But I think he knows he's missing his daddy.
You better stick with thanking Deasia.
I'm just kidding.
There's where your money is.
Yeah. I'm trying to beef up the situation. Yeah. So I want to just tell you a small story, how important social media is, how important technology is, and how important religion is. Religion is not to die for; it's to live for. We have a mutual rabbi, Rabbi Yeshua, and I, named Rabbi Elio Abergil. He's the chief rabbinical judge, former chief rabbinical judge of all Jerusalem. So for you to understand, to become a rabbinical judge in Israel, it's a forearm of the government. And he has power of the government, 40 years, rabbinical judge, solving problems in Israel and Jewish issues in Israel. During COVID, he wrote a responsa, which is a formula of halachic ruling, Judaic law ruling. What do you do during COVID on a holiday where a grandparent cannot see his grandchildren? And he said, if you leave the digital Skype on Erev Passover, the eve of Passover, and just let it be on for the grandfather or grandparent or whoever it is to just converse with the grandkids on Passover, because he can't go visit the grandkids on Passover. One of his students, he told me, came to him and he started attacking his rabbi, which is my rabbi, Rabbi Bergil. And he says, listen carefully. You should stop this, retract this law, retract this Judaic ruling. This is not appropriate. It's going to cause a lot of problems. He said, listen carefully. Very rare a rabbi who knows what he knows goes back on his word or back on his ruling. After Passover, this student came to the Rabbi Bergil and he said, I have sinned before you, Rabbi. My father committed suicide because he couldn't be Passover night. He says, if I only did the Skype, my father will be alive today. This is a lesson learned, and this is what this reminded me, and it's all because of you, doctor, because you said the study, how interacting even in FaceTime, even in social media, this is one of the reasons why we're doing this chat app, one of the reasons why it's so important, and I put it in the Bukharian chat group, 2.8 million people, directly or indirectly, have prevented from drug overdose, or drug abuse, or even suicide by just communicating with a call center. And we're trying to digitalize this call center, and I appreciate everybody for coming. And the next segment of awards is going to come. We're going to have dinner and play the last
Rabbi
30 minutes
Benny,
of
you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think it's important for them to know this.
Sure.
If you need to get a booklet, these are free in 22 languages, and it's drug education. So you can get it, drugfreeworld.org, and it's for you. I thought it's important to get that out because what you said
Definitely, agreed.
is, you know, and don't force it on your kids. Just throw it on the tabletop. Make like you just put it there and they happen to come across it. Let them just see it on their own.
I want to just add, because in listening to these scholars speak, I wanted to add two things. Number one, I want you to think about this for a minute. In 2010, drug overdoses were not in the top 20 of causes of death in the United States, ages 1 through 50. Not even in the top 20. In 2025, 15 years later, drug overdoses are the #1 cause of death in the United States, ages 1 through 50. Not on the chart 15 years ago, #1 cause of death. So if you don't think we have a terrifying problem right now, let that resonate with you. Cancer, heart attack, strokes, #1 cause of death. And for the men out there who are good dads, I mean no offense to you when I say this next thing. I ask when I do my work with addicts, and I go in and I'm going to try to get them to go to rehab. I'm doing the intervention. And I pull the mother aside and I say, is your son or daughter acting different? Is there a problem? Because a mother knows. A mother always knows. Dad's out there making a living. Dad's out there doing stuff. He sees changes when it gets bad. But mom knows even the littlest nuances. If she was that stay-home mom, she knows something's wrong. So I never look to the dad. I never look to the girlfriend, the boss, whatever. I look the mother right in the eye and I go, is he okay? And she goes, no, something's wrong. And the mom knows. So listen carefully to the mom when she says something's wrong with our son or daughter, and then reach out and get the help, because we're here to help you.
Amen.
That's what this is about.
Amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We'll be back after.
God bless.
Yeah. Last 20 minutes, right?
Great point.
I know that was not my kid. My kid would never do that. He would never do that. So you find pills, and he says, well, those weren't mine. And I say, oh, okay, well, whose were they? Well, I'm not going to tell whose they were. And it went on like that, just the lies and the looking you in the eye and just not being honest.
We don't want to believe those things about you.
No, I don't want to believe those. And anything that would make me believe that that didn't happen, I would grab onto.
PJ, how you feeling there, buddy?
Good.
I thought you had a cold.
That's bad.
Oh, that's bad, but otherwise you're good. Okay.
When PJ died, I was, of course, left with this huge void in my life, and we also had started receiving some gifts from other people, memorial type gifts, permanent gifts that are kind of made to be displayed outside. So I, as part of my grieving process and the healing, and also a place to put these items, was I created this garden, and I call it PJ's Memorial Garden. And it engaged me physically and mentally, so that it was very, very helpful those first couple of months to not think about him all the time. That I had something else to think about and to physically labor at. And it was critical, because you feel like when I lost my son, I felt like I was kind of going crazy, kind of losing it. And I needed something to bring me back to a sense of purpose, to a sense of purpose that overrode my own feelings of loss and grief. So we got little gifts. The first thing we got was this bench, and what it says on the bench is, in memory of PJ, loved by all. And we got that from our neighbor, and we were so moved by it that we wanted to give it a fitting place in our home. So it's here in this garden that I created. And we had gotten, over the years, we had gifts of outdoor statuary. We got the wind chime from another dear friend. It says, PJ, I carry you in my heart always. So when that rings, of course I think of my son. Here's a birdhouse, and this has a quotation. We got this from another dear friend, but it has a quotation that says, say it loud and let it ring. We are all a part of everything. The future, present, and the past. Fly on, proud bird, you're free at last. Another appropriate lyric in memory of PJ. And my grandkids, PJ's niece and nephew, made these stepping stones, and you could see they signed them. We have painted stones, we have some change, we have a plastic harmonica, and these are shoes, these are PJ's shoes that I filled with soil and put moss in it, and they've been alive ever since. And I've planted other things in here. And I'll be adding more stuff to it because I keep acquiring things that I think are appropriate in memory of him. This plaque was given to us by my brother and his wife. They live in Florida. And it was one of the first things we put up. It reads, they whom we love and lose are no longer where they were before. They are now wherever we are. So he's here. If we're here, he's here.
I think one of the biggest things that I remember about him is how much Rufus loved him.
Who's here, Rufus? Who's here? Who's here?
You better go see him again, Ruf. Hey, buddy. You better go see him again. Hey.
Yes. He loved him, and Rufus was a real deep spiritual, well, he still is, a real deep spiritual dog, and he went crazy for PJ. And you knew that deep down inside, they loved each other. When we would go away and PJ would babysit Rufus and take him places, and found out that he was kind of a chick magnet.
There was a moment when I gave PJ a set of keys to the house so he could come and go with the dog. I don't know if you remember that moment.
I do.
It was
a very poignant moment.
It was.
For PJ, a big moment for him, that he was trusted with the keys to our house, and we didn't really get it right away until he said something about how you're just going to give me the keys to your house. And
yeah, it was a next level for him in his sobriety, in his journey. You know, I mean, we felt comfortable enough and loved him already to give him the keys to our home with all our stuff and everything else. And he wasn't a very trustworthy person, you know, prior to this. He didn't feel that in himself. I think it was a graduation of some kind for him, you know?
he had a sense of self. He had a sense of accomplishment. He had a sense of that he finally was who he really wanted to be.
Off to the gym, going to the Y, driving in the rain. You know, when I started doing this, I thought it was such a great idea, and I thought it was going to help me exercise the demons of losing PJ. But at 58 years old and losing this much weight and trying to train and get into not better shape, but really good shape, and get hard again. I underestimated the toll it would take on me, especially physically. My shoulder injury is more substantial than I had imagined, and it has really limited what I'm able to do, range of motion wise and pain wise, and what it's done to my sleep. So, you know, it's cast some doubt on whether I'm going to be able to do this. Get on my knees and I pray to God to give me the strength to continue to do this.
I know that you and I grew up very similar in the Catholic Church and so on. I have a different I've gone to being a born-again Christian, and we haven't talked about where God is in this.
My faith is very strong. And if it wasn't for my faith in God, there's no way I could have even gotten past the first week. I feel like part of my journey is that I know he's with God, and I know that God is protecting him. And where is the best place you would want to be? And that would be right next to Jesus. That's a great comfort to me. And also, it's taught me not to be afraid of death. I used to think you die and you're gone and you miss the people. But then I realized that when you die, your spirit is still here. Your energy is still here. That never goes away. That's a comfort to me. But also, when you die, you're leaving these people behind, and they're grieving, and they're sad, and they're, rocked to the core. But then you see the people that have left already with their arms stretched out, saying, come on, you're here with us now. And that's a great comfort to me. And I feel like all the, when you're in heaven, this is hell. This life is hell. I mean, look at what we're going through, look at the grief. And until the day that I can have PJ say, come on, Mom, that's the day that I'm gonna be at peace.
Alrighty, getting ready to go to Spain. I thought I would check. $228 on the nose. 228 pounds. I cracked into the 220s, which was one of my goals, so I'm very happy about that. I'm heading to the airport to go to Spain to run with the bulls. And I want to do a last weigh-in, see what I weighed. From 285 pounds February 7th to 228 pounds now. Anyone want to do the math?
I lost 57 pounds in 5 months.
This is the lake road by my house. To get anywhere, you have to drive down it. I'm on my way to the airport to leave for Spain so I can run with the bulls and keep my promise to PJ. It's still dark out. The sun's just coming up. I have to admit I'm more contemplative, apprehensive, a little scared as I watched the footage last night of the first day of the bull run in Pamplona. 3 people were gored very badly, 2 Americans. And I watched the footage pretty carefully. It's exactly what I said. You don't know what the people in front of you are going to do. A couple of guys slowed down and fell, and it slowed this one American guy up quite a bit, and the bull just came charging up behind him and nailed him. It's like an obstacle course, a shuttle course. You just have to be really light on your feet and willing to adapt to what happens and make quick adjustments. But that was a reality check to see that one guy get hit so hard by that bull. Very big, fierce animals. I got a lot on my mind. Gonna be a long trip. but we're on our way. You probably don't realize how many times you open your wallet when you travel. But you open your wallet when you travel a lot. I mean, you got to go through security, make a stop at the bank, you grab some cash. You come up and you have a little breakfast, and then you gotta change airplanes, and so you're gonna buy some snacks. You might try Wi-Fi while you're on the plane, whip out your credit card to do that. So you're in your wallet a lot. So here's what I did. Dang. I got a cutout of PJ in my wallet, so I can keep looking at him while I'm traveling. PJ cutout, come on. Just took off from Boston, heading to Lisbon, Portugal, and then I connect to Barcelona. Leg number 2 of the Odyssey continues. Stay tuned.
We're in the plaza in the square here in Pamplona, where it's gearing up to be a big day. A lot of people getting out. It's a beautiful day. Sun's out. They've already done their run for the day. So it's going to be an action-packed night, I can tell. Big buzz around the city. They must all know I'm running on Friday. It's Wednesday. 3 days until I run.
The anger was on behalf of your children. With you, I would play that card to you, not often, but I did flip that card over from time to time and say, you have a lot of wreckage in your past. You've done a lot of damage to these kids. And I'm like, let's just stop that. So where you're at now, where everything is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good. You got a beautiful house.
Yeah.
Your kids they're smiling all the time.
That's exactly what fuels where I am now. That's exactly what fuels why I would stay in isolated upstate New York, because I have a tab to pay. I have a tab to pay in my life of what I did and how I was ineffective and how I was negligent in raising my first 3 children. That now I have with these 2 kids, and I go, I'll be damned if I'm going to screw this opportunity up. I'm not going
to. That's how I feel. With my kids, I'm like, I'll be damned if this is a chance for me to replay things with not just you and I, but my wife, my parents.
All of it.
I'm Carolyn Witkowski. I'm PJ's Aunt Kat and Barbara Rayner's sister.
How did PJ's addiction make itself known to you initially?
That's a great question. We lived in the same neighborhood, so I was riding my bike around the block and stopped over at Barbara's. PJ was probably 15, no, not even, maybe 13. And there was a babysitter over there watching Leanna, who was quite a bit younger than him, and I went over to say hello, and he looked stoned to me, and I got really upset, and I left, and I went to my sister Rosie's house and told her about it, and I was in tears, and he was so smart. He was like, really knew that I was going to say something to his mom, and with that, the next morning, she called me, and she was like, Cav, PJ thought you thought he was stoned last night, and you know, he has really bad allergies, and he told me that he took a Benadryl, and you know, and from then it was just like I knew what I saw, and it was heartbreaking because he was so young, but he kind of smoothed it over with his mom, and yeah, that's when I kind of knew there was initially.
4 a.m. here in Pamplona. There's nobody here. Nobody's awake yet. It's the day before I run with the Bulls. I'm gonna run down. I've got an apartment over what's called Dead Man's Curve, or the Curve, in the Bull Course. And I'm gonna observe the Bulls from up there. Get an advanced look at what I'm up against when these bad boys come flying around. I'll tell you when I need a coffee. So it starts from down here and comes towards us like this.
This is the famous curve. So I'm taking the path the bulls are going to take right now. So they come charging down here, turn, and charge up the street. So this is the curve. It's no joke. No joke in the curve.
We lived with full-blown addiction where it affected our lives, probably for 20 years with him. But my relationship with him was strong enough that when he became sober out in California, he would drop subtle hints to me. He would drop little breadcrumbs, because at the time I was still drinking every day, drinking vodka. I mean, I had progressed over the years and a full-blown alcoholic. And by him dropping subtle hints to me, not saying, Dad, you should stop drinking or you should do it. No, it was, well, today we went down to Santa Monica Pier. We gave out food to the homeless. So I went to 3 meetings today, and he says, you should hear how these people explain their addiction. And he says, Dad, maybe you should just listen to a meeting sometime. And it got to a point where I did. And I've been sober ever since. And it was because, in large part, because of him. If he could do it, I could do it. And I did.
Before I was asked to be involved in PJ's life, there was a small window of time that Barbara Jean had expressed to you that her son was struggling with opioids and that he was, I believe even by then, using heroin. And you had some interaction, I think, with her or even him about that.
Well, I had a very brief exchange with her, very brief. As is almost always the case with me with anything that smacks of sponsorship or mentoring somebody, I deflect. Sponsorship is very intimate. My sponsorship of people, I've been very hesitant because I think you need to lay eyes on the person. It's a very intimate, you need to see them. You need to be able to go to meetings with them. You need to be able to go have a cup of coffee with them and lay eyes on them and interact with them and see how they're doing and see how they're behaving. But with PJ, I said to her, I said, let me help pass him on to somebody, help you find somebody who can sponsor him and mentor him, because I'm not in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. I have a codependent nature. So I'd be calling him once a week, going, hey man, how's it going?
Do you have recollections of the conversations at all about PJ?
I think I had one conversation with him. And it was the typical young guy who knows, and by that point, you could tell he was deep into the shit. And he was like, yeah, well, my mom told me, I guess I better, oh, wow, yeah. Like, it really was in it deep, and it was bad.
As part of the tradition, you can go see the bulls you will run with the day before. They were beautiful animals, tranquil and majestic.
So if you could speak to family members out there that have someone that's going through an addiction problem, what would you say to them? What would you advise them?
Boy. I I always have lots of answers and lots of good answers and sort of insightful wisdom. I'm not, you know, there's so much more understanding now. Clearly we have a long way to go, but there's so much more understanding now. There's so many more, there's so much more ways in which you can get support. There's so much more knowledge that they have now. I mean, I don't think anybody that has like a hardcore drug problem can, my personal opinion, you know way more about this than I do, but my opinion is like 30 days doesn't really help anybody anymore.
No,
you know?
no.
They do like a 72-hour detox in a prison or something like that. They should do a 30-day detox just to start. And with alcohol, it probably, I'm making these numbers up, but with alcohol alone, it should probably be 3 months. And with anything involving any hardcore drug, heroin, cocaine, crack, anything, you know, meth, should maybe be a minimum of 6 months, minimum of 6 months. There's a lot more awareness, there's a lot more knowledge, there's a lot more ways in which you can get support. I'm not exactly sure how to answer because, you know, I think now, had I gone through again what we went through, because I've had some real crisis in my life with mental health and with addiction. You got to remember, we had Chana's brother Tamerlane, where we had to do a conservatorship against him, and you know, John Phillips, Chana's father, died from heroin addiction. Your situation, you know, we're just ongoing, and one of the great regrets that I have is that I didn't go back and do something sooner. That's one of the things that I would say, is that if you care, I mean, if you don't care and you know, like you don't really have a relationship with this person, if this person is your brother or sister and you have no relationship with them and you don't care, it's a different story. But, you know, the days of sort of waiting, I mean, I really think you have to come in, and you have to come in hard, and you have to come in immediately, and you have to come in very intensely with the support that they're going to get. I mean, I think there's no monkeying around anymore. If rehab is going to work, you have to do an intervention, you have to get the person to help, and the help could mean a therapist, it could mean a psychologist, it could mean a psychiatrist, it could mean prescriptions, it could mean you're not with your wife, it means you're not with your children, it means you don't have a job anymore, it means you have to go away somewhere, possibly for 6 months to a year. Very, very hard to do, super expensive, but I think the awareness is forcing politicians to write legislation that are forcing insurance companies to become much more open-minded about this stuff. And I would say if I could do it all over again with you, I would have done something that might have salvaged the situation so that your 30s, 40s, and 50s could have been great and healthy rather than your 50s. You know,
Yeah.
You could have had a really healthy, you could have had, you know, you would have,
I agree.
You would have burned through 25, and then you would have come out the other side and said, okay, that's part of my past, I'm done with that, and never looked back.
What was almost a perfect journey. I think you can imagine why we're here. Yes.
And the tow truck.
My vehículos got a tototitoed. And now I go to pay the finito.
I'm going to keep up my training while I'm here. So I'm going to go to the gym at the hotel and work out now. That's what's still loose. And now from the pull. Oh, shit.
All right. You okay, dude?
I've done something to my stomach. I don't know what it is, but I think I've herniated my stomach. It's sticking out pretty bad. I'm coming into the hospital right now here in Pamplona. I think I should probably have it looked at. It's pretty painful, and It's sticking out. My stomach is sticking out. I had an injury to my stomach once before and had it surgically repaired, a hernia, and then I re-injured it, and now I had it repaired. Now it's the third time, and this one's really, really big. So I don't know, man. If there's a complication to happen, you know, my shoulder, now my stomach, just. Anyway, I'm gonna get it checked out.
I asked myself when I hurt my shoulder, and I tore it. You know, first they said it wasn't a tear, then they went back and looked at the MRI again. They said it was a tear, and I couldn't even lift my arm up. And I went through all that rehab and everything, and I just kept thinking to myself, you know, God wants me to really want this really bad and have to do extra work to get it. And whenever these things in life happen, I ask myself, what is my path? You know, what is the reason for it? Can I run on Friday?
It's a question. It's a thing. We have to see the echography, and we can talk with the other doctors so that they can tell something, because it's a very big effort to run with the.
So it's dangerous to run with the bulls with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not only for the race, but also for the dangers of having the bulls next to you, and they can do anything more.
Let us recommend you not to run with real bulls. I mean, you run with real bulls, but the best thing that can happen is that you come back home in the same situation as you left home.
Right.
I mean, bulls are really dangerous animals.
Yeah.
Why are you laying down?
I'm in the hospital.
What happened? What happened?
I have a full-blown hernia in my stomach. I blew my stomach out working out.
Are you kidding me?
No.
What are you gonna do?
I'm in the emergency room, and I want to ask you a question, and I want you to just say the truth. You gonna hear my question now? Okay. If PJ went this far and came to do this run for me, would he still run? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
No.
You liar. You are a liar. You are such a liar.
I know, he definitely would run, but you can't.
If PJ came this far and he went this far with all this, he would have definitely still run.
Yes, but you can't do it.
Okay, I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up on you both.
Daniel, wait a minute.
What?
That very dangerous thing, you're constricting your intestines. That could be life-threatening. You gotta have the surgery on that.
I'm gonna get the surgery when I get home. I'm gonna run. I just wanted to hear you say what I knew from his mother. I knew he would never have not run. I'm gonna run. I love you. Bye. I knew he would run. He would never not run, PJ. I'm just gonna have to bind it. I'm gonna have to get, I know I have that rubber belt. So if I put the tibia on and I use the rubber belt, I can't not run now. Cannot run.
So for the running, I don't think it will be possible, but we will confirm with the sonogram. Okay?
Okay. So I shouldn't run.
No.
No. Hey, I'm in the hospital.
Why?
I tore my stomach working out. Remember I had the hernia? No. So I had a sonogram done.
How did you do that? Wait, how did you do that?
I was doing a stomach workout, and it just was too much for it and ripped it. So So I called Barbara Jean because they're. I called her.
So you can't run, right?
They're saying I shouldn't run. No.
They can barely hear you. We're drinking sangria at a festival and you're in the hospital.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you about it when I get home. I just don't want. Don't talk to Barbara Jean about this. You know, let her. She's already freaked out about it.
She's gonna flip out. Don't. Daniel.
All right. I'm going to listen to the doctors and figure it out. I just wanted you to know why I'm not back there. I'm not back there because I'm here.
So are they saying you have to have surgery? What do they say? You mean you tore your stomach?
I have to have it. I have to have it repaired. Yeah, but I can do it when I get home. I'll get it fixed when I get home.
I know you. This is gonna be interesting. This doesn't mean you wrap up your stomach and you run.
Well, that's a great idea. I could wrap it up. Good idea, honey. I'll call you back.
Oh, man.
I'm Nicholas Paul Rayner. I am Patrick's brother, younger brother, second born in the family.
Tell me about your relationship with PJ.
Well, PJ was my older brother in every sense of the term. Helped me at a young age develop some thick skin with tough love. And we became a lot closer, older we got. He was my best friend, we were very close. Also, I got, being the middle one, I didn't get a lot of trouble. It was always, PJ set the bar pretty high at home, so he would take all the, get in a lot of trouble, and I would kind of come off as the good one.
Ha! God. You should have been raised in my house. That's not the way it went down. PJ struggled for years with his addiction. Tell me how that played out for you.
Well, PJ got started at a young age, I think maybe 7th grade, 13, 14 years old. We saw him smoking pot and drinking a little bit, but I always compared it, his addiction was just so strong, and it was so encompassing that I looked at my big brother. He's so strong. I always looked up to him, and he was like a dam. He's so strong. He would hold all the water back, but the moment a little crack in the dam with his addiction, it just it's very overwhelming, and it took out everything in its path. So his addiction was something that I remember from a young age, but it always caused terror everywhere he went. And I felt like that actually, there was always a reminder when he had a rough week. There was always a reminder for him of the damage that he did, which was in a good way and a bad way, I think.
Dr. Thomas Murphy. Tom is a drug and alcohol specialist, a genius in addictionology, has helped me immensely with my problems, and my friend and therapist.
What do you think he'd say about you taking this wild leap to Pamplona to do something that's, obviously was something you had talked about? What do you think he'd say to you now?
PJ was a very selfless person. He would have said, hey man, you don't have to do this. I mean, I know he'd try to let me off the hook, but that would be the first thing he would do, for sure. Then I think once he realizes how pig-headed I am and he knows that about me, he'd go, dude, you gotta do it, then do it, But I told him, I said, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? We're smoking butts out in my backyard on the Pacific Ocean. And I said, do you remember when Desmond Howard scored the touchdown before they announced the Heisman Trophy? And he was a Heisman Trophy finalist.
Tim Williams in the punt, averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it. And it runs Howard back over to a little drop kick back.
Thing. Besede? Mole. Okay. Yeah. Tell me when to talk. Shalom, everybody. Thank you for coming. Again, our special guests, Mr. Daniel Baldwin, Mr. Adam Sosnick. Daniel Baldwin, actor, pastor, father, mentor, husband, and just a good guy that we can all adore. And of course, Adam, a friend, not just a podcaster, a voice for our community, a person who has presented so many things, so many ideas on one of the largest platforms, I think the largest platform, because no one beats their live feeds. No one can beat Valuetainment's live feeds. I hope PBD, much respect to you too, for having us on your shows and your entertainment company. We appreciate you. We appreciate your work. You, Adam, Vinny, and Tom. And then we have Smiles for Cars, Josh Batman. We appreciate all that he's done, bringing the cars over, presenting the cars, showing the cars, putting smiles to kids who have cancer, smiles to kids who have deficiencies. That is one of the biggest rewards anyone can ever have. Much respect to him. I know he was supposed to be in the podcast. He's definitely going to come on a one-on-one podcast with me. He did a great event with Dunkin' Donuts. That's how successful this individual is. We really appreciate him in everything and every endeavor that he's done. We also would like to thank Meyer Davidoff for coming in, helping us to make this event. His company, I think, will be one of the biggest companies in the world. There's no doubt in my mind, with an intelligent person like him and his partner, for the few minutes I got to converse with him, and hopefully many more conversations with them. They're one of the greatest individuals that I know, that I can see. If a guy gets me, trust me, that's very rare. It's only one other guy that gets me, and it's Michael right there, you know. Well, Adam also gets me too, by the way, but there's no doubt about it. And Daniel, of course, as well. And then we have Rabbi Yitzchak Yoshua. We really appreciate his over the bat, dedicating his life to what he has done for this community. And people should know, almost every single thing that exists in this community is because of him. It is because of him. He has established a forefront in our community, both in religion, both in interfaith. He started interfaith in our community. That is very big, that's very important. And we have many, many individuals who did come on board. Esti Palti, we have Michael Vostok, we have Jan Baldwin. May God bless her and all her initiatives. We have Deasia again, the forefront. You have my wife, the forefront, my parents, my synagogue members, friends and family, Roma Kaikov and Kaikov Media for really pushing every envelope to make this event happen. Behemet, it's one of our first events. And it's, you know, like I said in the beginning, in the Talmud it says, all great things start off difficult. That's how you know you're doing a great thing. If it's not great, then you probably have no difficulties in making it happen. I would like to open a statement. My vision for the Bukharian community and all Jewish communities and all communities is what we do in the industry, and Michael knows this, and I would like to shout out to Michael and Edward for bringing the forefront in what we've been doing for the past 10 years. They have been giving us 10 years of their life in order to make what we have today happen. They did not have to do it, but they did it. And then I also want to mention Boris Benjamin and the family, Benjamino family, because they did also, in behind the scenes, make a lot of things happen. And you have to give thanks when thanks is due. And of course, all my synagogue members as well, and all the family members, and all the podcasters. Ludmila, with her organization, she's I believe, one of the forefronts of Jewish women in our community, besides Esti and besides many, many more. And my 5-step plan is very simple for the community. In order to establish a success story, we need to establish a network. And without a network, we cannot communicate with each other. And the moments of communication today is rapidly changing, rapidly expanding. And we need to take what we are doing to the digital age. We have an opportunity to create a media company that, as me and Daniel in our previous podcast in December, that teaches us not alternate realities, but teaches us what is reality. The reality of living, the reality of communicating. And in Adam's podcast, he mentioned in our communication, the peoples are meant to be social, not by vessels. By the way, in Talmudic law, in Judaic law, this is not necessarily considered a person. You're talking to an object. And it's not necessarily the same as interacting with people. So we want, with our communications in the digital age, is not to be a communication just of speech, just of visualization, but a communication of what we're trying to do now, bringing people together. That's what a podcast does. And I can tell you right now, doing the podcast for a year, and with mentorship through Daniel, through Adam, and many more, the podcasts don't have success when it's just virtual. I've done maybe 15 podcasts with my good friend, Ben Blankenship, in the comic industry. We have our own comic called Super Black, starring Daniel Baldwin as Leviathan, one of our characters. And we had great podcasts with Chuck Dixon and all the forefronts of the comic industry. But it's not the same when we had a podcast today with virtualization, with physical reality, where you're sitting one-on-one with a person. The impact is great. The impact is what we need to get back into the community. Valuetainment is one of my other things that I really appreciate. They have really opened the doors here for me today. I would never have had this opportunity without Valuetainment, without Minect, and without PPD's vision. I'm not trying to kiss up to PPD, but I'm telling you the facts and the reality. And when Daniel went to the podcast, and when I was there at the podcast, he welcomed us with open arms. There was not any negativity. The individual shows no negativity. Although he might go back and forth with points and issues, right? But the reality is, guys, we're living in a society today where social media creates alternate realities. And that's the underlying issues we have as a community, where all of a sudden there's anti-Semitism growing. There's even anti-Semitism within Semites growing, within our own communities. You have racism within our own communities. It's something that was never heard before. I remember when in the 90s when I was growing up, I watched on television, the KKK was walking down, doing their parade. I think it was in Brooklyn or downtown. I don't remember exactly where it was. It was young. I didn't really know where it was. But one thing that I remember in that video, in the media that they showed, and may God bless them that they showed the right thing at that time, every single person, white, black, Jew, Chinese, Spanish, whatever it is, maybe I'm saying it the wrong way, but whatever culture you were, they all came out of their apartments with bats and sticks to kick out that negativity. I remember this like yesterday. And that's what we have to do as a community. We need to take out our bats and sticks in society and literally attack those who are making negative ideas. Not physically attack, God forbid, we're not here to incite violence. We're talking about spiritually attack, mentally attack, verbally attack. And that's what we're trying to do here as a community. And one of the things that I will open up today for part of our community, which is when I went with Michael in 2015 to the London Book Fair, I was approached by Scientology, side point, and they said, we want to make an interview with you. And they asked me to talk about, I didn't realize what Scientology was, and L.R. Hubbard, whatever. I didn't get it, I didn't understand. But one thing I noticed, I saw 20 kids running around. Like, what are these kids running around for? What are they going for? And then one girl says, oh yeah, I just won a $3,000 scholarship for writing. And that's what I will be bringing to the community. We will be bringing to the community a writers contest that will quarterly give scholarships to our young adults in the Jewish community and all communities, as long as we collect and produce those things and those events. Now, without further ado, that is one of my announcements. The other announcement is we want to incentivize young individuals. As you know, our company, and those who are partners and those who are affiliated with my company that we built so hard in the past 10 years. You know that we also run cryptocurrencies. Like I said in the beginning of the podcast, it takes time, it takes energy. And one of the ideas that we'll be implementing in our cryptocurrency is cryptocurrency rewards for engagement in our podcast, for engagement in our chat app, for engagement of making yourself better and healthy. Rewards is one of the key elements that everybody should understand and how to encourage children. There was one rabbinical rabbi, his name was the Ben Ish Chai, Rabbi Yosef Chaim, living in Baghdad in the 1800s. And he says, for incentivizing your young children, give $1 or $2 for each page of Talmud that they learn. Because by incentivizing learning and study, you will eventually let them learn and study by their own. They will love the study. It's an acquired taste. Learning and education is not something that could be done overnight. It's something that needs to be earned. It's something that needs to be pushed. Because what kid wants to educate himself? He wants to go outside. He wants to chill. He wants to relax. But how much can you chill and relax? We live in the real world. And the other thing is that it's very important. When I grew up in yeshiva, in private school, I have a very good rabbi at that time. His name was Rabbi Mordechai Brownstein. Rabbi Brownstein was not just my rabbi. Rabbi Brownstein was my English teacher. And he taught me how to write, and obviously how to write better. Of course, I knew how to read. I was in high school already, guys. Yeah. But he taught me how to write. And he explained to me, Benny, when you read a Mark Twain book, when you read these works of literature, it's not about just reading the works of literature. It's about learning and analyzing the messages behind the literature. That's what makes it a work of literature. That's what makes it a successful screenplay, a successful book, a successful movie, because there's real underlining messages. And that's where we need to establish kids to learn how to write. Because a text message that's half emoji, going back to the times of Egypt with hieroglyphics, is not going to help us grow our children and grow the understanding of reality. Anti-Semitism in my life has not been worse than it is now, and racism has not been worse than I feel it is now. When I grew up, I never had these experiences, but now I have experiences. If I would tell you the individuals that we hired in India and overseas and in Colombia and in Brazil, how much anti-Semitism we had. When things just fell out, oh, you're Jewish, or you're religious, or you're a Trump. I'm like, I didn't even vote for Trump the last, I did vote for Trump, but I didn't vote I voted for Obama. I voted for others also. I went down ballot for all the judges for Democrats. Just because you're a Democrat or a Republican or an independent or whatever you want to put yourself in your tribe doesn't mean I'm going to vote for you. I vote for the best ideas. And that's what we have to unify ourselves with. And that's what tonight was all about. Unification amongst Jews, amongst Gentiles, amongst friends, and amongst colleagues. And that's what we want to do. We want to unify all these things. It's not about being Jewish and not about being Christian. Like I said before, we all bleed, we all live, we all breathe the same air in this planet. May God bless, and I would like to bring Mayor Davidoff for a speech.
Thank you, Rabbi Benny, for the inspiration, for the wisdom, as always, that you share. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I have the honor of recognizing a man whose journey has been as bold as his blazer collection and as sharp. You may know him as the fast-talking, deal-making co-host of Valuetainment's PBD podcast, where he regularly schools CEOs, challenges politicians, and drops more truth bombs than a Mossad agent with a beeper. But here in the Baharian Jewish community, we know Adam Sosnick as something even greater. A man who's found clarity in chaos, courage in conviction, and yes, finally, voted for Donald J. Trump. Now, we don't give awards for changing your voter registration, but maybe we should. In a world of headlines and hot takes, Adam has taken a real stand, speaking out boldly in support of Israel, United States of America, and the greater Western civilization, defending the Jewish people at home and abroad, and using his platform not just to talk, but to teach, to inspire, and to advocate. So tonight, we don't just honor his commentary, we honor his character. Please join me in welcoming to the stage a man who proves that Teshuvah is not just for Yom Kippur, Adam Sosnick.
Just to mention, this award is the Podcaster of the Year from the Bukharian Jewish Post organization, Mekorim. Here you go.
I did it, Mom. I did it. I'm officially Bukharian. Thank you. Thank you. You want me to say a few words now?
Yeah, say a few words. Yeah.
Listen, if you ever do anything with Benny, just be prepared, be on your toes, because you don't know if you're talking, you don't know if you're getting an award, you don't know if you're giving a speech, you don't know if you're doing a podcast, you don't know if you're going to a business meeting. Just you're with Benny, you'll figure it out. So I appreciate that. Benny, here, hold this with you. Okay. Am I introducing Daniel? Okay. Well, thank you. Here's what I love about Benny. How long have I known you now? It's not even 2 years. I love this guy. He's got a quality about him that is infectious. And I always say that there's the 3 keys to life. This is my one piece of advice. Take it, don't take it. This is what I got after 44 years on earth. I say the 3 R's of success. Number 1 are relationships. So no matter what you do in life, you need relationships, you need friendships, you need partnerships. Without that, you have nothing. So whether that's family, whether that's friends, whether that's business partners, whether that's newfound family and friends, it goes a long way. Relationships within the Jewish community, outside the community, your friendships are everlasting. I just went to one of my best friends' son's bar mitzvah. Like, that's what we're getting in life. But now our kids are having bar mitzvahs, Benny. It's crazy. 35 years I've been friends with this guy. Crazy. So number 2 is reputation. It'll take you decades and decades and decades to create your reputation, and overnight you could lose your reputation. It is the silent maneuvering that speaks behind your back, and then the loud megaphone that will speak in front of you if you ruin your reputation. And I've used my entire 44 years on earth to create relationships and make sure that my reputation stays intact, and only deal with people with stellar reputations. Now, here's the third one. Now, if you know anything about me or anything that we talk about, I always say save that money. Number 3, the third R, is revenue. You can have the best reputation in the world, you can have all the relationships in the world. If you don't make the money, what are we doing? So, and then when you make the money, you can save the money, you can invest the money, you can give away the money, and you can donate and be a part of something way bigger than you and create an amazing legacy. So, Benny, thank you for embodying all 3. Great relationships, great friendships, amazing reputation that you've built, and all these amazing business partners to create revenue for yourself and the Bukharian community. So thank you for the award, and remember the 3 R's and save that money. Thank you. You want me to? Thank you. Okay. All right. So the way that we're going to do things here is you get the award and then you give the award. Remember that, guys. You get the award and then you say it with me now. You get the award and you give the award. So I have the honor of giving an award to Daniel Baldwin. Yeah. A lot of times you give the big spiel like, Meyer, thank you. That was very kind of what you did. Thank you so much. What a stud of a guy. If I had an award for best looking Bukharian stud, it would go to Benny. But after Benny, it's you, baby. So sometimes you give the, it's called edifying. You edify, and then you say, please welcome to the stage, as if you don't know who it is, Daniel Baldwin. I said, no, this award's going to Daniel Baldwin. So I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. and say how incredibly good looking and charming and baby blue piercing eyes he has. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that he comes from Hollywood royalty legacy. I'm not going to talk about how incredible of a career him and his family and his brothers have had. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk about how his gorgeous wife is 20-something years less than him, and that he used his charm and his good looks to... Is that her right there? That's not her. That's her? That's Deja? Oh my God, I thought she was in Atlanta. All right. I mean, I might just give her the award for being adorable. Look at this guy, he's accepted so many awards, he's already ready to stand up and do it. I'm not gonna tell you about all the amazing things you already know. What I'm gonna tell you about the amazing things you don't know that I've recently learned. Rabbi Bunny tells me, I want you to meet one of my business partners. I said, who's that? He goes, Daniel Baldwin. I said, like the Daniel Baldwin? He goes, yeah. I go, from the Baldwin legacy family? Oh yeah. I go, what? And what he told me was, oh no, you got to understand something about this guy. This guy is not only does he give, he's a pastor. Is he not? Pastor. And I recently met his sister, Jane. And there's a whole side to this guy that a lot of people don't know that I'm recently learning about. Because you know about the acting, and you know about the family, you know about this and the storytelling. What you don't know is that he's done, I think, over 500 interventions. And, you know, they say that giving is better than receiving. This guy has changed so many lives and saved so many lives. In fact, this movie that he put together, he was attempting to save yet one more life, and he fell short. But rather than, you know, they say that in life you win or you learn a lesson. And he turned that lesson into a movie that we're all able to celebrate today. So there's 1 million people in Hollywood that get, that self-flatulate and, give themselves credit for making a movie. Honestly, who gives a shit about movies for the most part? Can you change and impact lives? And that's what this guy has been doing. And I'm honored to call him a new friend. And thank you, Benny, for putting us together. And I would like to present this award to the man who received not 1, not 2, not 3, not 5, not 6, over 6 million, I think, views after he came onto our podcast, the PBD podcast, which is no small feat. A million views is a big deal. Over 6 million views, I think, collectively, telling his story and his family legacy and what he's doing. So the Influencer of the Year award goes to none other than Daniel Baldwin.
So I've been very fortunate in my career to have been in films that have won Academy Awards and TV series that have won Emmys and Golden Globes and many different things that they're all great, but I've never won an influencer award before. So let me tell you what it means to me, what the first thing that resonated as I sat next to my wife, my sister, and my nephew. Well, first of all, the first time I met Rabbi Benny was through a mutual contact. And never once in our talking for, it was hours, when we finally clicked up and set the time aside. It was going to be a brief conversation. It was probably 2 hours. Not one time did he talk to me about how much money he was going to make or how much money I was going to make. He talked about creating this system of interactivity that would help people and change the world. And I thought, I got off the phone and I went, Rabbi Benny in Queens, who I don't know, who comes to me through a guy I don't know that well, but he was a visionary. And I went, I'm in. I want to do something with this guy. I'm not sure
what we're going to build. Then, of course, I met Michael, and I met more of the people on the team. But it was the passion for change. Now, I had to go back I'll go back to looking at my sister Jane. It was the 10-year anniversary of the death of my father. And my mother took it pretty well up until 10 years. And my older sister called and said, Mommy's not doing well. She's not doing okay. My dad died on tax day, imagine, April 15th. Every time I got to pay my tax deadline, I think about my father going on that day. He would do that to us. He would definitely. But I remember I called my mom without telling her that I had spoken to my older sister. And I said, Mom, I'm going to come to Syracuse. I'm going to take you out. We're going to go, dinner, get a massage, whatever you want for the weekend. We'll blow it out. And she went, okay, honey, that'll be great. Now it's Saturday night. It's the night of the anniversary of my father's death. It's April 15th. I think it was 93. And a woman comes up to me. I was on a TV series that was very highly decorated, won the Emmy for Best Show. And this woman came up to me. She's probably 80 years old. And she said, excuse me, Mr. Baldwin, but I love your show. And I was just wondering. And I said, ma'am, and my mother was just about to drop tears, reminiscing. I love Daddy, and I miss him. And, when I go to heaven and I see him again. And I cut the woman off. And I said, are you eating in the restaurant? And she said, yes, I am. I said, ma'am, would you mind if I came and found you in just a couple of minutes? I'm right in the middle of something. And she said, oh, gosh, okay. She walked away, and I turned around and looked at my mother again, and there wasn't a tear in her eye. She looked at me, and she said, you get up right now, Daniel, and you go find that woman, and you apologize, and you take that picture, and you sign that autograph. And I went, Mom, and she went, now. I put my tail between my legs, and I scooted around the restaurant until I found the lady. I took the pictures with everybody at the table. I came back to that seat, and I will never for the rest of my life forget what my mother said. Just remember something, Big Shot. It doesn't cost any extra to be nice. That's influencing someone. You don't realize that by signing that autograph, that might sit next to an urn with their father's ashes in some town in Iowa. I mean, you never understand that moment that you give to a kid when he says, will you sign this? And I'm looking at the kid going, he doesn't know who I am. And there's his mother going, hi, because she told the kid to go get my signature on a golf ball or whatever. But it doesn't cost any extra to be nice. That's influence to me. God bless you. Thank you for the award. You're going to say? No, you say now. Ooh. The next award is for the Philanthropy of the Year Award. No, of Lifetime. Sorry. Philanthropy of Lifetime. Do you want to come in?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it wrong.
Yeah, that's okay. And then all right. So I'm going to say this. Many people don't know who he is. He's very discreet. Actually, everyone knows who he is. His name is Edward Yusupov. What I know about Edward is through Michael and what Edward tells me himself. Not only did Edward finance and support our community in his highest peak, which will definitely be much higher very soon. In his highest peak, he was the most open hand, him and his brother and family, to the community. I don't want to say the number amount because it might make me feel jealous. It might give us an evil eye or whatever it is, if you believe in it. But I can tell you, there is schools throughout the world financed and supported by Edward and his family. They have sacrificed sleepless nights working, making, building, running a company with over thousands of employees globally, being the only Bukharian person, Jewish Bukharian, to take his company public in the NASDAQ. An individual who gives and gave his life for the success and betterment of our community. Not only did he finance and support our community alone, He has supported and financed all communities abroad, both Jewish, both Gentile, Christian, Muslim, and many, many more. Maybe Edward will say the story, but I'm gonna steal his story. One time in his father's yurtzeit, and I'm gonna say what Michael said also, just to prove to them I listen to them, because they sometimes think I don't. Edward said that when he went to China to build his company, either it was China, Hong Kong, and he was trying to, and he worked a year on that deal. And Edward is a firm believer of Jewish faith. And by the way, rabbinical law states anyone who wants to put a mezuzah in their house is allowed. Doesn't matter what faith you are. If you wish to fulfill that commandment, you can buy a kosher mezuzah with respect and put it in your home. What does Edward do? Puts a mezuzah in one of his offices. And I'm sure he went with a big lavish mezuzah. There's no question about it. And the individual who came, who he was working with to make this deal, was an Arabic guy, right? Malaysian guy, right? And he says, once I see the mezuzah on the door, I know I can trust this individual because he's a man of faith. And as everyone says, and it's the key element to doing business, it's in every world. PBD mentions it a lot of times, by the way, just to prove to PBD. I watch a show almost every Monday, Thursday, religiously while I'm working. I listen to the side. Person to fear God is a person you want to work with. The fear of God puts you in check for making nefarious things. At the same time, Michael Yusupov one time got an award in a Chabad organization. And he passionately said, the blessing of charity is a blessing that he has experienced that has saved him countless of times through major endeavors in their life. I don't want to mention those endeavors. They know their endeavors. That's already personal. But the power of charity is one of the greatest powers in the world. And charity is not necessarily money. Charity is coming, is supporting physically and mentally. It's a thing that you can never have. So we want to give this award for recognition of lifetime philanthropy, because he's been doing this for over 20 years, since 1999, and he continues to do it, right? We want to give this award to Edward Yusupov. Please come down.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the award. It was unexpected, actually. And this award, it's not only for me, it's for me and my brother. Because he introduced me to Benny, and since then, he's like a third brother, like a fifth leg. You cannot get rid of it. Yeah, so God bless you for everything you do. God bless your family. And thank you for the award.
The next award is a very special award. But before that, I think, Dr. Falco, if you have an award to give, or you have an award to give also? Yeah, so I want to introduce Dr. Falco first, after I say my words, one second, and then we're going to give it together. It's to Rabbi Yitzchak Yoshua. He's a man who has done a lifetime's worth of work. To me, he is the chief Bukharian rabbi of America. I know because I trademarked it. That's a joke. And to me, he will always be that individual. I have not seen an individual in my lifetime that knows multiple languages, that has an ability to converse with many types of groups and peoples. I have not seen an individual who has brought our community and ushered it through the 90s and the thousands, building one of the biggest synagogues in the world. He is a light beacon to our community. every time I would speak to him, there was never a negative thought or an idea that he presented to me. It's always with positivity, neutrality, and success. When I asked him to write for me 2 letters that can be possibly difficult to write based on the political arena, he never wavered and still wrote it. This individual is not just an individual that we have to look up to. He's an individual we have to cherish. Because we are now, in our community, one of the biggest peoples in Queens, within the Jewish community. From what Roma Kaikov told me, it's over 100,000 from my last conversation with him. And that is a powerful statement, that we represent 100,000 individuals. That even though we might not have a following of 100,000 today, but there's no doubt we will have that of one tomorrow. And Rabbi Yitzchak Yeshua, who's the chief rabbi, who's a person who, be'emet, when he came here, opened yeshivot, opened schools, opened education, when no one else dared to do. But he dared to do it. And he had established many, many, many rabbinical successes. He established many marriages, success stories, love stories. And that's what we have to cherish in the community. And therefore, before I give him the Lifetime Achievement Award, we have Dr. Falkov wants to give him his own award as well, and we'll give it simultaneously. Bechavod, Dr. Falkov. Yeah, come. Can you say your words?
First of all, I'm a big believer in acknowledging, because, you know, what you all do is tremendous, and we make life. I want, you know, I never met any of you, but I feel like I'm in my home. You know, I really feel comfortable. And so I want to give this award the way I think I'd like to see the world be in the future. And the first thing I've learned is that, you know, the people like, you know, like you said, right? We need to acknowledge them. And I've seen you, and like he mentioned, I'm amazed by you. I've met a lot of people, and you have tremendous heart. You're like a koala bear. You're a beautiful koala bear, and you're amazing. So what I want to do for this great man that I've met, Rabbi, you know, Joshua, is I want to actually, if you hold on one second, Rabbi, for one moment, I want to call up Mr. Sosnick to come up here, because, you know, I feel to be out of place for me to be taking the role of presenting this. Yeah, come on up. And Ed, Edward, please, why don't you come up? And I don't know where Dan went to. Maybe he may have had to leave, or if Dan, if you're here. Okay. Thank you. So I really feel that since I see that you're like the grandfather, the great uncle of this movement, that's appropriate to not have me, who only just recently arrived, but your group to recognize you. And you were at the UN. You gave an eloquent, amazing talk. You exemplified what it means to be a human being. And obviously a rabbi is a very high human being. And you brought all those different religions and groups together. They loved your talk. I loved your talk. I was very happy that you were there. So with this group behind you that's yours, and that I'm very lucky to be here with, we want to actually give you this award. And I know you don't work for awards, but to Rabbi Yitzhak Yehoshua, in a world full of empty promises, this stands as a tribute to your innate and infinite compassion for all beings. As a true champion of justice, defined by your relentless pursuit of truth, let this symbol of honor, your place as a vanguard of humanity and God, be forever recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi. Большое спасибо. Give to me. Thanks. You can stand over here. Shalom, and thank you for everybody. Thank you for the honor. I would like to start with say a big thank you to Hashem. When I came to America, I was introduced to the holiday of Thanksgiving. We didn't have Thanksgiving over there abroad, so I say, what is Thanksgiving? So I heard a big lecture of the professor, what was the miracle? We say thank you. So I told to the professor, I think the miracle was that somebody say thank you. This was the miracle. Because sometimes we are very cheap in saying thank you, and thank you is something which is running the entire world to appreciate. I thank to Hashem that we have a new generation of rabbi, like Rabbi Binyamin. May Hashem bless him to continue to flourish and to take the community to the next level, Bezrat Hashem. Tonight, we are commemorating in the community the holy memory of a big rabbi, Rabbi Pinchas Rabin, for a big dynasty of rabbis who passed away 170 years ago. Tonight, his son, he was the host of a very big guest who came to Bukhara on 1885, Baron Rothschild. He came to develop the train, the huge train that until now it works in the Silk Road. And then when Baron Rothschild, he went back to England, he told to his brother-in-law, Moshe Montefiore, there is a huge community of Jewish Persians in Central Asia. I ask you to go, you're going to enjoy it. He was already 100 years old, so he sent a case full of money or gold and said to the community, I want to help you, I cannot come, but use it, whatever you want. After 2 months, he got in the mail the box with the money, plus a letter and a beautiful talit that we wear on the holiday, on the service, on our services, from a pure wool. And the letter say like this, we don't take charity, we give charity. You can keep it for yourself. But because you were thinking of us, we give you a beautiful talis to wear on holidays. And when Moshe Montefiore received it, he wrote in his will that when he was going to leave the world to the next level, he would like to bury it because this was the only community that didn't take his charity and sending it back as a gift. So the Bukharan community is a very powerful community, 25 centuries in the deserts of Central Asia. Our real name is the Silk Road Jews, and we were all the traders that came from Asia to Europe, and in this wonderful community that left and kept all the traditions, we are part of this. Now it's in Forest Hills, New York. So from Seattle, Washington to Brooklyn, New York, 75 communities of flourishing of Jewish life. May God bless us. And on a weekly basis, I give a program in the radio from the Silk Road to Jerusalem. Ultimately, we're waiting for the ultimate redemption when we're going to go to Jerusalem and celebrate of building the new temple in the time of the Mashiach. Thank you for the nice words. Thank you for everything, and may Hashem bless all of you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you.
Take a picture with all. Yeah, I'm gonna say. I like to also thank Avi, my cousin, from Asada Security, the volunteer work that he's provided us for the security for our community here today. Yeah, that's it. This is the end.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. Very good, guys. And God bless everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, again. Thank you. Thank you again, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. closing event. We appreciate all who came and all who watched us live. I believe over 100 people. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.